dirty news. They said, boy, don't lose it. Got some money moves. PayPal, Venmo, but I like Cash App. With them Zelle and Chime, but I don't use that. Somebody call StreamYard, tell them I'm about to go live. It's Shorty been dying to meet me, she know I'm that guy. Ain't none of these rappers, none of these boys do it like I do it, man. My beats too intense and my vocals too gritty. But she wanna be in an opera. Said, babe, if we ever get to New Orleans, you got it. We ain't gonna do no Louis Armstrong, but you can hit them notes like the horns in jazz songs. You my baby girl, but this ain't that. No Mozart, but you got a dirty South blues rock. Somebody call StreamYard, tell them I'm about to go live. Shorty been dying to meet me, she know I'm that guy. Ain't none of these rappers, none of these boys do it like I do it, man. My beats too intense and my vocals too gritty. Woke up in the morning with some dirty news. They said, boy, don't lose it. Got some money moves. Venmo, but I like Cash App. With them Zelle and Chime, but I don't use that. Somebody call StreamYard, tell them I'm about to go live. They Shorty been dying to meet me, she know I'm that guy. Ain't none of these rappers, none of these boys do it like I do it, man. My beats too intense and my vocals too gritty.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Coffee Club. It is May 15th, 2025. We got Hairbag here with us. Hairbag, you're on mute, so you can unmute. How are you doing? Hairbag, you're on mute. There you are.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Gigi. How are you, sweetheart?
Good morning, Gigi. Gigi has been rolling out the shorts this morning, guys. Y'all really need to go check them out. And I'm telling you, we are getting some really good news from your shorts, Gigi's. I'm loving it. It's keeping us updated and educated. So, Hairbag, is the sun shining in your place?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of clouds, but yeah, it's sunny today. We're supposed to be up near 70.
No, that's going to be a pretty day.
Yeah. I'm hoping it will stay that way.
Right. It's been beautiful here.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm getting so sick of this cool weather. Next week, today's supposed to be the last day of warm weather. And then we go back down into the 50s and 60s. It's like, come on. And the rest of the country is overheating. What the hell?
I don't know. We get hot and then it rains, and then it get hot and then it rains. But the repair to the Helene hurricane is actually coming along quite nicely. I know it's been, it's a few months out since September, but I think the last bridge here in the county that they were building is almost complete. So we're all cheering about that. I know that the river itself, gosh, is going to take years to recover. It looks like I don't know how to explain it. Used to by the river, there was vegetation, trees, that kind of thing.
And now
And
it's gone.
yeah, it's just so, it looks like they've taken heavy equipment and just scraped out the river.
Wow. Is the water that comes down that river, is that clear water when it's running good, or is it murky?
When it's, I'll judge it by the dam up the road there. We can see it coming over the spillway. On a nice calm sunny day, the water is running clear. You can tell when it's been raining upstream because as the water comes through, it gets cloudy and murky.
Yeah.
But like there are spots right now around us, and it's so weird. You can walk across the river. It's like ankle deep. You can jump from rock to rock. That is so wild to us because the river is so much wider.
Yeah.
And these are parts that you wouldn't even play in because the current was so tough, so hard.
Yeah.
That it would sweep you away to even get in the water right there. And now you can skip across it on the rocks. It's just so weird.
So basically, what you were talking about, like where they took a dozer and cleared it off, we all went right into the river and filled up the holes.
Well, I mean, along the sides, the edges, the walls, or the banks, they just look so chewed up. You can see, even the rocks are flat, where the rocks used to stick out and it used to make, a pretty scene. It looks like it's just been ground.
Wow.
And it basically was. Hey, Savage Life.
Hey, good morning, Savage.
Hey, good to see you in here. I hope you are doing well.
Yeah, I was telling Mouse earlier before we came on, we had a little discussion. And I was telling her that Monday, up near Buffalo, New York, there was a house that exploded. And they had 700. They were 78-year-old couple. The woman died, and the man is in critical condition in the hospital. And they think it was a gas explosion. But it also blew up the house next door to them.
Wow.
So if you can, people, please put out a prayer for the old man. He deserves it. He shouldn't have to go out like that.
How long do you think it'll take for them to investigate as to what caused it?
I think less than a week. But the thing they're having a problem with is getting down into the basement, they said, to get to the gas appliances so they can check them out. Good morning, SDA.
Hey, SDA, how are you? I think SDA is in our grandparents' club here, bag.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, that's true, Gigi.
Yeah.
Or she's not there to nag anymore. I'm just saying.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. Is it better? Is it better for the man to go first or the woman to go first?
I don't know. If I had a choice and I was married like that, I'd want to go together.
Gigi. I mean, I don't want to die because I'm 78. I don't like, but I don't want to reach, I don't want to live out the record. Like, I don't want to be 109. Don't do that to me.
Oh, right, right.
Like, I don't know where I am. I don't know who I like. Don't do that to me. I don't want, I don't want it to go that far.
You wouldn't know anybody. All your friends would be gone.
Well, here's the thing, though. The one thing I've mostly noticed about getting older, aside from the body breaking down, is that the older we get, the faster the day goes by.
Yes.
I don't like.
Yes.
I can remember setting for an hour was the hardest thing I could ever do. I could not sit still for an hour.
Yeah, it made you feel like you had been sitting there for 5 hours.
I know. And now it's like, holy cow, 2 hours just went by, and all I did was sit on the front porch with a cup of coffee. And so I can imagine at 109 how fast the day must move. And to the rest of the world, it looks like you have sat in that chair all day and not blinked. But to you, it only feels like 5 minutes.
You know what was weird with my family? My mother's sister and her husband, my aunt and uncle, they died the same day, 11 hours apart, and about, 70 miles apart. One was in a hospital in Erie, and the other one was in a nursing home here around where I live.
Wow.
11 hours apart, but on the same day.
My parents have this. I hope they're not listening. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. They have this ongoing argument about who can go first and who cannot go first. And then, of course, follows all the reasons why. No, you can't go. I go first. It's it.
Wow.
My grandma got a letter from the Queen. 50 years anniversary. My uncle has the letter. How cool.
Yeah, really. That is cool.
Especially now that she's gone, that's even more valuable.
That's cool as hell. That really is.
She used to do this thing for celebrities and important people that but the Queen used to do this thing where, when famous people or important people would come to see her, that she would knight them.
Right.
Sir, Elton John was one. That's why he goes by Sir Elton John.
Yeah.
Don't tell my uncle that.
That's like Paul McCartney. He's Sir Paul McCartney.
Did you say he's gonna go? I had to put it up. I got to put it up. I'm gonna mark it. I'm like evidence. Premeditated, Susie. I got you on premeditated.
He's going first. I got a pillow. Come here, you son of a bitch.
And he can go before me, but he better not leave me broke. You know what I mean? Like, don't make me go get a job at 101.
Oh my God. Gigi's cleaning, but yet she's still on one. That's funny.
Well, I'm assuming she's somewhere around the bedroom because that pillow's in her eyesight.
Yeah, that's what gave her the idea, I bet.
And it's the pillow. Oh. And that's a joke between me and Gigi because I really thought that I was the only one that thought that. And then when I found out, it is very common with us married women. We all know what it is. We really do. I don't remember seeing the letter. My sister said she had it in a frame on the wall. Oh, I would too. I would have had it laminated.
Yeah, but that'd destroy it. You put it in a picture frame, yeah, that won't destroy it. But you put it in lamination, that would destroy it.
Well, you don't take it out of lamination.
Well, that's the point.
Well, the point is that you have it because, like, that's something nobody believes without proof.
All right. At the
And
same, no, if you want to save a document like that, don't laminate it because you're putting sticky stuff all over it. You'd want to put it in a picture frame so it would stay longer.
well, you know, now we have digital. So, like, they can actually
It's the original, though.
they can take the photo and like laser it onto glass.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ways now that you can preserve photos. I came across this thing where when people pass away on their tombstones, you can put one of those scan code things on it,
Uh-huh.
and it'll go to a website that like plays a song or has the voice or shows a photo or even a video of that person while they were alive.
Oh,
I think those are really cool.
you know, I would love to have something made like that of my grandparents. That would be awesome.
Right? Something that,
So much.
and I feel like, you know, if it's glass or something like that, it could probably shatter. It would be very fragile. But at the same time, water, heat, sunlight, those
Wouldn't
kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And then, of course, you know, we've all got that digital photo album on our computers.
No.
And I wonder how I like that, but I don't like that. If my computer crashes, that's all it takes to make all those pictures gone. And how will our children and our grandchildren and our great grandchildren be? You know how we used to look through boxes of photos when a grandparent passed away or a great grandparent? You know, we'd pull out that big old box of photos and everybody would pass them around during the morning, you know, during the morning.
Yep.
How will our kids do that?
Somebody's got to teach them about photography.
Well, it's not that. It's about how are we going to preserve these pictures so that our great grandchildren can get their hands on them.
Well, you take them, you got to take the cell phone out of it where they take the picture and take it with film. That way you have it.
Well, we can print all these pictures out too.
Huh?
We can still have digital photos printed. Like we can go to a Walgreens or a Walmart and there's a photo on our phone that we took of our kids and we can have it printed out.
Is it very expensive?
I don't think so.
Because I'll tell you, I got a lot of them on my phone that I would love to have printed out like that.
Now, are we taking away from their experience by putting all of our photos digital? And like, how do we let them remain somewhere on the internet, like I said, so that our grandkids and great grandkids can dig through them?
Right.
I don't know what I would do if I didn't have a lot of the hard copy photos I had of my grandparents and great grandparents and great aunts and uncles, and I have those to show my children.
Mm-hmm.
So how will my children show their children and grandchildren pictures of us if they're all in a digital world? If they're all on my computer, you know? My
brother has these, but
hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark, I'm somehow related. I think it's on my grandfather's side to Frank and Jesse James. And the pictures we have is on a cardboard piece, and it's
Uh-huh.
probably, I'd say between 4 and 5 inches long, and only about maybe 3 to 4 inches wide. But it's cardboard.
Gigi says the cloud. Let's think about that. Some of them, I mean, we get a free portion of cloud. But don't you, isn't that like a, what do you call it? A subscription kind of thing to keep cloud?
Really, Gigi?
So my stepdad was related to Frank and Jesse James.
My grandfather somehow was related to him, and I'm not sure how that works. Could have been on my grandmother's side because I don't know too much about where they came from, but my grandmother seemed to talk in the way of a Missourian, so I'm wondering.
Dad's was hard to do. Mom's had a lot of U-turns and crossovers, and we got so far and was like, whoop, nope, weird. That's enough.
Hey, Gigi, I got a name I'm going to throw out and tell me if it sounds familiar to you. Hubble. And I'm not talking about the Hubble that went with Hillary and them during that, what do they call, real estate fiasco either. Okay. How about Wells?
Nope. Marks his mouse. I know how you do it. You take the photo, you put the photo down on the ground, you put a giant coffee cup on it, on top of it, fill the cup with sugar, and ta-da!
Mark, hey, carrot cake.
I'm just telling you, sugar's a preservative. I don't know for what. I have no idea what it preserves, but I am on the hunt to find out.
Okay, Gutters, if Wells sounds familiar to you, then that means it must be on my grandmother's side of the family. Because before she was married, she was a Wells.
Oh, that's right. Oh, and that reminds me. There is a person we were going to track down a while back, and the storm distracted me. And I looked at it again, and I think she's moved, Hairbag. Your sister.
Oh.
Because I checked on it again, and I believe it's her, but I believe she's moved a state over.
Okay.
But we need to get back on that.
Did you have at the time, did you get a picture of her?
No.
Okay. All right.
But there is a picture now.
I could tell you if I saw the picture.
I don't want to dox her. Is that okay? I mean,
can you send it to me in email or messages?
yeah. Let's see.
I can't remember if I said it, but if I didn't, good morning, traveling fools.
Hey, traveling fools. Give me just a second.
Okay. Hey, Army vet. Good morning, sir.
There you are, handsome.
We've been waiting for you, AV.
And Mishka come in. I'm sorry, did I miss Mishka?
Mishka.
No,
Here
somebody-
she is. I'll be damned. Good morning, Mishka.
I'm going to put this down in chat.
She had a good point. Please, people, hit that like button.
You have him still, SDA? Oh, that's so great. Congrats. She's got her grandson. Yay, 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 SDA. Okay, let me go. I can pin that to the top of chat. There's the link, guys. Y'all come on up.
Gigi waiting for you like one pig wants for another.
Yes, Gigi, don't you know? And yes, the intro today was made by Army Vet. Thank you, Army Vet. I used it for an intro today. Army Vet is putting out some really cool songs.
Yeah.
You are always in trouble, AV. Always.
It's like somebody said the other day, I think it was you, Mouse, about an album. And I said, yeah, it'd be titled Army Vet Mashup Songs.
No, these aren't even mashups. He's doing most of the work. I'm gonna give him the credit. He's doing some really awesome AI songs and writing them. So there's no copyright. These are originals.
Oh, cool.
And he is burning it up with the blues music. Holy cow. No, SD, I am so happy for you. I know that was really weighing on you, and I know you're really happy right now. Oh, the hobo blues.
Mouse is GR. What's GR?
I was looking to see, did we put hobo blues in here?
Come on, AB, get your butt up here.
Great. Do we have, let me go see if I can find it on
Oh, you're still trying to find that picture?
no, that's already in your email. I was
Oh,
going to look at some of the stuff that Army Vet has made.
I'll be right back. I'm going to have to go out and come back in.
Okay. Still laying in bed with no And that's such a lie, y'all. AV does not run around naked. He does not. And he's probably got his boxers and his t-shirt on. Oh, that's so good, STA. I'm so happy for you. Okay.
Yep, that's her.
That's her?
Yeah.
Now we found her. We found her.
The crazy bitch. I can't stand that woman.
Really?
Yeah. The last time I saw her, we were camping up at a campground. We had a big family reunion up there. My brother went out of his way to go pick her up because he was living in Virginia at the time. And I believe she was in Tennessee somewhere.
She was at the time.
At any rate, when she went to, or he went and picked her up, went and bought her new clothes, brought her up, and the whole time all she did was try to start shit with people.
Oh.
And never once thanked my brother for what he did for her. I'm sorry.
Is she older than you or younger than you?
She's the youngest.
Mm.
To give you some idea of how her mind works, when she was growing up, her and my mother would watch soap operas together, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently she had it in her head that she was supposed to open up her closet and clothes like what she was seeing on TV were just supposed to magically appear there. It's like, you dumbass. You honestly believe that, huh? Well, they do it on TV. Well, you dummy.
Well, come on. There was a time I believed I could dig to China, and I tried. I really tried. But to be fair, I had those uncles around that would do that kind of thing to me. Like, they would tell me stuff like that because they would laugh at how gullible I was as a kid.
Well, you know what's really weird about her? She was never that way until she had her daughter. And it's my firm belief they left her in labor way too long without medication. And it drove her nuts. No, I've known some other people that has happened to.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, a friend of mine I had years ago, he had a sister it happened to. And every once in a while he'd get a phone call from her and they'd start out really good. Next thing you know, she's swearing at him, calling him a piece of crap. Only not in those words.
From labor? From being in labor too long?
Yeah. Good morning, Callie.
Hey, Kelly. How is Kelly right now? I hear y'all are going to be getting some new things in Cali. President Trump has signed a bill that we will be providing housing for the homeless vets in California finally. Woo-hoo. Long time needed. Long time needed for California. Sunny and good. Fantastic. No fires, no floods, no crazy stuff going on right now. It's always something happening. Say that again.
She said sunny and good.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute, Mouse.
Okay.
Coffee.
Gotta get that coffee. Everybody make sure you got refill. Make sure it's hot or cold if you like your coffee cold. I don't do that. Just saw him be born. He wasn't breathing. That was scary. Did he have a NICU stay, SDA? I know, Mark, I haven't received my butt cheeks. I'm still waiting. And I decided I could build them up. But I'm too old and I don't want to do that no more. I'm just too old. I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm waiting on the purchase of my butt cheeks because I've got a pair of shorts that they need to, Drill, baby, drill. No, she's only cheeks. They do sell these. They're like underwear with butts in them. I've thought about that too. Good morning.
What up, baby girl? What up, vet?
I'm not looking you up and down to see what you have on. I would not do that.
Okay, right. Hey, chat.
Was that a blanket you grabbed? No, I'm just playing.
I ain't got nothing to say. How about you ain't gonna say nothing? Perfect.
I'm getting coffee.
Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, you set me up.
Yeah, you don't sneak away. Either that or Novak went and put pants on too. He's
I
like,
would. If somebody came up naked and was in back chat, I wouldn't have said anything either. I would have been like, "I'm gone." Oh.
Porn bomb me, baby. Porn bomb me. Yeah.
I'll expect hair back for about 30 minutes.
He got that so that I went and put his pants on too, I bet. Just in case.
Hey, chat, Mark, everybody. I can't. It's too many names. Too many names. Yeah, man. I've been working at that blues. I had to go to Atlanta to record a little something.
Oh, did you? I was hoping that's what you did.
Yeah, I was up in Bankhead recording a little something.
Did they like it?
What is it called? Okay. You remember how we had that conversation on different types of country music? Or like I always forget his name. Upchurch. Is Upchurch country compared to Waylon Jennings? But
no.
But the way they sing country is different, right?
Yes, very, very.
That is what new artists are searching for, different ways to sing music. Like when you see you see how different the changes are now. That's what would you say they want a producer or a new sound? You see what I'm saying? Which one would you think? A producer to produce a new sound for the artist, or do that producer has a new sound that I want to? That's where it's at. Yeah, that's where it's at.
Well,
Different.
It's 2025. That is kind of a split mountain there because we're learning how to do it without a producer, without management, without like Tom McDonald is doing. So,
because you can go directly to the artist, like you're saying. Like let's just say me and what's the guy name that you're working with?
Steve.
Let's just say me and Steve are artists, but Steve got a producer and he has a label. And let's say I signed under No Limit Records. So I'm a producer. And in order for us to work together, we have to go through lawyers. After the lawyers, we got to go through each other's. But with independent artists, we can just sit down and we can say, hey, if this song hit, you get 50, I get 50. You see what I'm saying? It's so much easier. Yeah. It's so much easier. Put a copyright on it and you just go perform. You can go perform the song anywhere as an independent artist. You can just say, okay, I want to go here. Because
you're not under contract. When you're under contract as a musician, your manager, the person that owns your contract, they decide when, where, and how you can sing your songs.
And what type of music you're allowed to put out.
Right.
And
but they also They basically own your music, and they tell you when and where you can sing it
Yep.
and when you can't.
Yep.
This was the issue that Taylor Swift ran into. And we watched the whole Taylor Swift manager thing play out. But it came down to she wanted to play a song at a place, at an event, and they would not allow her. And how do you say that to an artist who wrote and performed the song? How do you say you can't do that here now?
It's with independent artists, no, with mainstream artists. It's just like YouTube. It's 3 rails that you cannot touch. That pedo stuff in your music, you can't touch it. Hey, y'all. Christianity, they don't want you to touch it in the music industry. And politics, they don't want you to touch it.
But you can see that the independent artists are all
Touch
over
it.
it and cashing in.
Because that's what people want to hear. But if you get under a artist, the management, the manager will say, I don't want my people, I don't want my subscribers to choose. I don't want them to know you're a Republican, and I don't want them to know you. So don't talk about it, because I don't want, even though they want this music, you can't play it.
Yeah, and it's true.
Yep.
Being canceled in 2025 is so weirdly a thing. But I mean, what Tom McDonald says, they can't cancel all of us.
But it's what you also said too. If you get there and start, I'm one of the few artists that diagram my music underneath the description. I tell you what, when, where, and how, and what it means. If these artists start sitting there and telling you and explaining you what the song means, they wouldn't get into this much trouble. But the fact is, the people like me are the one that's writing their songs, so they can't even explain it.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? It's that's why you have a Tom McDonald, and you have an Upchurch that's able to dive into different Some of these artist people, y'all know, can't even read or write. They damn sure can't read, write music.
No, we've seen a few of those that can't even, and that's wild. They can't read music.
Mm-hmm.
And damn good players, don't get me wrong, but never having learned the first part of music on how to read music,
you're in trouble.
Means
you're in trouble when you get in the studio.
Well, you'll never be able to write your own stuff if you can't read music. If you can't read music, you can't write music.
It's a few that did, but that's what you call talent. That's talent. They will sit there and you just get mesmerized.
Sheer genius.
Yeah. And ain't many of them out there in the world.
I got for you, AV.
What's up, big dog?
Speaking of music,
what the hell are you?
You vet. I'm good, bro. I'm always good. Remember them words. What words, Gigi?
She says, I know one that can't even remember the words.
Oh, pause. Why y'all doing this to me, Hairbag? Why they doing this to me, Hairbag? This early morning, Hairbag. Why?
Now, speaking of music, that does remind me, guys, this Saturday, at 9:00 my time, we will be having our first Steve LaFontaine acoustics concert on this channel and Steve's channel. So I'm going to open both. I hope everybody will come. He wants this one to be a panel. He wants to get to know you guys, get to know everybody. He loves the whole panel talk thing, but he wants, to be able to come up and talk and converse with you guys, find out what kind of music y'all want to hear.
So plan on it, AB.
Yeah, but the chat should too. Get y'all questions ready. Hairbag now. Y'all questions too.
Yes, all of you get your questions ready. He's new. He can't wait to, bust out on his. He is a part of the band right now, but the YouTube part of it is just gonna be him solo. And we want to get him to really stretch and challenge him because I want people to come to his channel who are interested in hiring guitarists for their bands. Like I
And
want to
yeah,
showcase this guy.
he's a very good
He
musician.
is an awesome musician, and he can read music, and he does
Mhm.
know the words to the songs.
Yeah.
Tabag, I don't know why they're doing this to me. Tabag, I don't know why. I don't know why.
Not you. It's not you, AB.
Oh, I know.
Well, wait a minute. It could no.
Plus, what about this concept, Mouse? What about trying to get a peel-off show off of that? Would be a nice karaoke show, duets. If we can get, no, you're right. We can't get these mics right. Oh, that echo, man.
Dazed, if you're
I
out
know.
there, I need to have a cup of coffee with you and then talk about getting the delay out of karaoke because I know Dave has mastered it.
Yes. Because the next step is putting this mastered. And do y'all understand if we build up enough good songs on our playlist, we are not going to need we can play our own music. We can have AI battles, music battles, fun, karaoke. I'm just seeing off of what Mouse is doing. I said I was going to call it a distraction. The distraction content and fun that can come off of this is remarkable, y'all.
Good morning, AMC.
AMC in the hall.
Look, there's my guard dog. Good dog. Good dog, MC. He's my dog. He sits at the front door, and if anybody gets in that shouldn't, AMC's gonna take your leg off. He's a good boy. He's such a good boy.
And a lot of this blues, y'all, came up from just me and Mouse sitting in a studio and challenging each other. Like I challenged, I'll say, Mouse, we are good enough to put out a song a day.
We are.
About YouTube or whatever happens that day. Drop a track that morning. Funny, blues. Believe me, y'all, we are that damn good. We are that damn good. Believe me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not first takes we're putting out to you guys.
Yes.
It's putting it through 2 or 3 times, tweaking it here and there. Yeah.
And yeah, it's not just social. It's not just YouTube. Like if you go over on that other platform, Mouse will tell you that music is fucking skyrocketing off that platform. Like I have fucking 20, 30 different artists a day want to work. You'll be shocked. But I had this conversation with Mouse, and I was like, she was asking me why I don't do the music. And I was like, because YouTube is different. If you go anywhere else, you will see it. And I showed her, and anywhere else besides little YouTube, because what y'all seeing now is just small. You go outside, you'll be like, holy shit. But on YouTube, you don't get to see it. And she found out. I was like, you see what I mean? See, that's why I don't spend a lot of time, because the reaction is completely different on the other platforms.
Yeah.
And as an artist, you have to go where the people want you. So these other platforms are like, come here, come here, come here, come here. So it's different.
Yeah. But I do like the fact that when we get done playing in the studio and throwing our ideas around, we end up with the song that we don't have to fight copyrights on anymore.
Nope. It's yours.
Yeah.
You can. The next step I took is putting videos on it, music videos, making it unique.
Yeah.
You can go, yeah, man. Then the next step after that is actually performing it. And I told Mouse how I write my songs, or how I write these songs is they are performance songs. Meaning if you sing them, it's a performance. And it's geared to what? A guitar, a man, and a woman. I did not complicate this.
No.
I did not complicate it.
Sprinkle a little passion and emotion over it, and it all comes together.
Yeah, Mark. I got like 3 of them. I got one in Baton Rouge, I got one in Atlanta, and I got one when I come home to do blues. But the only time I do blues is when I come home. Mouse will tell you, it's when it's raining in Louisiana.
Oh
That's
yeah, we
that's
have
what
told
if
them
it rains, you will never see me. But I'm in you. If it raining in Louisiana, I'm running back, because I ain't gonna say who, but if you don't have other artists around you, how do you challenge yourself? Like, how do you get that inspiration? Like what draws you, what sits you down and connects you to things that you know but aren't there? Like when you sit in the room, do you cry? Are you fearful? But in that moment, what is it? At that moment, yeah, you're at your vulnerable when you're by yourself. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. But we've got some good ones out of the rain. I don't know. The rain just, the blues with the rain. And it's just, yeah.
Yeah, but I asked her, I was like, why do they like this? I asked her every day. I don't understand why they like this music. I asked her I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I have always been that person that goes and seeks out new musical gems that haven't been discovered. I've always done that with y'all. I brought y'all the Duggar Band. I've brought a little bit of Briar Thicket. And those are people that are local. Not many people have heard.
Do you think we need do you think you need a music channel where different artists will come up? Or is that just a regular channel? Because you have a bunch of artists around here. It's a bunch of them on YouTube with talent.
Yeah, but like I'm not the leader of that. You know what I mean? I'm the worst to come to get educated on music. I'm just like, I am educating myself as we go. I don't play guitar. I'm tone deaf. I played the drums. That ought to tell you something. So I don't know. Gathering musicians, I can do, but they just need to remember I know about half of what they're talking about.
What is it called? Airbag, you still there?
Yeah.
What is it called when people go to a stage and perform open mic?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what it is. How you think that can happen if Days hook you up? Do you think an open mic channel? I'll be afraid. Hold up. You're right. I'll be afraid.
Maybe not a good channel, but we can do
Wouldn't
it.
that be about the same as a karaoke channel?
No. A karaoke channel is me, you, and
Well, it's anybody that comes up that can sing. Or even if they can't sing, I mean.
I'll say it like this. If I'm an artist, like just normal, if you tell me there's an open mic and I see the list of performers, don't you think by the time I see that list, and if them were real artists, don't you think if I see that, it's different than me going on, like eventually I'm gonna go on Dave's channel to do karaoke. But let's just say some of your top 5 singers on YouTube is on an open mic. You don't think my name gonna be there and I want to put myself up against some of these dudes? And you don't think these other artists will want to? Yeah, that's an open mic.
For?
Good morning, Christine.
I mean, it's hard to. I told Mouse this. I love competition, fun competition with artists. Give us the same song. It's different.
But even I've been up on Dazed and Sang. Like, it's not like it's all professional. Now, you never want to go behind Dazed if you can't sing. I will give you that. I will give you that hint. Because, you know, I sound really bad singing before or after Dazed. But it's more fun.
Yeah. GG. Stop, GG. Stop, GG. I've been trying to get Mouse to do a reaction channel with me. I let her. We tested it out, and she laughed about 30 minutes. GG, she couldn't hold out. I told the Mouse, "This is what I'm good at." I was like, "Put a short," and I went off. She was, "Don't do it, GG. We can talk about some bad singers and put Mouse on this." Man, we can just do videos all day.
I can do it. I can do it.
Yeah, she can. I told her all she needs is a short, and just let me go. Just give me a short. Let me go. People can sing. So people try.
I'll be honest. I can't sing, but I do it anyway.
I didn't know I can sing till y'all told me.
You can sing.
No, I can't.
Blues, especially those blues. Ooh.
I can joke. I'm more of a comedian, and Mr. Entertainment himself on me that rather than.
All right.
What happened?
I was kidding around. I said, "You're a joke, all right." I'm messing with you, AB.
Everybody can sing.
Just some can't carry a tune from here to their door.
No, I cannot. And I acknowledge that, but it doesn't stop me. I will belt it out in the car. I will belt it out in the shower. I'm sorry, y'all.
There's nobody I haven't sung. I can harmonize.
I cannot harmonize, but I will try.
I can. That's what I'm saying. All I need you to do is somebody saying, and I will harmonize their voice with mine. And that's all normal. I know how to increase it. Look, I was teaching Mouse about the way music is going. It's more harmonics. It's more blending voices in. And I was like, yeah, it's just a new wave. It's just, you don't have to sing. You can talk and have somebody else sing what you're saying. That's it. No, she not. Christina ain't no good girl. I'll be saying out in these YouTube streets. I'm bad, Christina. Christina bad. Don't be she ain't coming up in here. Christina bad, y'all.
I was going to say, Christine, what are you talking about?
Christina bad, y'all. I don't know why I be hanging with YouTube gang members all the time.
We have a bunch of YouTube thugs, huh?
Yeah,
right. What is it? Mouse got a whole book back, so I'm gonna ask you because I think you're gonna disagree with it. So this is perfect. Independent, Republican, Democrat, or neither. What would you consider me politically? Your opinion only.
You lean heavy, I believe, toward Republican, but I believe it's more independent.
Wow. That's shocking.
Why?
Because you almost sound like Mouse, but she say I'm more Republican, libertarian, like constitutionals. Wow, I'm shocked. Wow. Wow.
Are you a progressive or are you
I don't even remember, I don't know anything about that. Remember, you had to even give me the definition because I knew it. Airbag, she put me through the ringer. A progressive is often associated with the issues of civil rights, economic class, strong public infrastructure. Yep. Progressive Democrats may not adopt what progressive Democrats may or may not adopt principles.
All right, let me ask you a question. What do you think you are?
Neither. None.
All right.
Okay, let's go with conservative. What is a conservative?
I don't know. Remember, generally
the term conservative generally refers to a philosophy that favors traditional values and resists sudden change. In a political context, it often relates to a preference for maintaining established institutions and practices, emphasizing stability and continuity. Conservatives can encompass social values that prioritize family and community over individualism.
Now, you mouse know, I believe that last
So,
part.
yeah,
That
yeah.
you know I am strong on that last part because I'm the one that's saying you have to be married. And if you're not, the more Americans that are married, the better our country will be. So I really agree with that. But go back to the beginning. Go back to the beginning.
For conservative or progressive?
Yeah. Let's start at progressive.
Let's go back over progressive. Is often associated with issues such as civil rights, economic equality, strong public infrastructure, diplomatic foreign policy. Progressive Democrats may or may not adopt principles that stand on these issues. They may identify themselves with the Political Action Committee.
I remember that. I know what you're laughing at.
That's a weird way of putting it, but okay. An independent, according to the generally recognized definition of progressivism. So, diplomatic foreign policy,
Don't you think I encompass both?
civil rights. Okay, you're on civil rights.
Mm-hmm. And military foreign. I think
And-
military foreign policy is stronger than American policy.
I think we all believe in economic equality.
Mm-hmm.
I think, again, this is where, let me put it back on this one, because they say public infrastructure. So we kind of argued on what they meant by that. Did they mean actual infrastructure, roads, bridges,
Yeah, that's what I thought they
things
were
kind of
talking
thing?
about.
Or did they mean infrastructure as in welfare programs?
Yeah,
So we
but
weren't
I
really
but I thought the like as we say the program, I thought that would be under economic equality rather than strong public infrastructure. So I think I'm everything. I don't say I'm this. I say I'm all of that because I talk about every principle you have spoken at least once on everybody's channel. Everything. That's why I say I encompass everything. But that
Right.
might be because since 18 I've been in the military, so I haven't been, like you said, corrupted. Like you said, going to college, because even when I went to college in the military, I had, you know what I'm saying, no comment.
Mm.
No comment. No comment. Can't talk about it. Not allowed to. And even when I go home, they kind of know, but even they are like, who do you, and as a soldier coming up, even with my family, I have to tell them I have to support the president, whether I disagree with him or not. If he tell me to do something, bang, 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 bang. That's it. You see what I'm saying? So even my family was like, okay, I'm never going to know because it's so hard to, yeah. Mouse was the only person that I was like, you're the only person to even get this close to saying, what are you? Yeah.
No.
But see, Mark, I think even the middle, what is the middle?
It used to be independent.
But but isn't the qualities of an
What's it now?
independent, yeah, isn't the qualities of we had this question, but we had the question of what's far right and what's far left. Like, what is the definite, what's the extremes of both? And when I look at an independent, the independent should have the qualities of a Republican and the qualities of a Democrat. To be an independent, you have to be able to work with both.
Is an independent the same thing as a liberal?
I don't even know, Miles, you know,
I
go.
don't know.
I just say you vote for who you want, and then when people win, that's how the military works. So getting out, I don't know. It's just weird for me. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's just weird. You got to pin me down with a question.
No, you don't pin down. You dance.
Yeah, y'all got to work, man. Y'all investigative skills ain't that good, Shouty. Ain't that good.
All the point being to tell you, I'm sorry to tell you, Army, that you're not a Democrat. Not fully.
No.
What?
Sorry.
But
No,
when,
it's
No.
Mister.
but when I go over to the other side, Mouse know where I go. I'm a Democrat. And you want to know why? And it's crazy. And I talked to Mouse about this once and I dropped it because of my income. They consider me the top 20% of Democrats. See what I'm saying, Mouse? Is so different where I go. It's so
Yeah.
different. It's crazy. Hey, Gigi.
Tell him, yeah, okay, I'll take that. There you go. I'm trying to explain
Yeah.
things, and I'm having to let him down easy. I don't want to curse raw immediately, but I'm trying to tell him, real softly that they're not a Democrat. I know you want to be. I know you wish you were, but I don't think you are.
I agree with Gigi. I wouldn't go that extreme. Gigi need a damn. I told you, man, if Gigi ever run for president, she gonna need a GoFundMe. We're gonna need some political lawyers, constitutional lawyers. We're gonna need some GoFundMes to get us out of jail because we're going. We're going to jail.
We're going to do.
I will call him. That's why liberal is both, right? And if they're both, they okay, depending on who sway them. That's what I think a liberal is. If you have a Democrat and if you have a Democrat and a Republican in the room, and it's a bill that they want you to vote on, whoever convince you, that's who you fucking going with. You ain't gonna convince me. You should stand on what you believe.
AV, so could you consider yourself a divergent thinker?
I don't even know what that is. What's that? Let me get my computers. As long as is it a bad word?
No.
It's someone who uses a process of thinking to generate multiple unique ideas or solutions to a problem. The approach is often seen as creative and exploratory, allowing for the exploration of many possible paths before narrowing down to a specific solution. Divergent thinking is often contrasted with convergent thinking, which focuses on finding a single best solution.
Single best solution.
No, you're not. You can't even say the way we discuss things, the way we put it out on the table and dice it up and really sift through it for our answers. I'm going to say you are a divergent thinker. Yes.
Yes. I will think about that because I know consequences. Most men don't. I know most men talk about they understand the consequences of their words and the consequences of what they're asking for until they have to put another man's life at risk for their speech. Meaning, if you haven't told men to go into war, that means that soldier that's diagramming that, I have to weigh out every single option because if something happens,
that's what flips it to divergent. Is exploring all possibilities. Convergent, but why? Just focus on if one solution alone will work or not.
Yes.
Divergent is exploring all the possibilities to a solution.
Yes, and once I hit the solution, that's it. Some people will die and some will live. Let's go. See what I'm saying? But it's what you're saying first. First and it's an in-depth thought. It's an in-depth conversation with myself because but
isn't that logical? Isn't that, that's...
No.
I think that's the difference in sucking off somebody's opinion or figuring it out for yourself. Decisions
have consequences. And if you deal in the real world, meaning I'm sure doctors can say this, firefighters, it was a story you was talking about. Would you risk the life of one for five? Remember that story you was telling me about?
The train track scenario, yeah.
Yeah.
And the scenario is, so I'll explain to the crowd, is set up upon the theory. So a train is traveling down the tracks. You have an option to change the track with the train. If it stays on its path, it's going to run over 4 people. If you change its track, it's still going to run over 1 person. Now, you can't stop the train. So what is your decision? Do you let it stay on the tracks and kill 4 people? Do you take it to the other track at the switch where it's still going to kill 1 person?
1.
I know. Now here's the different answer. Ready?
Uh-huh.
This is what Mouse called divergent thinking. Change that 1 person, and let's change it to 100 people are tied there, and you have a little girl that's 5 years old. Make your decision now. Make it right now. Make it.
Exactly.
See?
3 men on the track, or 1 girl, 1 small, 1 young girl.
Hey, no, they're gonna go with the 3 men. You have to make them make a critical decision on the spot. 100 men.
I couldn't kill a kid. Yeah, I couldn't do that.
See what I'm saying? Now, the answer isn't his answer. Now you have to understand why. Not his answer is wrong or right. Now you got to understand who he is. Not that his answer is wrong or right. Why is he so concerned about that and the others? No, it isn't his decision. It is his character. It's who's
going to be affected? Like,
no. He will be affected. You have to understand why. Why will he be affected if he was to delete? Why? You see what I'm saying? That gives you an introspective of him. This is more of a deeper understanding of who a person is.
I think it would be more of a burden on the person if they went after the child than it would be with the adults.
Well, what it does is we begin to value the human with different values. Does the little girl have more value than 100 men?
Consequences. There are consequences to your decision.
And yes, Mark, I do believe the same scenario was played out in Saw. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it ain't just that. How about that one where Matthew Broderick played that kid that went in to play thermonuclear warfare and put the whole world on alert? Same difference.
Talking about War, that little kid that broke into the defensive computer.
Oh, War Games. That was an old movie.
Yeah, War Games. That's what it was.
Do you want to play a game?
Think about AI. Think about AI. Think about AI. That's AI.
We've actually played the updated version of the War Games that movie was talking about. We've played it on my channel, his channel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I call it the War Games game. I don't even know what the name of it is, but we've set it and let it play out same as the War Games would have, and it's quite wild. Quite wild. It's not what you would think.
I don't know if they scrubbed the internet or not. 3 years ago, AI controlled F-16 took on one of the top military F-16. I don't know if it's F-16 or what it was. And DARPA did it. I don't know. Y'all look for it. I don't know if they scrubbed. It's gonna be hard to find, but it was AI versus United States. He got smoked.
Yep.
That was 5 years ago. And then I asked Mouse, isn't it so unusual, Mouse, that we got all of these wars going on and you don't see one dead body?
Oh.
All over the world, y'all.
I want to comment on Mark's comment to me. He says, Airbag, that's the uncomfortable part you have to be okay with. That
Mhm.
consequences. No, you don't have to be okay with it. You're just making a decision that you feel you'd be better off living with. I don't think I could live if I ever found out that I took the life of a child. I really don't.
You have to play this game and define what is the lesser of the two evils. And the whole point was about how we assign value.
Neither one is a good choice, but could you live with yourself if you found out that you killed a child? I know I couldn't. That would bother me to no end.
I couldn't live with the fact I killed anybody here, Bug.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but
You know, and that's just it.
If it's an adult, at least they were able to grow up. Okay, and I know that sounds cold.
Okay, I know what he's saying. I'll help you out, Airbag. All of this is allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly over in the Middle East, there was a situation that, let's just say, a little girl was approaching a checkpoint of military personnel, and alerts went off that little girl, let's say 8 years old, had a bomb strapped to her back, and she's walking with her hands up saying, the terrorists got my family. I have to do this or they're going to kill him. The words come out to shoot. Men can't do that. So what they do is you get 2 bullets, one a fake one, one a real one, one a fake one. 3 men, you tell them Marines over there, whoever, take the shot. Because men can't live with themselves. Because looking through that scope is like looking through their child. So Airbag is kind of right.
Yeah.
Making that choice, men, even they won't let you take that because you.
But
can't
at the
live
same
with
time, remember, you can't let that little girl walk up into camp either.
No, she got to go. But that even then they know, get the mock, because we ain't gonna tell y'all who shot who.
Right.
We ain't gonna tell you. We ain't gonna let you know. You ain't even gonna go down there. The doubt. But this is real.
And I will tell you,
consequences for your actions. Men know it if you put them in a sense.
that example was actually a true scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But that, when you're over in another country, that plays dirty. And they will use the children as a shield, as a human shield.
As a weapon.
Thank you.
Well,
yep.
They
did in Vietnam. They used to shoot grenades onto kids in their underarms.
The tactic is to use our goodness against us. That is absolutely the tactic when they do that to that poor little girl. When they put her in that situation, it's a tactic because they know it's
the hearts of men.
Yeah, they know the hearts of men. That's the hardest thing to do. And you're put with that or die.
Now, regurgitate this to the same issue that this is why they don't allow females on the front line. Because if she get taken, imagine what they will do to her to get information from them.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
And this is why. But nobody, now I talk to military, but this is why women aren't allowed on front lines. Because not the fact that they can't defend themselves, no. Because if they get captured, all you have to do is break them in the next room and tell them it will stop when you give up that top secret information. And every man in that room going to start talking. Am I right, Airbag? To get that to stop?
Yeah, you're right.
The hearts of men. The hearts of men. There you go. That's why they tell you in basic training we don't want no men, because men become weak around women and children. Don't we do? We become weak around women and children.
Of course. Hey, Chrome Dome.
Hey, Chrome Dome.
What up, big
Welcome.
bro?
I'm gonna have to check that out after.
Oh, let me vet
Mm.
it.
Mm. Yeah, the hearts of men. I'm telling you, men have stayed in. I got you, brothers. Men have stayed in toxic relationships because of children. Men have lost their life because of women.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
The hearts. The coldest dudes, as women would tell you when they get in an argument, all of y'all got a mama. All y'all got a mama.
And if you got a sister or a daughter,
Or auntie, or God forbid, a little girl that you call baby. The hearts of men, man. That's our weaknesses. Women know this.
mm-hmm.
Women know this. That's why what would I tell you, Mouse? If I ever fall in love, I'm out of here. Because no. Mm-mm.
But even taking it back to, let's dial it back to the railroad, if you will. And the point being is you can change that conversation up many ways. You can place value, like what if one of the 5 men is a president, or, these kind of things. You can change the value of humans, and each time you will come out with a different logical choice. And you can't even go through it with emotions.
I think it's empathy. You think it's some emotion that like what Hairbag is saying, that's like you just can't live with it. I don't know what emotion it is he's saying, but
that's guilt.
Yeah,
You did wrong. You did that. That was your choice. You did that, and there was consequences to it. Someone lost some family. So guilt, yeah. That's what would
okay.
me is the
Okay.
guilt of it.
I don't want to be real, but what would you call? And I know it's going to be survivor's remorse, but I want an emotion attached to survivor's remorse. If you're in a plane and you're the only one that survived, or
It's still, yeah, it's guilt.
mm,
It is, what could I have done different? I should have thought of this. I should have thought of that.
okay. What about the situation with the bomb strapped with that little girl headed towards the checkpoint?
Mhm.
It's not a decision I'm trying to see where the guilt comes in. Not living with a decision is guilt?
Yes, that too is. Yes. Being in a situation where your lack of decision making,
But how do you get to guilt?
because
Not like I really want to know. Like, okay,
it's the same
Like-
thing
like-
in
like-
the military. What do y'all
Some-
feel if you're supposed to take a shot and you freeze? What is that?
that's where I was going. What about the people that's okay with the decision? So what
Yeah.
does that mean? Yeah, that see how bad you see where I'm going with it? You have the same two people. One is guilt by the decision. The other one was like, shit, I'm good. What is
And I'm
it?
gonna tell you something right now. If I was ever put in that position, I would be so pissed off because I was put in that position.
Mm-hmm. But see, it wouldn't be guilt. It wouldn't be guilt. How bad would it be? See, but people will be guilty. But what is the emotion before the guilt to get you to feel guilty about what you did? That's what I'm trying to explore.
Wouldn't it be shock?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I said empathy. Like, what is that? Right before you feel guilty, like you did it, and the other person's like, "Okay, I had to do," it, and this other person, well, I feel guilty. Like, what?
Well, yeah,
Let me
you
write
would
this.
feel
Let me
guilty
write
about
it. My bad, y'all. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta write this down. This is a good study. I'll be right back. It's a good one. You know, I'm gonna write my stuff, Mouse.
Yeah, I think it would really highly piss me off if I found out I was put into that position, because that's not right.
No, it's not. But
I'm sorry, I don't care what nationality you are.
it's
You do
your
not put your kids in that sort of a
no.
position.
You
What
don't.
is the matter with them people? You know,
That's the point right there. That's why they do that. Is to hope that that person pointing at them will hesitate.
yeah, I know.
It's the same. It's the same reason, and I don't want to give up plans, but it's the same reason why terrorists post up near hospitals.
Yeah,
because they same reason. Or schools.
Yeah.
Same reason.
because they know if we go in on an innocent crowd,
There you go.
that those feelings are going to be there.
It's not worth it. Somebody can't live with that decision. That's why, and they know it. And they know it. But real talk, to help everybody out, they only do it to Americans. They would never do this if the same people fought each other. They don't care.
Well, we've seen that play out in Gaza. They tried the same tactic on Israel. Hamas did.
They don't care.
And but you know, you put an eye for an eye out there like that, and Israel is like, no. Everybody standing there is going down. Do not protect them.
I want to know the truth. We hot right now. That's why I've been busy. You check out that Pakistan border. They don't care.
Right.
They don't care.
Exactly.
Mother, woman, child, they don't care. And that's the new hot spot.
When their objective is
they don't care.
Death. These tactics are prevalent. That's what they do. They use our emotions to blind us in war. I remember there was some people that was protesting, I guess, some stuff about Gaza, right? Which is funny because we all said, look, you can't stand on a college day. Gaza can't hear you from there. Not on an American campus. They can't hear you.
Breaking news.
So she gets on a plane, guys, and she flies to Gaza with her protest. Yeah, she didn't last 2 weeks, guys. I don't even think she lasted 3 days.
I got breaking news.
Hey, Bruce, what you got?
Now somebody needs your as the CIA called people, baby girl, I might need your computer work on this one. Breaking news, y'all. A lot of stuff just happened in the last 3 minutes.
Okay.
Over in Pakistan. As we were talking about that AI jet, Mouse. India and Pakistan just had a dogfight in the air that lasted over an hour, that was actually captured on air for the first time. Hold up. In an aerial clash between India and Pakistan that has been described as one of the biggest air battles since the end of World War II, highlights how modern air combat now happens mostly out of sight, and the radar replacing sharp-eyed pilots. With missiles tracking targets from miles away, nations are pouring resources into stealth advances, avionics, and electric warfare, reshaping doctrines for battlefield no longer visible to the naked eye. I told y'all, the way that United States tests technology is fucking war.
That was actually on the 6th. and stuff.
But they
I don't
finally
know.
got the video of it out. It should be video out.
Probably
That's-
later today on news channel.
I think it leaked, but you're gonna have to find it.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, you got to find the video.
Oh my God, with the ads on some of these.
Pakistan used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets. Pakistan defensive men are called whoa, and the U.S. confirmed J-10. So that means Chinese and Pakistan is working together. That means India and the Middle East is working together.
Aerial system unarmed. Ooh.
AV.
What's up?
Mark wants to know, AV, would the other party be detachment or indifferent?
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what he put in chat. He wanted Mouse to put his comment up.
Okay.
My mind is spinning right now. Hold on. I'm trying to get this information from back. I see now. See it now, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Okay. My bad, man. My mind was spinning.
The air defense system has been neutralized.
I was wondering if
That's the issue right there.
what?
They blew the Iron Curtain. They put the defense system down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Mark. Yeah.
Jets were involved on Wednesday in an aerial battle lasting over an hour. It may be one of the largest dogfights in recent histories. India denied Pakistan's claim of shooting down its jets, but experts know that if more evidence surfaces, it could signify a major operational failure. India was using modern French-made Rafale fighters.
French.
Yeah.
So you know who backing them.
Oh, they could have bought them from them before.
Up in war, in order to get past who's sponsoring you, you go through somebody else.
Okay.
Who are they going through?
I don't know the logistics of it. I was just commenting.
No. This is what you're saying. But if it's France don't make jets. We do.
It's a very modern aircraft in the Indian Air arsenal of one of the top line fighter aircraft in the world. India's acquisition of it was key point of the modernization of the Indian Air Force, the UK's leading defense and security tank. Golly.
Just follow the path. Yes.
So it's India, France.
No. Don't look at it as that. You remember somebody asked me, why is that significant? And I say, because if they are, you already see China backing so-and-so, right? What religion is India? What do they closely refer to? And the closer that you find what religion, you will find what religion will back them in combat. Because they're back. Just put up a map. Remember how we used to do it? Just put up the global map.
Hold on. Let's look at the religions of India. Hinduism, Islam, Christianity.
What? Stop again. Go say it again.
Hinduism, Islam, and Christianity. There's a little Buddhism and some other stuff.
Just keep on them three. That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's it.
Most
Stop it.
most of it is Hinduism. So that's
But that's why I want you to pull up the map to see who's behind them, and you'll get it. And then if you pull up the map of Pakistan and see who behind them, you'll get it. That's why I say foreign policy, because most people, they have to see it. You know what I'm saying, Hairbag? Like dealing with global war, they have to see it because most people don't go outside the United States. They probably don't even know where Pakistan, they probably know where it's located, but they probably don't know what's surrounding it. And the minute that you see what's surrounding it, you'll be like, oh, I get it.
India and Pakistan, you said?
Let's put it up right there. They should have all type of maps. Oh yeah, say I forgot what about the indifference. Yes. The only reason is the feeling helpless. The indifference of that. That's the only thing I could get with that part. But I know what you were saying.
They're both Hindu. No, wait. Hold on.
You see the map?
I was looking for Pakistan and it spit me wrong.
Yeah, all you have to do is type. Once you type in Indian, Pakistan map globe, it should give you a aerial view of the other countries that are around there.
I was trying to get both maps to compare. Let's see. I have a decent one. Do we trust Reddit?
Yeah. I mean, all the maps going to be the same because people can pull them up. But giving them a visual of where the Pakistan, India is, and seeing who's supplying what and why people are just watching this.
Just trying to get you, bud.
Y'all
got me thinking early this morning. I was going to be on some blues.
All right. Okay, so let me pull this up. No, this is going to be India.
Money Penny. That's her name. Money Penny. Money Penny.
All right. This is India. And all that red is Hinduism. The green is Islamic. And the blue is going to be Christian. So very little, mostly Hinduism.
Let me see. Can I pull up the map? If I can go classified.
And this one is going to be Pakistan.
Global map.
Let's see, the orange is Islam, the orange is Hinduism, the green is Islam, and the blue is Christianity. So there's going to be more Christians in Pakistan than in India, but it's still largely Hinduism in both countries. Right?
Yes.
So while Pakistan has a larger number of Christians, it's still mostly Hinduism.
What country is behind Pakistan?
Isn't it Afghanistan?
And what country is behind India? And bring up that huge
militarily. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like neighbors.
Yeah, the neighbors. Yeah. See, this is a good map that tells what you need is the map that basically There's a map. You need to find a map that has Pakistan, like you said, right next to him, and how the one that says China, and you will see who's backing who. And remember, both of these countries have nuclear weapons, and both of these countries are AI top.
There's Pakistan and
There
India.
you go. Stay right. And look around it. Look around it. They go in. Look down below India. What's all them countries below India?
I don't know, stuff we ain't heard of.
Lanka.
There's Mumbai.
Remember that was when Mumbai attacks happened. Is that Afghanistan next to Pakistan up there?
Of course.
Okay, go up towards scroll up towards Nepal. Is that China right there?
Right there. Yes.
Well, yeah, it borders Nepal. Yes.
And there's
See-
Nepal. Right there.
Wow, isn't that the Middle East going straight down the line?
And there's China. So all of that of the world.
So let me figure this out. India had high-tech planes from China, and who's them people there? Pakistan had high-tech equipment from France.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't find that a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Just a tad bit,
Way over here.
just a tad bit suspicious.
Especially
So let's go back over here.
Isn't that one of the countries that the coalition forces were in? Pakistan?
Is Pakistan a coalition?
No. No, we were in a war with Pakistan, remember?
And Pakistan.
Yeah, you're right.
Here.
Hairbag, you are so right, because Pakistan was hiding Osama bin Laden. We had to go in under the cover of night to get. I wonder, where did we take off from? What country is right next to him? India? So how did we get into Pakistan? Let me see. I know we didn't go through China because we don't like China. We know we didn't go through Afghanistan. So wow,
Wait a
ain't
minute.
that shocking?
Where's Turkey? Right there.
That's India. Turkey is probably a little bitty speck in between China and Afghanistan. You got to go find them.
I'm trying to think of places that still have international flights but are not anymore. And that's where we would be going in and out of. So Turkey would be one they used a lot.
You see how you see how good it is. You have to use a map to like, hold up, this is not making sense. What's going on? Scroll down India, like raise India up. Something close down there. I need you to scroll up. It's another country. Just keep scrolling. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
China.
And keep going up.
Uzbekistan, all the Pakistans.
Mm-hmm.
I got Georgia over here. Okay, South Korea and all that's over here. North Korea. Russia! Da-da-da. They be hiding up there.
That's a big goddamn country.
Do this make y'all understand how, as a global international, we don't run international nothing. We can start a fight. We the bully that'll throw a rock and run because we don't own nothing over in this world. There's no purpose for us over there.
Over to Egypt, to Mongolia there, and see even there's Japan, North Korea.
Now I just
China.
we just gave a lot of subscribers. Name one country you think is safe over there for us to land.
Japan.
Really?
Turkey.
Look, but where do we
And
where
now
do
it
where
might
do
be
we
a
work?
thing, with technology and stuff.
Right there.
But that
Allies.
we basically own Japan.
Yeah, but China, come on.
Yeah, but you gotta, I mean,
That's just saying like we own South Korea. No. I mean,
no. I
But
don't
if-
mean as in own it. I'm meaning as, they're more or less on our side than they are anybody else's.
no, don't ever believe that.
Yeah.
That's what when it comes to culture or anywhere in this world, the Middle East stick with the Middle East. Africa sticks with Africa. China don't ever believe that when you go outside, culture matters. These people stick together when United States go overseas, it don't matter if you white, black, blue, green, you're an American. We support. It's different. And Middle East people feel the same way. Outside this world, it's us against them.
Okay.
Thank you. India is the only ally we have right there in the middle of China and the Middle East. Who you think we giving? Come on. The last thing you want India to do is become China dominated or Middle East. You don't want that. Because the reason why I chose, now scroll up mouse a little bit. Tell me anywhere up there that's not Asian or Middle Eastern that we can rely on. Where? Anywhere. What? Thailand? Where? Tell me.
The only one, if you're talking Middle Eastern, the only one I can think of would be Israel.
And you see how little they is?
Yeah.
So now, nope. Scroll down there to Israel. Scroll down, go there to Israel, mouse, where Jordan and Egypt and Syria and Iraq and Kuwait and Saudi, it's to the left. Yeah. And the Sudan, the Sudan, is that Africa? Mouse, are we launching attacks off Africa?
No, I think we were left with Mexico and Canada in the argument. Everybody else folded.
So you see Israel, right? That little bitty little Israel, And in your mindset, you think Israel can hold off what? This is 2025. What? If they wanted that country, they can take it overnight, but they know it will be the end of mankind. I don't care what people think, unless you've been over there. These people are fighting for a plot. It's like you living in a 2-bedroom house. No, you're living in a 1-bedroom house, and the other person has the couch, and Israel has the bedroom. And if that person wants that bed, he's gonna have to fight for it. But in order to get into that bedroom, Israel got a bat and you don't.
Yeah.
So they sitting still because they have something over there that can cause the end of mankind too. That's called one of them NUKs. You see, that's their escape route, Miles. Africa. If shit ever happens to Israel, the escape route is Africa. I know y'all looking at the Algiers and Mali. You can't trust it with the terrorism of today. You just can't.
After what they pulled on Israel on.
That's what I'm saying. What you're saying, I can embed all of that over there. So ain't no damn way. I need to get them out to a place where nobody looks like them. What place is that? Africa.
Yeah.
Well,
Nobody gonna look like none of them, just in case hell break loose.
I don't think Israel was wrong about going after Hamas the way they did.
No, you got to push them back. They tried to get into like 1-bedroom house. You try to get in your room, she used the bat, and then they threw the bat at his head walking down like that.
No, when they kidnapped the hostages, all bets were off.
Yeah, Exactly.
When they came on to Israel land and kidnapped that many people,
Yep.
no, all bets were off.
Yep. I agree.
Let's go back to the beginning. Now you see Mouse when Mouse, I wish we'd have did a show. It was me and Mouse was in the back chat, and we was discussing Middle East policy. And it came across the line that they use these cell phones. And I told Mouse, this is going to change the fucking world. Look at us now. Because I knew that was letting the Middle East and everybody knows we got technology that, like Mouse would say, we could press a. People think this was a setup. Now we know NSA, right?
Mm-hmm.
The ability that they have to scan your equipment.
Right.
Doing that, let the Middle East, Europe, and Africa know we have the same technology that the States have. We can track you at, like Mouse say, anytime, anywhere, any place, any this. If you got a cell phone, if you got anything, we can track you anywhere, any this, anything.
Okay, now we've upped the ante on that. This last week, he was given an airplane from another country. I'm down to talk about this because I'm like, wow.
You remember I've been busy, I don't know nothing. Y'all, you my Trump person.
Okay, so was it India? No, the last place he just went. And let me tell you guys, the warm reception they gave Trump will blow your mind. The leader broke protocol and met Trump on the tarmac, right? Okay, then he loads him up. There's horses. There's a whole parade all the way through town. And their people are carrying American flags. Okay, at the end of this meeting, or it may be a different meeting because I'm told it was a different meeting, but I thought it was the same meeting. Anyway, there was a plane gifted to Trump. And okay, at first you're like, oh, well, that's a hell of a gesture. Wow. And then I'm thinking about the beepers. And I'm like, I'll lay odds that Trump never climbs in that plane and flies it. Let's be honest. Would you?
I mean, you know, the intel community is gonna blaze that up and down. That's
yeah. Like you don't know if they've got trackers on it. You don't know if he's embedded mics in it. You like
I don't. They won't tell you. The media won't tell you. So they'll give the American people little bits of information. Can you search if Trump ate or drank anything on that trip?
Oh, well, of course not. And we've known for years. No.
No. They should document it. They should say it. That's how the intel community try to communicate with the American people. Is there something, Mouse, on the internet that said Trump didn't drink anything? Like, did somebody write something?
I haven't read that. I have not come across that.
Search for it. Just search for it right now. Did Trump drink anything on trip to where he? Just type it in. That's how the intel community works. That's how they communicate with each other. They don't communicate with each other on these secret programs. They communicate on YouTube, gaming systems, Twitch, Instagram. So there should be an article that says Trump didn't drink or eat anything on this trip. There should be one article somewhere. That's how they work.
All right, where was the last place he visited? Was
This
it
trip?
India? Was it India or Pakistan?
Who did he
That
just
he went
visit?
to.
What country did he just visit?
I think it was both, so I can't remember.
India, wasn't it?
But I'm thinking it was Pakistan
Mm-hmm.
that gave him the plane.
No, it was Saudi Arabia.
Did Trump, just ask your computer,
let's
did
just
Trump
find out.
turn down coffee or any drink. They're not going to be specific, but they're going to be specific. I'm just letting y'all in on a little. Y'all. Shit. Let me find it. I know the Intel community.
He publicly stated that he avoids coffee, alcohol, smoking, saying his choices were shaped by death of his brother Fred. Of course, we know drank himself to death.
But they aren't gonna. It's Hairbag, you said this the last time we talked. Do you think the biggest threat is nuclear or chemical or biological? Don't eat or drink anything, Joe Biden.
Oh, wait. During
Don't.
Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman rolled out a one-of-a-kind McDonald's food truck just for him. This was a brilliant display of diplomacy through fast food, or a cheeky nod to Trump's famous diet. And did Trump accept the gesture or pull another coffee refusal like his previous visit?
Trump,
some of your politicians are finding out if you eat or drink anything once you leave United States, because me and Mouse had a conversation. That's why a lot of country leaders are coming here now.
Hello,
because me and Mouse said these political leaders are targets overseas because they are eating and drinking the food.
Right.
And
after what the Kim family taught us, you should not drink shit around people. Like, you shouldn't even drink water.
Everybody's asking what happened to Joe Biden.
Dementia.
You really think that?
Well, if it's induced by some chemical,
Question.
I think
I'll give you this all allegedly, y'all. We just playing a little word game. Allegedly. If Trump won't eat or drink anything, the best way to take that president out is what now? Shoot him.
now.
Because he knows what happened to Joe Biden was chemical and biological. But that's just allegedly how they're taking our leaders out. Because now you figure out that's why they're getting blown up and shot at. Because no leaders are eating, drinking, or touching anything once they leave their country. Matter of fact, me and Mouse found out the leaders are coming here for protection. And we're kicking them out. Because that is chemical or biological. They're bringing measles and everything into our country.
Yeah, remember the Biden administration let Zelensky buy property in Florida to hide on while his whole country is at war in Ukraine.
Well, he's back death threats.
And
Trump put a stop to it.
And what was the first time in history we ever seen chemical and biological weapons used in the battlefield?
World War I.
And then when was the second time? Russia versus Ukraine. He got the fuck out of there. They were using, that's why North Korea was on the battlefield.
If I ain't mistaken, let's go back quite a few years, even before the Ukraine-Russia war. Was it not Putin who was chemical warfare on Ukraine, dumping chlorine or something out of planes?
Yeah, but now we have something that the world, we have AI attached to a drone. Do you understand how dangerous that is?
Hey, Wanda.
Hi, Wanda.
Well, Hairbag, dude, you military. Imagine, Hairbag, you just sent a computer drone lock in. Go for it.
Oh, I
chemical. That is terrifying for us.
Yeah, it is.
You can't, man. Talk to the dudes.
Okay, let's put it this way.
Talk to the dudes.
Let's say that you're getting wheat or anything grown out of the ground, even here in America, in mass producing from farms. Do we trust that those huge, you're talking 150 acre worth of farmland, is being monitored 24/7?
You don't have to. You don't have to do that anymore.
Would we know if a plane flew over and sprayed something, even in the corner of those crops?
Well, here's the thing that gets me. If they did, okay, and you knew what was happening, what would you do about it? There's nothing, because if you shot that plane or anything to bring it down because you knew what it was doing, you'd be considered a traitor to the United States, and you would be hunted down.
Okay, do you trust that those fields are actually being, with physical eyes watched 24/7? What about the water supplies?
Yeah, I get you there.
We can
Monitored.
We can, even draw the line and say, no, we're not getting food from anywhere else but the United States. But do you still trust that?
That's not the weapon. C-19 was the test weapon.
Yeah.
If you, this is all conspiracy and allegedly, if I can put you on a plane and 24 hours later you land in Texas and you get off that and you affect the whole airport, I don't need to do nothing but that.
Yeah.
Now imagine 10 years later if they perfected that. If they perfected that. We're living in a what if world. Not this is real, this is fake. We're just saying, let's say it was a weapon. Put you on a plane, and that was 10 years ago. If we can make drones the size of a penny, what do you think chemical and biological we can do if you get back on that plane 10 years later with that same weapon?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
It only takes one anthrax thing to get it going.
It's the delay.
Yeah, it might be a delay, but it's still deliverable.
when Ebola hit, when we were getting Ebola out of China, I mean, that was drastic. That wasn't like a flu thing I might get over. That was like 48 hours and you were dead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was aggressive.
Sudden, that's what Mouse is saying. Sudden. Imagine if it just lives in you.
Imagine if they had delayed. Imagine if our president or our government went, well, we don't know what to, and they would have taken 2 weeks to come up with the plan while this shit is flowing out of the country on airplanes, because it made it here. There were people that landed in Dallas, Texas, positive with it. Say if we had delayed it 1 week, if we had have kept our mouth shut, it wouldn't have hit the news, and the government took an extra week to figure out what to do. Think of all those people that would have been contagious.
No. Go for an airbag.
Those people that got sick on all those cruise ships back when.
Yeah, I remember. No,
how do you know they weren't testing out new types of chemical weapons? Biological, I guess I should say.
Switch what Mouse said with C-19.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Instead of it being 2 days,
we argued over it for about a month before we shut the country down.
Question now: if you knew a country was developing a weapon, you just say what if?
Uh-huh.
Say Russia was developing this weapon. Let's just say China was developing this weapon. Let's say the Middle East was developing this weapon, which I believe that's why Israel reacted so fast and so deadly, Mouse. We'll get to that. I'll talk to you about that in back chat. That's why. Would you attack these other countries? Let's say you knew. Like, you got the intel. Everybody hacking everybody. Let's say you knew China was developing this weapon. if you was Russia or the Middle East, or would you be worried?
Yes.
What if Russia was developing the same weapon? China,
I'd be worried.
What if Africa was developing this weapon?
I'd be worried about everybody that has them. Because who's the crazy bastard that's going to, all right,
What if-
keep quiet.
What if you found out? What if you found out that your president carried it over there? Literally took a fucking igloo,
Allegedly. No.
showed up. No, I'm not going to allegedly this one. I'm not allegedly. It was true. He stood there. I don't care what the internet says now.
Y'all, this will be taken out. I see y'all.
And he carried the C-19 with him.
Question as Americans. This is why I love you can have your opinion in the chat or come up. If you know that the other countries are developing this weapon, would you develop it also?
I'd try to develop something that would counteract it.
That's me. But then we get into, well,
Would your
that's,
population take it?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now,
Exactly,
because that's what we
Balance.
did with COVID. Everybody
Yeah,
rushed
you
to
can.
everybody rushed to make a vaccine. And it was so rushed, it was a flop. People
Yep.
got sick. People
Hold up.
wouldn't take it. They used just the immunization itself
Go.
to tie us down in society. Can't enter a store. Can't enter a hospital. Can't go back to work without the shot.
Now it's a weapon because
Yeah.
no matter what you say, I don't care if you're from Africa, Russia, China, you ain't taking no shot from no government because you know they lied to you. So now it's a weapon.
Just the immunization itself became the weapon against us, if you'll remember. That's where America come unhinged. It's one thing to have a disease, and it's one thing to have an option
There you
to
go.
vaccinate against it, but they were forcing it. You were losing your job. You could lose your. They were pressing it. You probably would have pushed it as far as you could lose your kids if you didn't vaccinate them. That's how far they wanted to push it.
And that when Intel play games, they play 10 years out.
Yes, they do.
You know what? Here's one that gets me. When I went through boot camp, when I went through my first series of shots, they had 2 boxes on each side. Just after you got done with your shots, you could take one from each one. They left you with a description. And I asked them, I go, well, what are they supposed to be for? They're supposed to be for a cure for the common cold. I said, well, what the hell? I took one from each and I popped them. I had a cold for the whole goddamn summer. I
you
have
think?
not had a cold since.
I don't. Me either, Herbert. Matter of fact, I started sneezing. I asked Mouse something. Mouse could tell you. I'm like, I don't know. I don't do. She was like, it's the trees. I'm like, Mouse, what the fuck you talking about? Ain't no goddamn. I was like, I'm never sick. I was tripping, but I was dead sick. I mean, because you're right. I don't get sick. So when it happened, I was freaking out. I was
but
scared
it
as
wasn't
shit.
the cold that got you sick. It was either the flu or something else.
It's
Because-
called allergies. Postnasal allergies, and this is what y'all got to remember: allergies too. Allergies create postnasal drip.
I don't have allergies.
The drip in your sinuses then back up, and now you've got a whole sinus infection, and it feels like a cold.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, sir. This is allegedly. During you remember when we attacked Saddam Hussein and he had smallpox that day?
Yeah. Yeah.
In order to participate in that war, that allegedly you had to get smallpox shot because that was the weapon he was using, right?
Okay.
I was allergic to eggs,
Oh,
so I couldn't
man.
get it. So I couldn't get the shot. but I was the highest. I was a soldier there. So they isolated me. But I got to see.
Were you vaccinated as a child for measles?
I don't think so. I grew up Pentecostal. You remember I told you I grew up in the
Right,
church,
right,
isolated.
right.
So they didn't believe in that.
Right.
So I had to become strong. You know what I'm saying? You're immune. That's why I run. I was bigger, stronger, fat. Yeah, because of constantly. Plus, you in the country, Mouse, running on rock roads, barefoot. That's why I was running a 4.2 in the 40. I was bigger. I was eating. I was. See what I'm saying? I was that country dude that actually. I was away from everybody. They didn't believe in giving me medications and meds and pain medication and narcotics. Being Pentecostal growing up.
You
Right,
know, that's the same way with me, AV. I used to be able to run around in bare feet, run on gravel, unless you stepped on a sharp rock. It wouldn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
just like
Now-
you, no medicines, no immunizations, nothing like that. And we
Now-
were the healthiest that we could have been.
Now imagine, see, Mouse knows more about my story than what. Now, Mouse, imagine when I was almost killed on the side of the road, and they disagree with medical.
Mm,
We're talking, but that
yeah.
people don't talk about that.
No, that's
The real. That's the real.
strangely, I know I'm going to get struck down for this, and about 5 people are going to leave. But one of my biggest pet peeves is to walk up to me and say, "The Lord is my physician." Nope, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Like, I'm out. I
Mhm.
can't have this conversation.
But at the same time, Mouse, you know what happened. Get up. Bro,
Mhm.
you survive. God is Mouse.
I don't think so, Christine. And
What's
I'll
that?
tell you why. When you go overseas, you have to have shots before
Yeah.
you go over.
Yeah.
Well, that's any deployment. There's a list.
No, but she's saying even with all the travel of even civilians, you have to get shots before you can go over.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or if your mission statement changed while you're over there, and let's say the threat is what, like measles, you're gonna hey y'all, this is spreading Ebola, this is spreading whatever diseases. You got to they got to
Even
protect us.
civilians, when they go to a new country, if there is an outbreak in the country that we have not vaccinated on a general,
CDC give warnings.
we get some immunizations, but our immunizations are geared toward what's over here. So when you go to a different country and they've got an outbreak of something, they will require you to get shots before they'll let you come into the country.
Remember now, United States is different. We are so blessed.
Right.
How many kids do you think in Mexico, Russia, China get their babies come in every 6 months, and these moms? No. Come on now. You see what I'm saying? We are blessed. Hairback can tell you this. You go outside, you will see how these people living. They don't go to the government and get shots.
Well, that's something we've never really stopped and looked at. It would be something. But let's go back and look at these countries. I mean, we passed the COVID vaccine around to other countries. Everybody was getting a dose. Those countries that were, climbing in on taking doses of the C19 shot, do those countries normally vaccinate for anything else?
Hold up, Mouse, hold up. Do they religion allows for vaccination, Mouse? That's the question.
And that's
Mouse, that's the question nobody's asking.
well,
What religion? Mm-hmm.
Christianity be about the only one. Catholic, yes.
Why you think I showed y'all the map and asked y'all religion? Figure out what
trying to think.
religion don't ask for public.
Even Scientology would have been against the vaccine. I don't know if they
There you
are or not, but theoretically they would have been. So, okay, and then so
Wow.
Mormon,
And,
you know the Amish aren't allowed to.
and we just in the United States. We ain't even went to Mexico,
Does
Catholic, Russia, China,
okay, well, if
Middle
we leave the
East.
country, then we have to ask questions like, because we don't know. Does Hinduism allow vaccinations within the religion? It's your turn. Go look it up.
Well, the question is, you don't know. You don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, the religions had a lot of sway on the vaccine.
I think the government lying, you see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That right there was the biggest reason that Americans don't trust the government. You put this shit in me and didn't explain that mistrust.
And yeah, and still haven't explained it.
Facts.
To this day, have not explained it.
But
Now,
you put something in me and made me like this is the personal anger that these parents are feeling that they haven't explained and said and apologized for. That you can apologize to single men and single women, but you have to figure out how you're gonna apologize to these parents.
Yeah.
For C-19 and these injections and what he did to their children.
Mm-hmm.
The government, United States, the world has never apologized or explained this to the parents. I don't care about the single men and women. That's your job to be on the front lines. But when families and our elder population and our children, you got an explaining to do. And that's where I think the mistrust comes in. And as intel, I always told Mouse this. As a leader, if the people under you don't trust you, it's time to fucking go.
There was something they did instill in us, thankfully, when us Gen Xers were growing up. And they often, taught us kids that there's going to come a time that they're going to try to separate us. There's going to come a time where they try to pit us against each other. And, as a 17-year-old, you have no clue how they could possibly do that to Americans. I couldn't have fathomed how they would possibly pull that off. But they taught us this continuously. Be careful. They're going to try to, separate and,
alienate.
And alienate us so that we're weaker. They taught it, but we couldn't fathom how they would pull it off. And then watching that play out, we were like, oh, well, that's what they're trying to do. And it was just thick on us Gen Xers that this was what they've always talked about, and we must resist. That's what we were taught. Resist that.
You can't.
No.
The world knows this since September that day. If you want Americans to surrender all their rights, make them feel scared. Yeah. They'll go into a closet and give you everything. The Patriot Act. I promise you, the next law. I promise you, the next law is going to be dealing with the airports. Something like you watch.
Okay.
We're going to give up some fear. You get Americans to be afraid of something, they'll be like, do what you got to do. We don't care. All critical thinkers have left. Like y'all were saying, the people that be like, hold up, let's think this shit out. Not why, not what are you doing? Where are the whys? Why are you doing this? Not what, like, we agree with you doing it, but why are you doing it? Why? Nobody asks why anymore. Only in the intelligent community. Okay, why is this happening? Not what, like, okay, I agree with the minute that you say why, no, media has convinced Americans through social media and television why is a conversation of disagreement and why is a understanding of the conversation. You know what I'm saying, Miles? It isn't questioning you, it's understanding. And the media has told United States, when you ask somebody why, they're questioning you. No, I'm saying, like, what drove you to this?
Right.
And this an understanding that most Americans don't have anymore, because certain people said Americans are sheep. They want to be led, but there are some out here that be like, why? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why? Yeah. GG, that's we right now. GG out. I know GG.
We're in the closet because we're hiding.
Why?
Yeah, Gigi highly disagree with the Patriot Act. She understands how detrimental it was to our country.
Well, it is.
It's financially, this is the first time you passed a law that prohibits Americans from doing something. That's crazy. Like, do y'all know y'all can't send money over? That's crazy. No, man. Allegedly. My bad.
No, it's true. There's bills in works right now for that.
There ain't no allegedly to it.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble. Let me turn my picture. Oh, okay, I changed.
Well, no, there's articles out there that do discuss this. I've read them. One of them was geared at Mexico. And I get it. You know, they come over here and what we gave them in the welfare package was plenty, right? Was plenty. And the government caught on to the fact that some of that welfare money got sent back out of the United States, back home to the families, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they wanted to shut down. That's not fair.
Okay.
Our tax dollars bad enough that, you know, we're giving y'all plenty and y'all are sending it back to another country to help somebody else instead of yourself.
Now imagine if what is that guy Neil said, the dollar all of a sudden crushes and people want to put their money somewhere else's. This law says you only can, what, $500? That's it. Wow, shocking, huh?
Yeah.
Never mind. Allegedly. That's another story. Allegedly number 55.
Allegedly numbered 84.
The Patriot Act taps into Americans' financial district. It allows America, if you want to send money overseas, to stop any Americans from sending their money overseas if they want to.
Hey, Lady Autumn.
Allegedly.
Hi, Lady Autumn.
Good lunch.
That Patriot Act is gangster. People don't get it. It allows them, even if you're connected to somebody, for them to get, man, these people. We need to do a story on the Patriot Act, even though it ain't going to go through. They're going to shut it down. Hey, Lady Autumn Sky.
You're doing that radio voice again.
You're ready, boy. We got Wanda E in the house. And all I got to do is say this. Never let a woman control your money or finances because she's too emotional, and don't ever do that. See, you see her bag? You see her bag? I know how to. You want me to crack it up a little bit more, hair bag? Watch it. Oh, my bad, mouse pack. Oh, that was all hair bag.
Yeah, yeah, I heard that.
I was agreeing with him.
Oh, I heard that.
I think we've had this discussion before, really recently, haven't we?
Not me. See, yeah. you need to get on indica. I know when she on sativa, she rowdy. Damn sativa, girl.
I'm expecting her to pop up on panel and give you hell, AV.
I'm always in trouble. I'm trying to find a better quote. Let's see. Okay, men. I know they hiding in the bushes because they scared of Gigi. She just said, fuck her. So, there's a quote. And I'm going to get Hairbag in here. You ain't going nowhere, Hairbag. Is this a true quote? If you let a woman lead your relationship, she will lead it to a cliff. Is that a good quote? Put on the shirt.
He's gonna get you.
Matter of fact, Hairbag, thank you for that last part. I can put it at the bottom. I'm living proof.
Oh, wow.
I'm living proof.
Living proof, are you? Are you?
Oh God,
Living
that is perfect.
proof. Wow.
If you let a woman lead you to a cliff, I mean, if you let a woman lead your relationship, she will lead it to a cliff. What did you say, her bag?
I said you're looking at living proof.
You put that on a t-shirt, it will sell out in Walmart overnight. Let me put this on. I'll be right back. I gotta send this to Walmart.
I'm just about to push both of you off that cliff. Y'all playing victim mode. Oh, poor me.
I'm sending this to Walmart.
Save me. Y'all a victim of women. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you
I
better
don't
get away
consider
from that cliff.
myself an effing dummy, though, Wanda.
That's it, Gigi, right there.
That's why I ain't getting married. There you go. See? The only two married women say they're gonna kill men. See? That's see.
They become the black widows of the human
I
world.
mean, you can believe, everybody can believe whatever they want to about, relationships. Who am I echoing through? But who's married? Everybody married, raise their hand. Yeah.
Don't look at me. I'm on mute. I'm sending my stuff to Walmart.
I don't know if I'm still married or not. I really don't care.
Lady out of sky.
See there, huh? Yeah. Try to tell us something about relationships. It's so cute. It's so cute.
You know what I'm gonna say, Mouse. My getaway free card.
That's my getaway free card. Shut up, I'm playing it.
This is what I tell these women. They have been married for such a long time that they don't understand the modern woman, because there are two types of women in 2025. There's the modern woman, which is the independent woman, and there's the traditional woman, which is, I think, Mouse and kind of Gigi, if she ain't killing people, but Mouse and Gigi. Like, most of these women that's married 20, 30 years are traditional. Most of these men are traditional, but they don't understand in 2025 they're modern.
Married people are married people. Now you're dicing them up there.
No, it came about doing, like, type in modern woman and traditional woman. Most men prefer traditional women, which are women that want to be married. But majority of women are modern women that believes independence. I don't even. Yeah.
Are you saying most men? No, but we've discussed this. The population of hobosexuals is on the rise. Like, there's a huge population of that, and the only way that works is with a strong woman.
I'm finna find. Look, I'm finna help y'all, man. These women crazy. These women crazy. They're all crazy. Oh, married women, they're always in the house, y'all. They don't understand what it's like. These women are crazy out here in 2025.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Don't. And I can bet none of us married a homosexual, but we're married. So what does that tell you? We figured something out, right?
Yeah. But that doesn't.
Yes, that still is included, Christine, because to me, to be a widow is never by choice. Okay, let me back that up. Allegedly, mostly never by choice. There's a few in prison that felt that way.
What just happened?
But she says, does being a widow still being? I mean, yes, you are still considered that, because
you got a man to get on one knee.
But the relationship didn't, end in divorce. It didn't fail.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I think me and you had this conversation.
Yeah. To be a widow is no, you're not married, but no, your marriage didn't fail.
But you have the qualities of a wife. Because not many men will get down on one knee and not many women see men as husbands. So that's me and Mouse had this conversation.
Is
Oh,
it
I-
not? That's a blanket statement again. Not many women. You guys have to be husband material first, right?
Mm-mm. No,
Before we'll see you as a husband.
but it takes a man to get down on one knee to ask you to be a wife. So he has to see you as a wife before anything. If he don't, then he'll never get on one knee. That's why men don't propose to women, because they don't see the women as wives. A woman can want to be a wife all she wants to. It takes a man to make her that. Just like it takes a woman to make a man a father.
Okay, then how long do you date a girl who is not wife material?
Forever. Because you're getting everything you want to without getting on one knee. That's why I tell my daughter, you give that man 6 months. If he don't propose to you and you don't ask him, then move on, because you're wasting your time. But not me. But you will have women who will be in relationship 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you break up. The reason why they do that is because they know if they say, give me an answer or I'm leaving, the answer is probably no. So they stay in it.
Yeah, but that's being led on, isn't it? Or being
But you-
allowed to be led on. It's not necessarily leading them on, because you said no, this will never happen.
Thank you. It's your decision. He's not leading. You know he's not going to marry you because he didn't ask you. Men are vocal. When they don't want to marry you, they ain't going
Okay, but let's put that on. Let's say that's been going on for 10 years.
Whose fault is that? The man or the woman?
I don't know.
It's the woman's fault. Why is she there if he ain't going to marry her? Would you tell your daughter to live with a man for 6 months and find out if you want to marry you, or 6 years? You say 6 months. So whose fault is it? You got to give the woman some responsibility of her decision making, of being in that situation. You remember what I told you? I respect all women. What you said, everybody? My bad. Go for it.
Said, oh boy, here comes
You could not
Gigi.
be more full of shit.
Is he not? I know, right? I'm
happened?
letting him dig his hole for
You
me.
are
Yeah.
so full of shit.
Tell
So
what did name one thing I said that was bad. I'm waiting.
It's bad. It wasn't bad. You're just wrong.
What's wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong. Yeah, yeah.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
It's wrong to leave
Okay,
her
so
on
here's
that
the
long.
No, here's the deal. Marv and I dated for 2.5 years, long distance relationship. Me in Idaho, him in Oregon. 2.5 years. I think every situation is different, and depending on what's going on, what that person has going on in their lives, you would be really stupid if you have not gotten your life together yet you brought on a wife, or vice versa. You need to make sure you got your shit together before you proceed on with trying to have a marriage and take care of them and grow a family and all of those things. You need to make sure you have your head on straight. You need to make sure you got your ducks in a row. If you don't, you set everybody up for a much harder life. And so I think a lot of men and women will say, now's not the time. Yep, we're going to have to wait a few years before we think about, yes, I want to be with you forever, but right now is not the time. We need to get our shit together first. We need to make sure our ducks are in a row before we actually proceed on. Now, once you are married, that's the part. Once you're married, in my eyes, there should be no divorce. Unless you're being beat, there should be no divorce. You should be getting through all that shit, whatever goes on in your life. As long as you aren't being hurt physically, you should be working through those problems. That's what marriage is all about.
Thank
It's
you.
not
Preach, Gigi. Preach.
It
Now-
doesn't matter whether the
Hold on, hold
hardship
on,
is
hold on.
financial.
Hold on, Mouse. Do you think more women think like you and Gigi?
They should. I
Okay.
think they do, but I mean,
Look in the
life
chat.
happens. Not
Look in the chat.
everybody I mean, yeah, there are aspects that Gigi and I are lucky.
Do you see in the chat where I highlighted what a traditional woman is and what a modern woman is? You and Gigi
Uh-huh.
are traditional women. 80% of women out there in 2025 are modern.
But
That's
then
why
that
y'all are so rare. That's why y'all are so rare. That's why when I say y'all rare, y'all are traditional women. Y'all are traditional women. It's in the chat. Y'all are traditional women. Respect. The
Okay.
majority of the women that are under y'all, not before, under y'all, the babies, they're modern. 50-50 relationship. I don't need a man. I can do it on my own. Yeah. Gigi say traditional women, you have a responsibility to your family, to this. Do you think modern women would, they don't sound like, that's why I tell you hairbag and they don't
No, I
sound
mean,
like
'cause
y'all like that.
there's
They don't
all
sound like
sorts.
y'all.
There's all flavors. There are women out there who wanted what me and Gigi have, and life just gets in the way. You know, you become a widow.
Bad
You grow
men,
apart.
be
You grow
honest.
apart. And it,
Abuse.
abuse is, yes, part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Seeing,
no
yeah.
woman should sit in abuse. I will say that forever. No woman should
I
sit
agree.
around in abuse.
Mhm,
But
I agree.
also you and Gigi says this, what it said, that you hear more women say, I can do it by myself. I don't need a man. Welcome to modern women. You will never hear a traditional woman say that because she know family gives her purpose. Modern women don't believe that now. They don't believe that.
The
That's why
problem
Gigi
with
say
that, though,
divorce.
the problem with that, though, is that whole I am independent, I am woman, hear me roar shit is going to cause there to be no humanity. We will not have humans eventually. We will have robots because there will be no humans because they ain't getting laid. Nobody's making babies. Nobody's doing what needs to be done. Look at right now. I mean, I had 3 kids. I have 3 kids. 2 of my kids have 1 kid apiece. One's almost hitting 40. She's damn near 40. She doesn't plan to have any more now because her only kid is 14 years old. Her having another kid would be like starting over in her world. So and
Right.
yes, she could, and maybe that'll happen, but more than likely it's not going to. My son and daughter-in-law, they seem to have a hard time getting pregnant again. So it's basically they've got 1 kid. My youngest, he's kind of scared of having kids. He's worried about what the world's going to be like. And I totally understand that. I totally get it. But if we have that kind of attitude, we are not going to, I mean, there will be no more humans. I mean, let's face it. They'll go away.
I think y'all not putting one little key thing in, and that's when they put the Plan B pill out, that, and a lot of people say, why is the population decreasing? Right there. And nobody talks about it.
Abortion has always been there.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. After you have sex, you can go to the local Walmart, Walgreens, and get a Plan B.
Oh, I think that's absolutely a great.
I know. You see what I'm saying? It's a bad idea, but
no, I don't
need
a bunch of babies off one night stands.
I think that's an extremely good idea to have Plan B, but I don't think that's a problem. I think it lies. No, wait. I think it lies in kids not even wanting to have sex now. What? Okay, they do not want to have sex like they used to. The kids these days are not playing stinky finger like they used to when I was a kid. I'm not kidding you.
God, they are not picture again.
Ask your kids
not want to have
played spin the bottle. Ask your kids if you ever played spin the bottle.
Ask them.
There's never any place where they could have.
No, they
yes,
don't.
Yes, they do.
Extensively. How many teenage kids?
You want to know what they do?
How many teenage kids do you talk to? Because I talk to a lot of teenage kids.
I
have a teenage granddaughter.
You want to know what they do? And this allegedly, you can Google if you want to. They have drug parties. All the kids get all their drugs out of their parents' pill bottle in a bathroom, and they meet up at one house and they pour all their pills in the middle of the house. Okay.
They're not having sex, AV. Okay. I'm telling you. These kids don't care about sex. They don't care about sex. They do not have a sex drive like we did when we were kids. They don't.
I know. I'm agreeing with you, Gigi. I know, but I know why. It's because they're taking drugs at such a young age, and they don't know when it's.
That's
Remember,
so
we're
good. No,
I was
I
No, no, no,
told
no,
you
no.
the conversation I had
Mistake.
with my son the other day, and it didn't have anything to do with that. It boils down to a lack of social life.
That's true.
They're not hanging around with, they're hanging out online with each other, but they're not all hanging out with each
Well-
other at all anymore.
It's not
Why?
the other part of it is it is vaccines and their foods. I'm telling you right now, that
True,
is where
true,
their
true.
sex drive has gone. They
Also-
don't want to have sex because of the things that has been injected to them for the last 15, 16, 18 years. That's what's going on. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
Mouse, I don't want to
And
talk
it's
about
happening
this.
frequently.
It's also C19, and me and Mouse has talked about it also. That's why I don't want to go too in
Well,
depth
that's
on it.
what pushed the agenda
What-
further. Yes, it
Yeah,
sped it
but
up.
what it did was it isolated our young men.
Yeah. Our young
really,
men and women.
really bad. No,
Oh.
our women are social. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Go
men.
back to Hobbs and New
Remember,
Mexico.
men are the victims, Mouse.
No. We're not talking about.
Men
We're
are
not
the
talking about the men. We ain't talking about the men. We're not talking
No,
about the men.
we're
We're talking about the babies.
teenagers. Now
Yeah,
what?
the babies.
Look at
The
this.
babies.
Back in New Mexico, when we were all still shut down, a lot of places, like I think we went like 6 weeks shut down before this town decided, nah, screw that. You know, we had the kids going online, so they had some kind of social. They were seeing other kids on a computer, the best we could do. But Hobbs, New Mexico, because New Mexico government really throttled down on the keeping them apart and all of that. They went 2 years without attending high school. They had the highest self-offing rate they
Yep.
had ever seen because these kids could not talk to each other about their daily problems.
Google it. It's a pandemic, and most women know this. They have had a uncle man in their life that what Mouse just said, but nobody
No,
talks about it.
These are teenagers.
Yep,
this
we ain't
is
talking
how-
about the men. We're talking about our babies, not the men. They can deal with this shit. But how do like Mouse said, how do a 16-year-old boy or a 15-year-old boy that's been picked on, that has no friend, how do he? That's
Any
what
of
you
it.
talking.
You
Yeah, that's what
isolate
that
a
dude.
16-year-old completely.
Yeah.
They're in that stage of life where they're trying to figure out who they are, and they get all this by feedback from their friends. Now
Then you take it.
there's no self-feedback coming back to them. Am I good? Am I funny? Am I smart? Am I pretty? None of this feedback is coming in at the most crucial time of their life when they're trying to figure out who they are. And it's just empty.
And what did C19 produce that the world has never seen? Cyberbullying. They never seen this before.
That was there before COVID,
But remember, all our children actually went online.
yeah.
They wasn't in school no more. They were online. And this was the first time the government put all our kids online, people. Hint, hint, to put our
Yeah.
children online.
Yeah, put them out there in a public way instead of a private social way that they should be growing up like. Now it's, popularity and gaining popularity in high school.
What's up,
become a
Outlaw?
totally
Okay.
different game.
Hey, Outlaw, you scared the shit out of me, dog. I just seen the girl with the legs.
Hey, Outlaw.
What up, big dog?
He can't.
Hey, you on mute, Mikal. Are you setting your audio?
No, he's on. But I can't hear you.
But I do. I'm not like it. What Gigi wants to say is this affected women too. But the stats are crazy with these young boys. That's why we have basketball teams, and some boys need that.
Again, it left these boys in a position that they can't chart their growth.
I don't understand
Mentally,
why it's just one.
I
How
know.
can you say it's just one? It affected both boys and girls
It did.
equally.
It did. It
I'm
did.
telling you, it wasn't
did.
just boys that it affected. It affected both of them. My
Okay,
granddaughter
you're
was
right.
affected deeply with that shit. You guys and your, well, God, let's talk about how it affected the boys.
Oh,
No,
man.
it affected all of them.
I know. I can't speak. I'm not a woman. I can't speak to, but I counsel. I know what the boy. My bad. I'm gonna be very, very specific. The boys that went through C19 without fathers, it affected them dramatic. That's the best. I'm gonna be specific. Them. That's them the only ones I can talk about because them the ones that suffered the most.
But
But
what
my
it
bad,
did,
Gigi.
as I
Them the
was
ones
saying,
that I know
let me
suffered.
finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
What I was saying was it put these kids on a playing field that they've lost 2 years of mental growth with each other. So now when we and I'm talking from experience. I asked my younger son. It's in their mind, it is now something that adults do, not them. They're not grown-ups. And they feel this way. They've missed 2.5 years of that mental growth and they recognize it. So now they're like, oh no, dating is what grown-up guys do, and I'm not a grown-up guy. I mean, I may be 22, but so it grew this aura with him that women and getting married and having babies is now something the adults do, not them. That's for the adults. And the fact that they say that is what bothers us. The fact that they don't feel the adult that they are. They still feel like 16-year-old kids that don't know how to date and talk to a girl. They
What's
didn't
going
get to practice it. Hey, Outlaw, there you are.
What up,
I
big
had,
dog?
I had to help Pops there for a second. Sorry about that. What's going on,
What's up,
guys?
Chrome?
How you doing, Law?
I'm trying to calm Gigi down, tell her I agree with her, and she's just all on that sativa, trying to get her to hit that
I'll
indica.
hit him. I'm going to hold the chair for her to sock you in the nose. Beware.
Hey, it makes for a better show to have.
Flatty, if you're listening, I have to apologize on behalf of some of the guys not in my stream. Because Flatty come in there and didn't know that we had decided to do that. And I don't know how they got her in the chat. So,
Uh-oh.
Did they say something bad to my
No
buddy?
comment.
Just fucking
no,
doodled nut
it wasn't
over
nothing.
No
No,
comment.
there wasn't nobody said nothing bad. It's just
Okay.
she come in and didn't know that they had voted to do that in the chat. So
Well, the only one that can change that's you, darling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can if you give me the ropes, but they're gonna hate me.
so
I'm sitting. I'm sitting this one
One of
out.
these days, Outlaw. One of these days, we're
No,
gonna
Outlaw
control you,
knows.
and we're gonna jump the fence, and we're gonna control your boys. You know that.
Yeah, you better tell them be ready because they better have both guns fucking ablazing. Because
I'm gonna come in and test all of their answers and excuses with a.
I've had this conversation before. Hairbag, we're gonna get you to say something. Hairbag, you there? Roger. Yeah. Okay. Hairbag got scared. We're gonna pull you into this damn fight, Hairbag. I don't know how. Let's see. Let's see.
I'll give you my opinion when I can come up with one.
You ain't playing that game. I got you. Oh, give me a question.
you're good. I don't have a problem with you. You're not
The
one of
ropes.
the fucking assholes over there. Chrome's always been very respectful.
Oh, I promise
get
I
it.
won't take it personally. I'll
Yeah,
and know that I'm just coming into troll for a minute.
Chrome's been with me since probably the around the first year of the first channel. I think he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he's always been very respectful to me. Never been disrespectful. Always said hi. Never ignored me.
Agreed.
Never, not that I don't give a shit. You can ignore me all you want, but he's just always been very nice. So I've never had a problem with him.
Nico, what would you call it if you had a discussion against Mouse and Gigi about what MGTOW rep is, not what they, but what it is. What would you consider that? A conversation, or what? What would that be? A discussion, like how a discussion?
Yeah, it would just be a, you know, this is where we're at type of discussion as far as men and women are concerned.
I had a premonition of a referee against this, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't think women can handle MGTOW conversation, because this is gonna be the first time in your life men don't hold back. But women think men.
I can't handle people being victims.
That's why I love it. You see what I'm saying? Now you get
I cannot handle people being victims. That shit drives me fucking insane.
Now you see why I think this would be because I think once you tell them to let loose, they're gonna let loose.
You don't hear me saying, well, all us women,
this is
people
gonna be
pick
good.
on us. Oh, they fucking treat us like shit. Oh my God. They talked about my saggy tits the other day and broke my heart. Oh my God. I told Mouse if it ever, Mouse had this conversation, I said, if it ever came down, I was like, you're not giving them credit. I was like, I would pick them 60%, they would win. Not because of the information, because most of them going to hit you with facts that you've never heard before. And I was like, you're going to have to research what this is and this and this and this. And most women just go in and they're not prepared and lose every single time. Am I right, MGTOW? Just am I right?
Yeah, because a lot of women just
research.
Look, on the surface.
You know why? Here's the deal. We don't lose, we walk away, because it is really hard to see men with pussies, especially when their pussies are hurt. When you get to that point where everything is, oh my God, I totally understand. Here's the deal, Outlaw, is a lot of things that you guys talk about, I totally agree with. Like how they fucking stick, the way they treat men. I totally get it. But I don't believe that walking around being a victim of it, Badgerman, thank you.
Oh, yeah. well, that's why we tell guys, you know,
man up
away yourselves. Just walk away.
Man up.
Exactly. Don't sit there and dwell on it and pout on it. Yeah, we call that red pill rage. And you gotta.
Oh, we call it baby hippoing over here.
Yeah, you've got to deal with that. I mean, you know.
See, y'all pretty fair. What is the difference between what MGTOW chat is saying and the feminist movement? What's the difference in speech?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm here on YouTube, and I ain't going to no feminist movement bullshit. The minute that you fucking stick me in that category, I haven't been doing my job right, because I am not a fucking feminist. I don't know.
AV, I would say that the feminists are more politically motivated, whereas MGTOW like, nope,
okay.
we're not doing that, because we done went through the MRAs years ago.
Yeah, take the laws out.
Crime Democrats, did you?
No. Take out all of that. Take out all of that. MGTOW, if you was to walk into the same feminist chat that Flatty walked in, would your response be the same thing? That's what I'm talking about. Not if who I am confident. If I walk into a feminist chat, you don't expect me to get cussed out left, right, up, down, around the corner. Yeah.
You won't even let her go get a Coke by herself. Of course you're gonna get chewed up, baby.
because you want to know, I'm a man. I'm gonna make mistakes. Your job is to make sure I don't make a lot of them. See how fellas happen. I would say back on them. I'm good.
Bypass
You know, it is surprising to me. I see a lot, and I see Lady Autumn is saying the same thing in the chat. How many women have approached me and told me the same thing, that you know, these feminists have ruined it for everybody. Yeah, they have. They absolutely have. Feminism has ruined it for everyone.
Not really. It's just like how Mouse you would tell her the MGTOW movement ruined it for her selecting a man. She'd be like, hell no, them real men out there.
Well,
that stays the same as feminists. They ain't
well,
did nothing to no men.
Right. Well, I say that because you got a lot of men that latched on to feminism too. Right.
That's okay.
You got a lot of men.
You know, the ones that cut their dicks off.
I will concede to that argument right now and right here. Yep, you're right about that one, big dog. Right about that
one. Look, it's changed the way people approach dating, relationships altogether.
Yeah.
I mean,
dude, men don't know what they're fucking going with. I mean, you could end up on a date and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, what the fuck is that? Why is that in your pocket?
Whoa.
No comment. Hey, you ain't pulling me in this one.
Seriously.
Oh, AV's been there already.
No, hell no. I am patting you down like you're going into a club. I don't know what the fuck you think that. I'm patting you down. Nope. I'm checking for all IDs. No. And you gotta go through another detector. You lose.
It's like, I want to see your throat first.
Pause. Damn, we with
it is. I mean,
with a black light.
It is. You know, getting these guys to a place to where once they understand what's going on, then don't dwell on it. Don't stay there. Once this information is revealed to them, how do you get them past that? A lot of them stays in red pill rage for years. They can't handle it.
I never dealt with it. I heard about it, never dealt with it.
Well, all I'm saying is when the women start getting put in on the draft, I'm mad. That's too far. I didn't sign up for all that feminist, manly. Nope. I'm good. I'm a woman. I can be the kind of woman I choose to be, and I am not hitting the front lines.
I think all women are. They just don't. I believe y'all. What? Here's the question: will you tell a woman? And I know MGTOW gonna argue with you. Would you tell a woman at 21 to get married or go to college for 8 years to get a master's degree? How would you tell her proceed?
I would not tell her to go to college. So let's just get that out.
That's what would you tell her? No. I know that's what would you tell her?
I wouldn't tell her to get married either.
Not you got two answers. You got two.
Well, no, because we're splicing complications here, like college.
You see how women are, fellas.
I want
come on, Hairband. You gotta say something on this, Hairband. Come on, I give you a whole run.
That would be like saying, "Okay, honey, drink poison or slit your wrist." I mean, nobody's. Those are two things I wouldn't tell my kid to do.
Y'all hear him? Can be in this world. But I don't want her coming back liberal. That's not fair.
She's gonna. If she goes to college, 9 times out of 10, she's coming back fucking woke.
But nor do I want to send her. Say you have to downsize all your dreams and go get married.
See what I'm saying?
That either.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2025, fellas.
No, I would be the rebel. There's not just two choices, though. There's not just two choices.
Thank you.
There's way more than just either get married or go to college. So I don't give a shit if that
start a business.
Stuck a gun to my head. I wouldn't tell my kid
get a job. There's all kinds of things. Yeah, that's what I mean, Crumdom. I want them educated. I don't want them indoctrinated. So college is an iffy thing.
She can't get married and go to college?
About the best way you do that, Mouse, and this is just my opinion, homeschool.
Oh, Dad, how the hell are you, my man?
Oh my goodness, how sweet! You ought to hit the link and come up, Harley. Dad, hit the link and come up.
Yeah, come on, bro.
The best thing you do there, in my opinion, Mouse, is you homeschool them. If you have the ability to, I highly recommend.
It would be known as correspondence courses, I guess. You can do it that way. You can steal college online now, and that's an option. Hey, Brandy.
I'm trying to get y'all. Would you? Okay. Y'all both are women that got married young. Most women do not want to marry young. Would you, if we're just having a discussion, the discussion is, would you advise women to get married young or wait till they're 35 or over 30? Is that a good number? Many times we're like, you know the cutoff numbers being in that region. I ain't been in there for a while. Is it 30?
I'm a parent, so I'm going to say 35, is where I told her in high school. Nope, but
Did you see Harley's
somewhere
comment?
Who's?
Harley's. I ain't going up a minute ago.
I'll keep her off of you, Harley.
You gotta get her hype. You can't come in here and ask her nothing like that.
Now, see, I read her comment, Lady Autumn's comment, but I gotta disagree. I don't believe it's anybody first over anybody else.
I disagree there. I will disagree with you there. And I am a mother. I'm also a wife.
Sure.
With that, people come before me. It is. Sure. My children will always get on the boat before me.
Sure.
No doubt.
To me, I still see that as that's we can't do that, because I see them as humans. I see everybody as human.
No,
men and women and children.
My humans, though.
What's up, No Fear?
Right.
I'm responsible for their well-being. So the first person on that boat is going to be the children, because I'm responsible for their well-being as well as mine.
Well, the children, yeah, of course, yeah, right.
Who's responsible for your well-being?
I don't know. That's a married woman. Just doesn't. We don't put ourselves before anything.
No. Who's responsible for you? Y'all gotta tell her. Y'all have to tell her. Don't be scared of Mouse.
She's absolutely right when she says we're not equal. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I just don't agree with the whole women and children first thing. Children, sure.
Okay, well, this will bring us back around to the railroad discussion.
I agree, Lady Autumn.
So a train is coming, and it's got 2 tracks before it. On one track lays 100 men. On the other track lays a young girl. Mm-hmm. Now, you have the decision on which direction to send the train, but you have to pick one.
Oh, God.
But I can guarantee standing there, if it's my child on the track, 500 men will get put down. Sorry.
But I think the question you need to ask men, and we need to be honest with women so they'll understand our self-sacrifice. The train is coming. The train is coming. The train is coming. The man is strapped. The husband is strapped to one train track, and the wife and kids are strapped to the other train track. Yeah. I guarantee you that man is yelling, "You better pull that train towards me." Self-sacrifice is what a man has.
See, sorry, I just it's men and women getting on the boat. I'm sorry, I don't see it that way that everybody.
But what is your job as a man if not to protect? That's why I say married. That's why I say it's the difference between married men and husbands. Like her back, aren't you a
we
father?
Go into what are you going to tell her what to do to protect her?
No.
We're not going to go there again. Let's not go there.
No, here's what I'm saying. Okay, how are you going to protect her if there's no you? So if you sacrifice yourself like a white knight, how are you supposed to protect her?
That is very true, Outlaw. It's just like a mother. A mother has to take the oxygen in an airplane first before she gives it to her kid, because if she's passed out, she can't do nothing for her kid. So I mean, it works that way with everything. Food, water. I mean, you still have to make sure yourself is well enough to take care of your kid.
Yeah.
Now, you may go without, but you'll still make sure that you can live.
I've never went along with that whole women and children stuff first. I don't go along with that. I think men, women, and children need to go if they can all go. There's going to be times where you can't. I get that.
Okay.
I don't go along with that way of thinking is what I'm saying. The children, absolutely. I'm with you all day about the children.
Question then. And I know these women are going to do. I already know. You got a pew. You live in a 2-story house. You hear something downstairs. You telling the family to go with you, or you going down there?
In those circumstances, yeah. I can
That's
see that.
self-sacrifice. That's it.
Yeah, so you would.
Yeah, that's it.
Lady
Yeah,
A is very
discuss it.
correct.
Like I said,
Civilization continued because the men were killed, the women assimilated, and they assimilated a whole tribe and kept the kids going. Sorry, men.
Now, sometimes I've seen the women go down there and carry a gun and like start blasting and shit. You never know.
But they usually the man is expect.
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
It's-
I think the word we're looking for is love. And
Yeah.
fathers and single men know the difference. A father will put his family above. So it's
Sure,
it's
yeah.
like mothers. It's like mothers and single women are completely mindsets are different. Moms and single women, like Mouse just said, she will sacrifice her. A single
I
woman
will,
don't think that.
I will
Yeah.
take 500 men out to keep my
Yeah.
kid.
The children, I absolutely believe in protecting at all costs. Women, they're adults just like we are.
Mm,
They can protect too.
I get what
Well,
you're saying.
Sorry, not sorry.
I understand what you're saying, and yes,
too.
Not all of them.
I mean the women I'm around would protect as well.
Yeah,
But here's the deal: is it's you. I mean, when you're talking about in a situation, you never know when that's going to come into play. So it may very well be that yes, the woman has to protect, but her first thing, a woman's. This is why women are great moms, because they are very emotional, and their first thing is, as Mouse said, I'll kill 500 men for my kids.
Oh, I don't.
I'll
doubt
take out a whole world for my kids. That's just the way it is. And so that's what we as mothers were made to do. You as men were made to protect that whole family dynamic. That's where you guys come into play. And I know that it gets way more complicated than that, but if it's simplified, that's kind of how I believe it goes. But that doesn't mean that women should not fight.
Right.
You know, if the opportunity came up and they had to.
A Marine female told me this, and this is the best understanding, and me as a father, I can relate. Women are born with the fact that they can have babies, meaning they're born with responsibility that they're going to create something that they have to protect. In order for a man to feel that, they have to have a child.
I think there's some women that are the same way.
But we're talking about, I'm talking about like Gigi, what the normal people.
Because there are women that will never understand the sacrifice. I mean, it's always just them. They protect themselves. They put themselves first. And it is not till you have a kid that you understand, oh, okay, that one gets everything, even if it means I get nothing. And that's okay. That's the way it should be.
And I'm sure as Hairbag can say as a father, when you hear that baby cries for the first time as a father, it changes.
Same thing.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Changes the shit out of you.
As a mother too, though.
And again, I'm gonna throw another wrench in here because again, feminism has destroyed it for y'all. Championing for equality on the same playing field as men. A lot of them hold contradictory viewpoints on that.
We do, but we also understand, look, not all women are just like me.
Sure,
there are women out there. I've got an aunt that met my uncle on a drilling rig. And let me tell you, she could put him to shame on that drilling rig. She could throw a chain like you wouldn't believe. She could do it all. She was built that way. And she could handle that. Me on a rig, no. No, I would never climb on a drilling rig. No. For nothing. Not would I work on one. I couldn't. I know that. I don't have the strength to work derricks.
It'd be like watching Mouse on the flying swings at a carnival.
So, I don't want a blanket statement women because there are all kinds of women. There are women that are built to be on the front line that can handle that. I am not, and I'm okay saying that.
Yeah, it's not right. And when I say that, I'm talking about the people who have championed for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got I don't know the exact number. You got a bunch of people who have, And so now, a lot of them want equality for men, and that it gets put into the laws, and now it's for everybody.
I'm still going to say that if I needed somebody to save me, and I was in a burning house, and they said, do you want me to send a woman or do you want me to send a man? I'm pretty much going to pick the man. Just saying. Now,
I'm going to ask who's bigger. Like, who?
I'm not, because I'm burning. I'm already burning. That shit's at the door.
When are you going to send my aunt that can carry me?
Mouse, you don't got time for an interview. It's like the flames are nipping at your toes.
I just want whoever the hell can carry me.
Look, again, this is the way it's supposed to have always been. But again, that's why I keep saying, y'all got to understand, feminism has destroyed every bit of that going forward, because there's a lot of men that ain't coming back. They're done. Feminism destroyed the West.
Yeah,
that's just
they
the bottom
whacked
line.
off their wee-wees. They ain't coming
See,
back.
This is where I separate from not MGTOW, but the MGTOW movement. I don't think it hurt anything, because I think from the beginning of time, women choose who they like. If they don't like you, they don't choose you. So I don't think just because feminism came, like, it's not the downfall. Women just get to choose better men because of the internet. And that's a problem more than, like I said, they don't see the dude working at Walmart because they can go through the internet and just say, hey, how you doing?
The internet has destroyed a lot of things,
Wow.
Totally.
Well,
totally.
It has, but in the same sense, it has put people in connection with things they would have never, good things that they would have never been in connection with.
And women
who had sword.
And women. Yeah. And women too now.
Who had sword. Yeah.
But I think this is kind of where, it's all about, there's going to be good and evil in the world. And you got to filter through that shit. You have to sift out the shit and keep flinging it out of your life over and over, because it will come in. And lots of times shit, you'll let it hang out for a while before you realize, ooh, that shit.
You want to know what? I'm gonna need y'all ladies' help, because I'm gonna use some words I don't know. So I'm gonna need y'all. What is it called? What is it called? Like when you're talking to a woman in real life, and you're swaying them, and you're looking at them, and they're falling in love with you. What is that called?
Manipulation.
No, y'all in love, and everything is working. Whatever that is.
Courting, dating.
Yeah, no, it's when I tell you whatever that is.
You're talking about the charisma.
Yeah, all of that. Thank you, Gigi. And now you take it to the internet. It is more mental on the internet because women can't touch you. You can touch her leg. You can touch this in real life. Men don't know how to sway a woman with conversation in their head now. And women, it's different, and men haven't figured that out. That's the women can spot a goofy. Yeah, women can spot it from and if you don't know how to talk to a woman in real life, imagine coming to the internet and trying to do that shit. And women see it. That's why I say you have to ask an honest woman. And when you ask these women, how do these men act on panels? How do these men act in chat? And you can imagine how they act in real life. And women knows this, but women ain't gonna say anything. But y'all have to figure out how to sway them on the internet, and y'all haven't figured out. Y'all don't know how to make an emotional connection with a woman on the internet. And 80% of everybody in the world is on the internet, and y'all haven't figured it out yet. They ain't figured it out. They willing to tell you.
I'm sure glad I don't have to.
I know, exactly. Exactly. But most of these women that everybody see are on the internet. You're gonna have to get emotional connection with that woman, and most men don't know how to make emotional connections. They just don't. They can do it in real life. Some can, but imagine actually have to doing it on the internet. It's difficult. If you have never women will tell you. If you've never spoke to women and
Is
they're
it
comfortable talking to you, they get creeped out.
Is
Well,
it
I don't think that
dangerous
it's-
to do that on the internet? Doesn't it? I mean, we have the added element of it can be dangerous doing that on the internet.
C19, yeah.
I just don't think it's real until. So, I mean, I think it's real to a certain extent, but I think if you're going to take it to the point where you want a relationship with somebody that you've met on the internet, the only way you're ever going to be able to do that is come in contact with each other, because you can do all the internet, love a dove, whatever it is that you do on the internet, but you're never going to really get that until you actually come in, physical contact and have those moments with each other. It'll just never happen. I mean, and then
women don't care at that point. Women don't care what a man looks like. Yeah, y'all know this. If you can get that connection with me, I don't give a fuck what. As long as you ain't, as long as you know, if you get an emotion, most men don't know how to get that. That's what I'm saying. They don't know. They just don't. And y'all as women.
There's a book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Please read it. Read it. I know it's old. I know it's silly, but read it. It's so eye-opening on how we actually communicate with each other and words we use that we don't pay attention to. That, things that come out of our mouth we don't notice, that put people off, and we don't know that.
Yeah.
It's really a good self-check book to say, am I being whole here, or am I playing half a victim? Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I would tell people, if they come in and have I would say go to the people that you broke up with, all the people you had a relationship, and ask them, how were you in your relationship? And you will get an honest answer how you were. If you're an asshole, all three will tell you.
Wow, I guess you had different relationships than I did, man. Nobody would have they'd have been like, bitch, get the fuck away from me. We broke up. We never want to be together again. Remember? Get the fuck
but how do you self-evaluate yourself in a relationship? How do you self-evaluate yourself?
You have to do that yourself. I know that men could do that.
Yes, you have to go to your exes and that, where did I fuck up in the relationship? You have to
go to your mirror and look in the mirror and say, okay, what did I do that I could have been better? Irregardless of what the other one did, what can I do in the future that's better than that? Other
than your friends, who point out your faults? That mirror is not going to point out your faults. That mirror will reveal your faults once somebody wants to get into your head.
It will if you're honest with yourself. But if you're not honest with yourself, it doesn't matter who tells you that shit. You ain't going to believe it.
Yeah, I'm harder on myself than anybody in this world could ever be. If I tell myself that was messed up, man, it was messed up. I mean, I'm harder on myself than anybody else, but because I'm the one that has to control me, not them.
Mm-hmm. What is it called when the family come together to help somebody that's struggling, and intervention?
Yeah.
There you go.
Holy moly!
Holy moly!
Hello, holy moly!
But when I was single and like MGTOW, I honestly believe that I wouldn't put nobody before me. I'm completely with him. But the minute that I had a child, it's about society now, because I have a baby, and I have to make sure the society is damn good for my baby, because I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, that's the way it always was between men and women, like y'all are talking about. They step in, they protect everyone, but that has been broken in the last 100 years.
Well, and I think that as a parent, if you're dependent on society to help with your child, there's your first problem.
Well,
one of the things that I really took into account was how mean the world was as I was raising my kids. Right. And I've said, you guys have probably heard me say this before. My cousins would say to me, Jesus, you're on with your kids sometimes. Okay. Well, here's the only explanation I can tell you is there's a world out there that is way big, bad, and uglier than I'll ever be.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
they have to go out into that world. And if
Mhm.
I don't make sure that they are primed and ready for it,
You're right,
they'll
Gigi.
fail. They'll be ate alive out there. So
right.
every one of my kids are extremely tough in that way. And in fact, my daughter is probably tougher than all of them. And it's because she was the
Mm.
oldest and she was my first, she's your
Mm.
trial and error. It's that trial and error kid that, they take all the fuck ups. Like it. So,
Seriously, you're a pancake baby. It's
Mm.
like that first pancake. You don't know if the pan's warm enough. You don't know if it's
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
but they are end up being the best.
Turns
Yeah.
for it. Oh, my
Mhm.
You
God.
kind of mess that one up and you learn better on the next three.
Oh, my God. No wonder the middle child is always favored.
I get Gigi now. Godly Gigi.
The
Made me
middle
think.
child was forgotten.
And that's true. Yeah, the world is tough, man.
Because and I'm going to go back to what makes Gigi's statement true. Mouse, we had a conversation with Kev, and we talking
Uh-huh.
about September 11th and why so many young men volunteered
Yeah.
because of their and when Gigi said, I got to make them tough because it made sense right there. And that's why I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Because Kev even said to me, the reason why he did it was because his boys went over there and and when Gigi said, I got to make them tough, I wish these mothers would have made these men tougher because a lot of them, it made I just connected two stories. That shit was fire.
When my granddaughter was little, my daughter wanted to kind of always play it easier with my granddaughter at first. She was like, okay, I'm not going to be as tough as you were, Mom. I'm going to try it just a little bit different. I'm like, okay, give it a whirl. Of course, at that point, I mean, things were starting to get a little rough. It was about time Obama was president. Things were just starting to go to shit, but not quite. So, she was doing okay, but there were certain things that had come up. My granddaughter has plaque psoriasis, and it gets really bad at times.
Right.
And so we've gone over, diets and, all that kind of stuff. The lotion she puts on, anything like that. So
detergents, all that.
we went through the whole thing. But in that process, my daughter was kind of like, oh, well, she kind of wanted to coddle her. And I told her, she's going out to an extremely mean world. And if you don't toughen her up about her skin, and that here's the deal. You need to tell her every day she's beautiful. It doesn't matter what her what's going on with her skin. But you also need to make her aware that there are mean people in this world. And in the process of doing that, you also need to toughen her skin up. So you can say things to her like, don't be a baby. Because if you don't, when she gets out there in the real world and they say mean things to her, she's going to break down. You can't let her do that. Please do not send my granddaughter out into that big bad world with no armor. Give her something. So that's kind of where my daughter was like, you know what? You're right. And so she took it even a little bit further and went, okay, first thing we're going to do is self-defense classes. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
I'll take it.
If that worked, you know what? It worked. It wouldn't have been my way, but it was still her way and it did work. And now I got to tell you, that controlling side of me was like, if she just fucking knew it my way. She would have all the freaking self-defense she needed. But she did it her way and it worked out. I mean, she did fabulous. I cannot, I can't say a thing about it.
Right.
My way probably still would have been better, but it's okay. We let it go.
You have to let them be parents. Gigi.
Exactly.
I know it's hard. I know.
That's a grandma for you, though.
Yes, it is. So, but I do feel that if I wouldn't have stepped in and said, hey, you have got to toughen her up. She is 6. And if you have already got her into public schools and dealing with, very mean kids, the minute that they see something on her skin, they're like, ew, what's wrong with you? Why is that? What's wrong?
And they
with it?
will.
So, it was, and she was a girl. So you've got that, it was in her hairline and, her poor ears had broke out and it was awful. And so we went through that whole thing. Of course, as time's gone on, we've learned through diet and that sort of thing, and making sure what she puts on her skin that it's better. But she still deals with that. It's still there. But you know what? She handles it quite well. For a kid that has, she's 14 and she's all about makeup and cute hair and cute clothes and, and she's a volleyball player. And, yeah. So, when her arms are broke out or whatever, she does very well at just going, it's a skin thing. There's nothing I can do about it. And she, takes care of it and all that. But, and she even has a boyfriend, so she's fine with it. But if she would, I feel like if I wouldn't have said, hey, you need to make sure that you toughen up that skin on her. You need to toughen her up so that, and that doesn't mean you're mean to them. It just means that you joke around saying things that when they get out into the world, they almost take it like a joke. Like, okay, whatever. You've got to do that. Or if you don't, it will destroy them. They'll never make it. She'd have never made it. She'd have been hurt every single day at school. So this worked out much better. And Hayden has come right out and said, oh, I love it much more this way, Grandma.
Yep.
How you doing?
All right.
Somebody scared the shit out of me. Well, I almost shot somebody. I heard a new voice.
I know. I'm like, how you doing? What the fuck is that? Where was that voice?
Y'all know me. I got my Bluetooth on.
I thought we got hacked. I didn't know what was happening.
I thought it was God. I was like, it's gonna be kicked in quick. I'm gonna start write some music now. I'm gonna go somewhere.
Woo, now I'm just hearing shit. Okay.
Echoes. There you go. Oh, that was hilarious.
I had a question I was gonna flap.
I know it threw me off too. I am lost. My mind went to the gummy. well, as a dad, I found out a key too, and it's reminding because I dropped my daughter off because I was retired. I got to drop her off. And it's what y'all said. If your dad reminds you every single day, baby girl, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. The world can't tell her shit. And more daughters that was raised by their dad will tell you that. My daddy, what the fuck? Who are you talking? So as a dad, I only can speak to that. But most little girls, as dad, they'll tell you, you ain't shit to my dad. Like that's the confidence that you can breed into your baby girl. Man.
I've had my daughter give me like eyeballs that about popped out of her head before. as my granddaughter has, gotten older and wanted to wear certain things and this, that, and the other thing has came up. I have had to say things, and my daughter's pretty strict with her daughter about what she wears, but sometimes she'll let her wear things that even I'm like, is she going to wear that like out? And of course, Kayla's looking at me like, yeah, Mom, she wore it here. I'm like, all right. Well, let's put it this way. No, she's fucking not. No, she's not. Let's have a little come to Jesus here. Okay, let's just visit about how this is going to go down. And of course, at that point, Kayla's looking at Hayden going, go to the bathroom and change. Hurry up. Just do it. Just appease Nana, because if you don't, this ain't stopping. So there's certain things that I have noticed that when you're raising a teenager, they will wail on you until you finally just kind of break down and give in on certain things. And I've noticed it's not a lot, but it's still like this. Like at first, my daughter was like, "You aren't showing no midriff skin," so her shirt had to make sure it went way down over her pants at waist area.
Hold on, DJ, I got a question when you're done. Go for it.
And then as she got a little older, it's kind of the shirt has kind of creeped up. And now we're to the point where, it doesn't matter if the arms are all the way down to the floor, you can see her belly. And I'm like, well, that's considered a belly shirt. No, it's not, Grandma, as she reaches over and pulls it down to her waistband, and I'm like, yes, it is a fucking belly shirt. If I can see your belly, it's a belly shirt. Okay, that's all there is to it.
Okay. I'm finished just starting a little trouble. That's all. I'm just here to start a little trouble. Why? We, as parents, we get that's a bad idea. Explain why that's a bad idea to dress like that as a little girl. Why is that a bad idea?
Well, it's not so much about, oh, men will get weird ideas about you, because they're going to get those ideas about you, whether you could be in long johns. They're just, if they're freaks like that, that's what they're going to do. But what it does do is, here's how I tried to explain things to her. Because she has a boyfriend that she holds hands with and talks to, and he kisses her on the cheek and that sort of thing. But that's about as far as it goes. As far as I know, they're not alone. They are not allowed to be alone. Let's put it that way. They went out to Valentine's Day, and Kayla sat at the other side of the restaurant. So, anyways.
What? The other side of the restaurant?
Yes, she wouldn't leave the restaurant. And this is a boy that we know quite well. Oh, just a minute. My husband's calling. Damn it.
Okay.
Gotcha. The question is, since Mouse here by herself, man, if that's okay because of what people will think about how our little girl is dressed, why is it so hard of a stretch? That's why men don't want you to dress that way. And that's not controlling you. How me and Cal say it's for your safety.
Of course. Well, I was raised that way. That's how my dad was.
But y'all will classify that as a man telling a woman what to do. But he was explaining to y'all last week, it's for your protection, just like y'all just said, it's for that little girl's protection for you not to dress that way.
Okay.
This good. This good.
No, I mean, and it is coming from a dad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when dad tells you, you understand. He may not listen, but when it comes from the husband, when we're supposed to be equal, like, I don't tell you how to dress. But he also knows that that is not a limit I push. I'm just not interested in pushing that. That's just not me. So, you know, it's...
But do you get the understanding of you're looking out for the little girl's well-being because how she's dressed?
Exactly.
Why is it a stretch if a man say, I don't want you to dress that way? That's controlling in a woman's eyes.
Because a woman is a grown adult and knows how to protect herself. A little girl is a bit more naive and a bit more vulnerable.
The floor there.
That's a carbon monoxide detector.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what that was.
Yeah, it is too.
God, is that you? Oh, my bad, Mouse. I get it. I got it.
He is getting
I got you.
on his apartment. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Can she protect herself against a grown man? That's what. Can she really? No, she can't. No, she can't. Just like that girl thinks she can't. No, she can't.
I think a grown woman is less likely to find herself in a crazy situation where a young, naive girl will get caught up.
This is not about caught up. This is about the same thought that you have for the little girl's safety. That it's no perceived threat. None. No perceived threat. But you know, as a parent, I know that's
a perceived threat.
As a parent, you know that. Yes. What I'm saying now, put that on a dude that has a girl dressing the same provocative way going to a club. Perceived society evils, but society has convinced women that's controlling. And but this ain't true or not. This is a discussion.
A father doesn't want anyone to touch his daughter. On the married side, he intends on being the one to touch her.
No. We're talking about the way she.
I know the way she dresses. Yes, because his intentions are he should be the only one interested in touching her.
You think that is, or you think because she's dressed that way, it's a perceived threat that because she's dressed that way, a drunk dude at a club might. He might
touch her.
Yes. So why would you want your girl to dress that way if you know she might get touched? Wouldn't you want to?
So
that's what I'm saying. It's just a discussion.
If you walk in on your woman and some dude's got his arms all around her and they're smooching, and you walk in, and you're like, would you actually accept? Well, he just walked up and kissed me, and you're not going to look at her and go, and you didn't do nothing about it. You just stood there and let him kiss you. Like, you didn't push him away. You didn't tell him no. You just stood there. No, because she gets to have a reaction too, does she not? As a grown-ass woman?
Yeah.
Right. You expect her to
I don't know.
react to it.
Ladies, if that ever happens, what you do is you stick your tongue all the way down his
What
throat,
the
and then
hell?
you
Whoa.
reach in
That's
and
what
you
Where did
grab
that
his
happen?
nuts and you rip them off. And
Oh my
trust me,
God, I
he
heard
will
that.
never go up and fucking lay a lip lock on any girl ever
Wait,
again.
hold on.
Exactly my point.
Wait,
my-
Exactly my point.
I come
What
back
just
to a crazy conversation. What are we talking about?
I had nuts in a
Difference
corner.
between telling
I had-
your daughter
I
not
had
to
a
wear
mouth in a
provocative clothes
corner.
Explain to
and
Outlaw.
you
He's
telling
lost.
your wife not to wear provocative clothes. The difference in the two statements.
I said, Gigi's was explaining that if you have a daughter, which I'm a parent, and I totally get what Mouse, like 100%, the perceived threat of your daughter dressing like that. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
And I said to them, what is the difference between a man looking at the same conversation with his girlfriend going to a club and she dressing the exact same way? If you can do it to that little as a perceived threat, why is it controlling if a man has the same perceived threat about his girl or his wife?
Well, I look at it like this. All you can do is just tell them. You know, obviously, they're going to choose whether they listen to the advice or not.
Look at Gigi.
No, I just love how Outlaw's like, well,
No, we just walk around dumb and blind, letting whatever
That's
comes
it,
in
and
there,
he's totally holding back.
Yeah, man, we better help him.
No, look, it goes back to that conversation we had a few days ago.
Mhm.
Where everybody kind of got upset with each other, and
No, we didn't get you. It's good.
well,
It's good. It's good.
No,
No,
you mean that
look,
one
at
where
the
me and Mouse won? Yeah, we were
No.
upset.
I don't know.
I was on a gummy. I hold God to hairbags, mute, so I'm good.
At the end of the day, all you can do is just tell them. They're going to do what they want to
Right.
ultimately, and then the consequences are.
That's what I'm
So,
saying. The difference is a younger girl is more vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
And a little more naive. But your wife needs to be given a little credit that she will respond appropriately to the weirdos out there. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But I'm not talking about responding appropriately. I'm talking about a dude attacking. You're looking at. I'm saying as a man, like actually the men up here, when you go to a club dressed that way, and you put other men around something you love, alcohol and drugs. If you don't think the threat is there, you're crazy.
Well, but then again, a married woman shouldn't be bouncing off to the bar, no clothes, without you. Like, why would you want to be there?
Totally agreed.
Traditional women versus modern women.
And that's, I mean, I get it. That sounds controlling. I know Gigi's fixing to go there. But I'm going to explain because, like, I've got FOMO, man. If he's out there at the out and out, I want to be there too.
Pause.
I'm just saying. If you're going to go out clubbing, I want to go too.
Now, maybe I'm out of touch. Why would a married couple go clubbing together?
Honestly, I can tell you.
Oh my God.
I can tell
Have
you.
you not ever done that as a married couple?
No, you have to break it down. As a woman, you have to tell them. As a woman, you have to tell them. In marriages, tell him about how mundane keeping a baby, and you need that excitement in your life.
I'm not trying not to put it in that gear.
To go clubbing though?
No, you need some excitement. It's just excitement. Yeah,
Go out. I don't know
something. Yeah. If you talk to a woman, she get tired of just sitting there doing this. You need to rekindle your romance. You need to get away from the kids.
Right.
You want to do grown up shit.
All right, Gen Xers.
Pineapples.
When the next generation behind us came up with boys not out and girls not out, did y'all agree with it? Did y'all think that was the thing to do? For the couples, now this is couples, to have a girls not out and a guys not out. Oh, I remember experimenting with this and that and during that phase, and the results were crazy. But I'll tell you, it
Well, I
was
can tell you the
disastrous.
results
There
in
were
my
always
household were
disasters.
arguments.
I mean,
There was
There were
lots of
always
arguments.
No
disasters.
comment.
I
Bleeding.
see.
Yeah.
I see clubbing as something single people do. Now, couples, I don't know.
Why wouldn't you want to if you're married to her? Or
I
that-
see
Yeah,
red
but
flags
being
everywhere
on a
in that.
Well, I think that there's a difference between clubbing and just going out and dancing
Yeah.
at a bar. There's a big difference,
Yeah, I'm being
and-
general
Okay,
about that.
dancing.
Whether
Okay,
it be
yeah,
a
yeah,
honky tonk, whatever you
Yeah.
do when you go out.
still clubbing.
Yeah, but he's operating on the. He don't believe you should ever put what you love at risk around alcohol, drug. You see what I'm saying? That's just the
a
belief
lot
of
of
Nick.
people a lot of people go out though, have been married for years and years and years, and every weekend they go out
Yeah.
and go dancing and drinking and hanging out with their friends. I mean, they look forward to it. It's what they work all
Date
week
night.
and just to
General
get
date
out
night.
there and
Date night.
and
It's called date
Yeah.
night, GG. Date night.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they go
Yeah.
with their friends. I mean, it's not just them. They actually go with their friends and they go to bars and they have a
Yeah.
good time and so they do that every week. That's what part of their lives. For me and Marvin, that has never been a thing for us. And I got to tell you that for me, I always felt like we were looking for problems in our marriage if we did that. But some people are able to do that. But I can tell you that in my marriage, it would have caused serious problems. I know it would have.
right.
I just, there's no, I mean,
exactly.
We
Yeah.
did it when we were younger. Like, we don't do it now. You ain't catching us out in a club. No.
Right.
No.
Like I said,
Exactly.
the club, I see red flags everywhere with that. If you're going as a couple,
I agree. Sometimes.
Really?
If it's in a control, if it's in a controlled, it's nothing wrong. Like if we go into,
We tried it one or two times, the girls' night out, guys' night out. Now, we didn't cause no trouble, but we found it was boring. I felt awkward dancing with a new guy because, like, he's not my dude. I'm not cheating, but I'm trying to dance, and this is awkward,
yeah.
But then when we started going out together, we enjoyed it.
I'm sure.
But we didn't do it very often. And the reason we
No.
didn't do it very often is because
We're
we both did
babysitters
feel,
and-
well, no, we did feel like eventually it would cause problems with our marriage. If we kept doing something like that, you were taking a big risk of it causing problems with your marriage. And I do see a lot of people that have had problems with going out after they've been married, and it can tear up their marriage. I mean, I've seen it happen many, many times. So for us, we had a family at home,
Yeah, I think
there was really no
we
reason
kind of
for us to go
involved.
out.
We started out, going to. It was a bar, and it was a country western bar, a lot of two-stepping and whatnot going on. We all used to meet out at the same bar every weekend, and that was, before the kids came, before marriage,
Mhm.
And I think we evolved into eventually when the first round of kids started coming, it was like, okay, we're taking the party to
round.
somebody's house.
You
Like,
sound
we're
like Lady A.
I
The first
was-
round, then the second round, then hell, we went for a third round.
But no, eventually it was just like, I'm too tired to go out. I would rather not.
a lot of the times, I see a lot of these younger couples going to like the what is that place called where you practice your golf swing?
The
Top
range.
Golf? No, Top Golf.
Oh.
The place Top
Top
Golf.
Yeah.
They'll either go there or I don't know. Maybe it's just a difference of the generation. I don't know, man. Or either I'm just out of touch or what it is, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's Gen X just at this age. It's like, we have social media now, so we don't have to scour the neighborhood for, the bikes like we did. We can keep in touch and not have to go out anymore. And so Generation X is like, I like this. Like,
Oh, it's
we
made us so
don't have to
fucking
go.
lazy, though.
I know. I
It's made
love
us
it.
so
I fucking love it.
For
Nobody's got muscle tone. We're all going to be called like the fucking flubber fucking
Stop
Bill.
quit calling me out,
Flubber
dude.
Phil.
I'll bite me. Like,
I'll say this: if the woman is like me and she likes cars, there's a lot of places that open up, things to do on that end, like car meets and drift events and, but she's got to be into the same stuff.
The one thing that I was hoping that it would do is take a bunch of people, like, okay, if everybody isn't going to be doing anything, then get the fuck off the road so that when I go out driving, COVID was great. Everybody stayed home. They were all scared to death to go anyway. Anywhere, me and Marvin hiked. I'm not shitting you. Marvin and I, we hiked the entire Pacific Northwest, man. We went everywhere hiking. We didn't give a shit. They said, you're not supposed to be here. Do you realize that COVID's going on? Yes, we do. That's why we're out getting fresh air.
See, and that's where we landed, Lady Autumn. That's it right there. Like, yeah, we paid admission to sit at home and do it.
Right? No shit. It's that fucking expensive too.
Alcohol's a lot cheaper when you drink it at home. I can tell you that these days.
Well, it's a hell of a lot cheaper because one DUI can cost you about 15 grand. So,
have you even been out and ordered a drink with a meal lately? Alcohol's gotten really expensive.
The meal alone.
I think the drink, last time I had a drink like that, the drink was actually more than my meal.
Good God.
And it was like, see, I can do this at home for a lot cheaper.
Carl, now you see why I love hearing Mouse and Gigi. 80% of the women don't even sound like that.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Everybody I know in my generation pretty much sounds like us.
Right?
Yeah. I think this is a good conversation. I think you remember how you all were saying women and men are out of touch, like with each other. I think married women and single women are more out of touch than men and women. That's a good conversation because y'all have no idea what single women are in 2025. They don't even, y'all are a whole different foreign language to women.
Well, I can tell you that when I talk with single women and visit with a lot of my single women friends, they will say things like, you put up with that? Like, I'd have fucking left. Yeah, well, that's why you're single.
That's where a lot of
you see what I'm saying, Victor? That's what I'm saying. They are so different.
That's where a lot of the seeds of a lot of this breakups and divorce, and that's where a lot of it comes from, right there.
Yeah, it's a quote. I'll help you with it. Go for it, Gigi. My bad.
I had a friend that just Mother's Day. I texted her and said, Happy Mother's Day. And I hadn't talked to her in almost a year. And she's actually my friend in real life. And I said, Happy Mother's Day. And she said, Happy Mother's Day to you. I hope you're doing well. And I said, doing good. And I said, I hope you're doing well. And she said, well, as good as could be expected. I've been better, or it's getting better. And I thought, oh no, her parents are up there in age and they're really nice people. And I know them. And I was like, oh, I figured that was what it was. And I was like, what, did I miss something? What did I miss? Oh, I was worried at that point.
Yeah.
And so she was like, well, and then she said, her live-in husband / boyfriend, whatever you want to call it, they've been together for 10 years, bought a home together, the whole bit, kicked her out. And I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, kicked me out. And, I'm trying to recover. And she's like, I can just tell that she's, I call her. I'm like, geez. And so we talk for quite a while, and she explains to me, that he just started acting weird. There was no notice, just basically, I don't want to do this, and I want you to leave. just out
That's
of nowhere. Okay.
Wow.
The thing about it is when it's like I said, and they had been together for 10 years. And I said, well, now have you gotten to talk with him about it? And he said a couple words to me, which was basically, well, we had talked about certain things that, we were working on. And one of them sounds like it might've been in the bedroom or something. And then, so she was kind of, I don't think there were certain things. I think she wants to talk to me in person versus over the phone. And I was like, I totally understand. But I could tell that he really never gave her any notice. Now, mind you, this is a guy that Marv flew with just last year. And
Was that
I think it
was it before or after the separation?
That was before the separation. They were still together. In fact, we went out to dinner after that. That was the last time I spoke with her. Was they went out? They had went to a fly-in together. Marv picked him up, and they flew over to, I don't know, like a couple hours away, and then they flew back here, and they stayed overnight. And they always camp. And then they come back, and the next day in the afternoon, and then the next weekend we went to dinner together, and everything seemed fine. I mean, I would have never, but he's a really super quiet guy, and she's very outgoing, and they're like those people that you think, oh God, how do they even, I mean, he's so laid back, and she's so fucking wound up. How does that work? Well, that's exactly how it works. It's because one's really laid back and the other one's wound up. The problem is he held everything inside, I think. But he still would never release any of it. But dude just dropped her with no explanation or nothing. And I'm just like, fuck. So afterwards, after talking with her and everything, and I get off the phone and I tell Marv what's going on. And I'm like, you ain't taking that motherfucking fly unless you're shoving his ass out. So know that. And he's like, okay. Really? Yeah. And then I start telling the story. He's like, oh my God, I had no idea. He never let I said, well, I couldn't imagine that he would. He's very reserved dude. Well, I was talking with Marv about it, and I'm like, can you imagine? He goes, the thing about it is, he goes, do you know how many times we would have not been together if we would have went off of one of us going, fuck this? I mean, because there's times when you just go, oh, fuck it. Fuck, and you turn around and walk off, and 10 minutes later, you're going back going, okay, let's, or maybe it's an hour, or then, later on that afternoon, you might,
maybe
it depends on how pissed you are.
Yeah.
Try not to let it, because if it builds much longer than that, Hey, Oilers.
I ain't touching it with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, so I just, I like the one thing, my point to all of that is, I feel like if he'd have just worked through that minute, it might have worked. However, as she began to tell me more of the story, I think he had another woman, and I think she was at his job.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Because she said that there was a woman there that had broke up another man and his wife, and then she broke up with him after she had split them up.
Oh.
And her husband was trying to make excuses for this lady. Like, well, you have to understand where she was coming from, though. And of course, my friend's like, I don't understand. How would you? No. And so,
run, man, run, man, run.
Yep.
So, anyways, I told her, I said, honey, I feel so bad. I mean, they had put a lot into their stuff together, and he basically handed her, a drop in the bucket compared to what was owed to her for, I mean, they both gave the same amount, yet because the house was in his name, he didn't give her a whole hell of a lot. So,
oh wow,
yeah. And so she was like, you know what? There's just sometimes when you gotta go, okay, I just need to write it off and move on. And she did. Now she's trying to recover from that. That was a few months ago, but I was just like, I mean, these are like people that I had known her for quite a few years when she was married to somebody else who he died. Well, I knew her quite well, and we got back in touch with each other at his funeral, and one thing led to another, and then she, this guy, and well, anyways, this guy came along, and they had been together, and we were so happy to get back in touch, and we'd, throughout the years we've visited back and forth, and then I would have never thought they were going to split up. But yeah, so my whole point to that whole thing is, if you get through that moment, you give up so much when you just go, fuck it.
Right. Yeah.
You really need to know. And I mean, like I said, there are a few circumstances that do say you should walk away from it. And I mean, it's pretty obvious to know what those are. Your life, and that can work in many ways. So lady, I'm not just saying physically, I'm saying all of it. You have to protect that, of course. So, I just think that a lot of people just go fuck it too quick. A lot, not all, but a lot of people just say fuck it way too soon.
Oh yeah, over minimal things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, cheating, abuse, those are big things. But I have seen people get divorced over way less.
Well, and I've even seen people fucking overcome cheating and fucking, and of course, there was a lot that they had to go through, and all the bullshit. And I mean, there was a lot that they went through, but they stayed with it. And, it's amazing what where they've come now. I mean, I know lots of them that it actually has happened with, but they also did that when they were way younger, and things were, not that it's an excuse, because it's not, by no means. They know they were dumb shits. But
I was just a dumb shit when I was young. I know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, a lot of people are. I mean, we have all been in situations that you're not necessarily proud of. But I think that the biggest thing is with marriage, man, there are so many ups and downs. Those vows, when vows are made and they just do those simple vows that are read at everybody's, that's what was read at mine. They don't cover near what you go through. I mean, there's so much in that I don't think people really take into account what that means. It's so much that there are so many times. I mean, Marv says it all the time. Well, we don't say it all the time, but when we're talking about this stuff like this, he's like, oh, hell, if I would have acted on every urge that I've had to just go,
I know. No. Yeah.
We definitely would, this would not still be.
Oh yeah, and we used to say it is 100 because sometimes they don't bring 100, and you still have to.
Yeah, and
sometimes you don't bring 100, and they still have to. Yeah.
Yep. It's that give and take. You got to do it, and if you aren't willing to do it, don't fucking get married. Just don't do it. Because there's going to be so many shitty fucking times.
And don't settle in any sort of ways, because it'll change in an instant.
I mean, it's so funny, because when Marv and I got together, I lived in Idaho. He lived here. That had been our relationship for 2.5 years. Then I moved down here. And when I left the restaurant that I worked at, it was a bunch of they had coffee hour. Well, they had coffee. We called them coffee drinkers. And it was a bunch of old men that came in and drank coffee every morning or all day. And when I left, they got me a collection together called my mad money. And that was so if I got pissed off at Marv, I could come home. Idaho. So that was my mad money. And Marv always said, oh, yeah, every other week she got her suitcase packed and her mad money in her hand, ready to go. She's pissed off. She's leaving. And I'm not kidding you. I did. I mean, for months. No, it probably was a couple of years of me packing a suitcase. All right, we're leaving. I'm done. I've had it. Fuck off. I'm so done with your shit. And then I never made it out the dooryard, but I sure tried like hell.
Oh, I would. I kept going mom's for a week, for a month. Yeah. And then
one time we did split up, but I mean, there was a time when we had split up, but and it was, I wasn't sure if we were going to end up back together, but we were like, no, this is not worth, we're not giving it up. Let's just trudge through to the other side and know that we love each other and this is all worth it. And our kids deserve way better than to be split. And so we did, we fucking struggled through it and came out the other side somehow.
That is what's missing in a lot of, and I call them situationships out here in this modern day and age, because that's really what it is for a lot of people. Living together and, all that good shit, whatever you want to call it. Nobody wants to make shit work anymore. There's I'm just convinced a lot of people don't understand what relationship even is anymore.
Right.
They couldn't. There's no way a lot of these people know.
A lot of them, it's hard for them to have an example. I got to tell you, when my kids, they'll sit around and they'll talk to their other friends and be like, oh yeah, your parents are like one of the very few that we know are married, still married, like that we know that have been married for over 30 years. Like these are all 30 plus year old kids. I know I'm 39, but side point, we don't have to study on that.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. Just move on.
Yeah.
They do have, they it's hard for them to see others because there is no example. I mean, they just didn't have it around them.
Just think we expect to. I think the next generation behind us, I don't know. I think they expect too much.
Let's ask the hard question then. Y'all didn't have social media when y'all were 18 and y'all first got married. How do relationships in 2025 deal with social media when that woman can see another man next to her on a panel and then click a button and got to deal with something totally different, or a woman or anything, the communication? That is what's going on. Social media has went into people's relationships where how as married women would you tell single men and single women to traverse social media in their relationship? Because that's the key. This is the key right here. This is why social media.
I would suggest you never have a common social media. That is nope.
That's why I said earlier.
First of all, I'm going to say that first of all, I think it starts with the fact that you have to want it. And even back in the day as kids, yes, we didn't have social media to distract us.
Yeah.
Or to get in the way of it. We still had to want it, and you still had to push yourself to it. Kids aren't pushed to do anything now. They're handed it. They get a phone. Every kid gets a phone by the time they're 9, I swear, or younger. Shit.
Well, then there's a lot of change in laws. Gigi, I'm thinking about it, and a lot of stuff we did as young adults are felonies now. Like it would be on stalking laws and But I mean, that's how when you see the guy you like, you chased him everywhere he went. You know what I mean?
Some of that shit isn't under statute of limitations.
No.
I know, right?
Me and Mouse had the same conversation about riding bikes, and I told her, "Welcome to YouTube." Now friends get together, and what do, Mouse? They surf the internet together, just like we did as kids. Instead of them not riding their bikes. Remember that comes now they're going on. So we're gonna meet up here, and we're gonna surf the internet together.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what they
Well,
do
they
now.
surf the internet together. One's on one side of the room looking at their phone. The other's on the other side looking at their phone. Here's
That's what
here's
I'm
the other
saying,
thing.
though.
Here's the other thing that I would say to kids. Just one quick thing, Mouse. I'm interrupting you.
Okay.
Is when you're having when you're having kids, don't let them have social media.
Gee, that's hard to do.
I'm gonna
It's
argue.
And I'm going to
2020.
tell you why. I'm going to tell you. Listen, I don't give a shit. Here's why I say this. So there's this teacher that she's probably 27, maybe 28 years old. She's giving up her career. The reason she's given up her career is because the 4th and 5th grade kids she's teaching can't read and they can't write.
Yep.
They're in 4th
Welcome.
and 5th grade. And she said, you can't. She said, this is hopeless.
Okay, let's see
be
where
back.
that comes from, though. 5th grade now is going to be kindergarten 2020. Those are the group of kids that came into the system, the education system, and never made it to a classroom for 2 years? Like that was kindergarten and 1st grade they missed. How are you going to learn over a Zoom call?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, now these kids are going to be in 5th grade and can't read.
Can't write either.
Can't
You
do
gotta-
arithmetic either.
You got to be able to know
That's
words,
what I'm saying.
before you can write or read.
When you don't get your reading skills in 1st and 2nd grade, how do you learn math and science in 3rd and 4th grade if you still can't read the textbook or the material?
So then it begs the question: what are they being taught in schools?
Y'all didn't grow up with AI.
More or less child daycares.
No. Imagine a 3-year-old. No, imagine a 3-year-old in 2025 can just ask Google the question and get the answer. You never had that as a child. At 3. What is the answer to this question? And it spits it out. You usually got, Mama, what's this? Daddy, what? This is AI. And the kids can just ask the question. You know, you can talk on your phone. Hey, Google, what's going on? Beep. Hey, Google, what? Beep.
Oh, I'm rethinking a lot of things. Why did I not do that?
You don't need to, in their mind, it's just easier to ask their phone a question.
Well, yeah.
What
How did
research you
they
need?
get life lessons being on a phone, though?
COVID-19. Oh, my bad. C-19 that forced everybody to go into a house, what Mouse is saying. And you can't ask questions. You have to ask Google because you only was in the room with your computer. Who else you going to ask? Mom? She at work.
About right now, we're not in COVID-19. Or, well, C-19.
Already started. The government already imprinted. That's how you get your information. Where do everybody get their information now? Google, YouTube, AI. Yeah, that's it. Welcome.
But you know what it taught us Gen Xers? And I mean, like I said, every generation, it hit different. When COVID first started, it was still a Gen X dream. Somebody told us not to go to work. I'm like, okay, finally. Right?
Yeah, but it's also, remember the American spirit. Before any of that, you can't tell me shit what to do.
But we've sat like this for so long, and it integrated us back into online. Go to social media to find all these people. Now you don't have to leave home. You don't have a reason to. You can ask how your friends are doing and check and see how your friends are doing without even having to call and interrupt them, much less show up at their house.
C-19 told Americans, I don't trust the media and I don't trust the government. I'm going to get with like-minded, like me and you said, man, we're going to get with like-minded people and we're going to discuss our own issue. We know what y'all are telling us is a lie. And that's what Americans did. They went to social media.
Of course.
They went away from TV, government. So
But
What
now
would you tell
look
your
at us
kids?
Gen Xers. Us Gen Xers quit going out. We're like, no, we learned we don't have to. Like, we don't have to go out in public and put on this big facade and big social and be like, we can just stay home. We don't
Well,
care.
AB, you touched on it. I tell guys in my chat all the time, you better be wary of Google too, because
Mhm.
it'll lie to you.
Think about it. Before it was the married man that was the symbol of what an American man is. Look at all the tech giants that are. All you hear is billionaire tech giants is the man that you should be. You don't understand what I understand what they're doing. They're even telling your kids, you ain't got to be no football player. You just got to be smart, make a lot of money, and you can rule the world. That ain't got nothing to do with reading and writing. That's everything with invention and, like you saying, tech. Yeah, everything. But as men, we know this. We know tech. We know tech. Like we lead in STEM. We know. We got spell check. If you ask a man behind the scenes, do you want to read? Man, just give me this information and tell me what to do, and I'm gonna get you your problem. I don't care. Yeah. Yeah, we're geared now. Think about it. If you don't have a high-powered computer, they don't even suggest you to stream on YouTube now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, we quit going out. It's just, it has retrained even Gen X. Used to, we couldn't stay away from each other. We were going to hang out. It didn't matter what the law said, what the weather said, what the season said. But like I said, now that COVID had trained us, look, stay at home. You can still do it on social media like the kids are doing it. And then now we're like, no, we're good with that. Like, I can pop on your Facebook and see what's been going on all week.
Lord,
I didn't got to put pants on, like I didn't have to put shoes on and go, nothing. Didn't even have to bother you. So it's easier, and we're getting lazy because of it.
We are.
Well, it's not lazy though. MGTOW, you said that men are choosing not to do this. So that means they either seen something or learned something. You see what I'm saying? That explanation. What did they learn or what did they see? Oh, I get it now. Because that was a movement that they learned something about women's habits that they start sharing. That was the movement. So it isn't that they don't know how. MGTOW saying they're just totally saying, nope, I ain't even dealing with you. So that's an understanding. It's not a like I don't want to deal. Nope, I know who you are. I ain't dealing with you.
I've told people numerous times, you change the laws tomorrow. If Trump wanted to change the laws tomorrow, you're still dealing with the fallout of numerous generations that have been raised to believe that feminism is the way to go for a woman. You're still dealing with those attitudes. You're still dealing with the belief that they can have abortions when they feel like.
Pause.
Yeah, the spirit of it ain't going away. The spirit of it won't go away. The laws may, but the spirit won't.
I don't know where these women are. I don't know these women. And so it's weird to me.
Well, Mouse, it's the laws. It's the people that write the laws that incentivizes them.
Okay.
There's the number of women that do it. I couldn't tell you, but I do know there's enough of them. There's a pattern there.
Okay. I'll give. Let's be honest. Let's see. Will my married women be honest? Do single women hate you? And as a married woman, can you not tell a single woman the truth because you know her response will be hostile?
I don't think I'm hated by single women. I don't think us women identify in each other's faces. Well, I'm not, you know what I'm saying, whether they're single or married, it's more about their wisdom and understanding of the world, regardless of their status.
But you see it, right? Be honest. You got to be honest with them. That's all we're saying. Be honest with the women so we can be honest with the men.
No, I think women are honest with single women. We just
Do you believe single women believe? Even Gigi just said that it's certain things that she say that women. Remember what she just said? You don't think single women don't even believe half the things that y'all say? Like, I would never do that.
Pink, Bardo, come on, be nice in
Okay.
chat. You can't put that in chat, you know that.
Dude, why I been good raging? Oh,
I
know.
got it. You know,
Yeah.
Berto, I got
Yeah,
it. Come
I forgot.
back. Come on. I love you to pieces, but no, we can't do that.
Raging. Wow. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But hello, Pink Bird. That's good to see you.
Welcome.
Glad
Welcome,
you're out
Pink.
there well.
I should have. Let me log in. I'll help you out, Mousy Mouse. I ain't even logged in.
Oh my gosh,
mean,
I was on the wrong thing. Oh, okay.
Look,
It
what I'm
does really
saying-
open there. Okay.
What I'm saying, and AV, you probably better than anybody know this, how well the government can put people away, make you disappear. Those are the same people that are in control of these laws that people are going by. Why do you think men are afraid to get married? It ain't women. Ain't nobody afraid of women. They're afraid of the people behind the laws that women are behind them.
That's why I believe what Gigi just said to me a long time ago. Find somebody that's won't give up on you, and it's just an understanding that
Yeah.
showed me when she told me that, it just was a click for me. Like, yeah, why am I going against the system? Why don't I just find somebody that's gonna fight like hell, like I am?
Exactly.
And
That's
it's the
the
easiest thought now.
difference.
Yeah, easiest thought to come up with.
Uh-huh.
I know it just it's done stuck with me for 6 months when they told me that. That one quote.
I mean, you can't go into it thinking about I'm only going to date a female or a male with this income level
Yeah.
or this social status. Like come on. We didn't date like that in the 80s. It's weird that y'all would date like that now. Nobody asks, well, how much money do you make before I take you out? And it's like, never mind, nosy,
I come from that early millennial era from the 80s and 90s. So I've got that in between mindset like y'all in the modern generation on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
And even for me, like income level and shit, and I'm not a woman, so I don't see it like they do, but
well, I mean, there was
then,
some sort of, I guess, ambition that we looked for,
Yeah.
Because if this lasts, I'm going to want him to be able to, support us. I don't want to be in a cardboard box. But at the same time, not even at 17, it was like, who even had that much forethought? I mean, if we were dating somebody we shouldn't have been, it was just taboo and we just hit it. It just became taboo. But it didn't stop us.
yeah.
See, I had these conversations with Gigi and Mal. It was this. I was like, I'm protecting what I have, all my business and because she can switch overnight. And it was like, why would you think if she loved you, she with you because of that? Why won't you think she will fight for you? And it just changed my perspective. You see what I'm saying? I stopped worrying about what I had and started thinking about, why don't I fight for somebody that want me, not the shit that I get. So it was a different perspective for me that they gave me. It's just way different.
Yeah.
But I got it. But I know what you're saying. There's some women out there that will do it. My mindset was get around married women and they will tell you what to look for. They will tell you, look for this. Stop looking for a woman find a woman that's going to fight for you. They'll tell you if you listen.
For example, when y'all were in school, did you choose your friends by their personality or what their daddy did for a living? Because honestly, we looked back with me and my friend from high school, my best friend, we talked about it. And I don't think we even knew what each other's fathers and mothers did for a living. Like, I don't even think we asked. Didn't matter.
Usually we all live as children, you live around the same income bracket. Social media put different income brackets around.
No. Well, I mean, back when we were kids, when we stopped and talked about it as an adult, we were like, wow, we had no idea how different our home lives were.
Mhm.
And, you know, we just grew up together, seeing everybody every day. And we thought we were growing at our own pace. We had no idea the differences in the households. We didn't pay attention to if you had a single mom or if you had both parents. We judged you as a friend.
Right.
You know, it didn't even matter religion. Religion was something we come across as we were friends and discussing home life. You know what I mean? And we're like, oh, really? Well, how does the Catholic religion feel about this and that? You know, and they would tell us.
Yeah. Mutual respect, right? Yeah.
You know, you clicked with some people and some people you didn't, whether it been moral or character. But past that, you know, all the things that y'all talk about now, like, you know, financial stability, the family they came from, father or no father, like, we did not ever consider any of those things. It was just part of who they were. It was part of their story, but it didn't make or break a deal here. I don't think we even understood how it would affect us, you know, whether or not his father was in the home or things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can say that in the 80s, a lot of our dating rituals, practices, whatever traditions are misdemeanors today.
I think it is. I think the modern times and social media have opened up a lot of areas that people never considered before.
That's true.
And now we're seeing, because again, you got to still understand the internet's still brand new, really, in the scope of things.
Yeah.
There's still things that are working out right now or trying to work out that, you know, we've never dealt with as a culture before. You know.
Yeah.
It's in its adolescent stage.
Yeah.
Well, but you know, here's the thing, guys. It's not going anywhere. And I remember raising my kids, there was still a lot of discussion going on. How much screen time do we allow the kids? Do we even allow them on the internet until they reach a, you know, a certain age? And what we all discovered was, look, this internet isn't going anywhere. In fact, it's only going to be a bigger and bigger and bigger part of their life. Is it right for us to stunt their internet knowledge and experience, knowing their livelihood may very well depend on it?
Question, just a question. With C19, which every house needed a computer, how now do you take the computer out the house and say no technology when the government has told you this is how you get your information out? They told, like, I hear what everybody's saying, but do you understand they made you get technology to put in your house? They made you.
There's certain things that people will need, but you monitor them. You can monitor your kids so that they're not.
Yeah, the only answer
it.
was we have to let them have the internet and we have to educate the crap out of them about it. And that's the only way to go. They're going to find it. They're going to go to their friends and be on it. But also their future is probably going to have way more technology than today. And we have to let them keep up or they're going to be behind in the future.
Yes, ma'am. But also,
how are they going to have friends when all they got to do is text?
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Unless you homeschool them and can keep that stuff, you know, out. Because again, and I look at it like this: in a lot of ways, a child that doesn't grow up with that stuff has advantages that some of these people don't. I mean, there is such a thing as educated stupid. I mean, you just said it a while ago. How many of these kids now don't know how to read, write, or do arithmetic?
So
Wow.
that's what I was gonna read to you guys. Educated idiot is what my mom used to call them, Outlaw.
Yeah.
But in Oregon, students. So I asked Google if Oregon students needed to know reading before they graduated, and it said that they need to know it. But here's how they put it. Yes, Oregon students still need to be proficient in reading, writing, and other essential skills to graduate, even though the explicit requirement of demonstrating proficiency in these areas through the separate assessments have been suspended. In Oregon, they have been suspended. They don't have to know how to read, write, or other essential, what they call it, essential skills.
It's a reason for that. Because they want Americans to go more cognitive abilities.
Yeah, it's called the dumbing down of America. Is exactly what they're dumbing us down. They're making sure that they're too stupid. We have one of the worst education systems, and when we moved here, one of the reasons that we wanted to be here was because it actually had a decent education system, and it went to shit quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what advancement of technology does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially in a blue state.
They don't that you can go to Egypt. The advancement of technology makes your country, because it's what you said, Gigi. You rely on it, so why would you want to advance? You said that last week. Yep.
That's why they,
I'm getting feedback from somebody's mic. Hold on.
Probably mine.
Hold on.
Well, again, like I said earlier,
Hairbag, reboot for me. Hairbag, refresh for me. I think it's Hairbags. I think it's his neighbor.
Like I said, a lot of these kids now are educated stupid. Can't read, can't write, can't do arithmetic, and you still have jobs out here that require that. In my opinion, a lot of these homeschool kids have advantages over these kids that are being schooled. They're developing these life skills a lot earlier. How to work, how to deal with people on a personal level much earlier.
Yeah.
Well, and those parents that are actually going, okay, my kids have got to be able to learn more than what's going on in these public schools. They actually give a shit about their kids. So they actually put a lot of time into not that they have all the time, because a lot of these parents still have to work, but they make the time to make sure that their kids are getting that adequate education in whatever manner they have to go to, whether it's some help from online schooling, which is usually what happens. There's some kind of way they can kind of do online schooling with the help of the parent or the parent overseeing.
In our local community, we have a very large population of homeschoolers.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's not like it was when we were kids, you know what I mean? When when somebody
the weird homeschool
we
kids
were like, oh, they've been sheltered,
Yeah.
They've
like
never
that no
seen
more.
TV or heard a music record, But today, it is such a huge community. They pull together to do field trips, school dances. They do school bands together. They do athletics together.
Well,
they actually have their own team.
I follow the RV community a lot, obviously. And one of the things I notice is a lot of these couples that have kids on the road, they've had their kids on the road since they were quite young, and they graduated these kids on the road. And it's showing that these kids are actually smarter. Come here, Bubba.
Can you imagine?
He's knocking on my door.
Can you imagine the actual real in-time knowledge you would gain by climbing in a bus with your parents or RV, whatever, and hitting the United, seeing the national parks, touching these insects you're learning about, actually going to the trees that you're studying in science. Yes, I mean, the knowledge that you get from hands-on in the moment is way better than sitting in a classroom or even on the internet.
Because look, here's the thing. Okay, we're still in a transition period where AI is here, but it's slowly creeping into every crevice. But you still have a lot of manual, old school labor jobs that still require, what a homeschool kid, in my opinion, can give better than a lot of these school group children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Over time, the AI will catch up and eventually it'll all go automated. But for the time being, you still have jobs where homeschool kids have a advantage as far as doing that. The technology is here, but it hasn't caught up in a lot of areas yet.
But the best thing about homeschool now is the one-on-one that child gets. There's an actual adult managing their learning style and making sure that child is absorbing it versus, putting them in this mass production line, getting them in the third grade, out the third grade, out, like a bunch of cattle.
It is a proven fact at this point that sitting kids in a classroom together and doing tests is not the adequate way to learn. Getting kids hands-on, working with tools, machinery, whatever field they're going to go in. That's how most kids learn.
Yeah.
The days of sitting behind a desk and writing out tests and doing homework, that doesn't work.
What is the disadvantage of homeschooling? That's one. That's one that sticks out.
I'm gonna say college and
I'm gonna say intermingling with other kids.
That's the problem, right
no,
there.
Ours are doing that, but ours are doing that here.
That's the question. They're doing it because of what? The outcome is what Herbeck said. If you homeschool a child, they don't know how to interact with other people once they become 18 and get away from mama and daddy. They don't know how to self-regulate their emotions. If somebody's screaming at them, they don't know. If somebody in love, they don't know.
That's the old style homeschool.
That's what I'm saying. But you're saying groups and communities. I got you. But it's still the downfall of homeschooling is what Herbeck said. You don't know how to handle emotions with other people in a critical. We're not talking about children. We're talking about we're grown-ups now.
Mm-hmm.
What happened if somebody yelled at you? You got to defend your. Most of them don't know that part because they've never been in the playground with the schools. Yeah. I'm gonna defend my. That's what they're lacking. That's what you're saying they're bringing. But majority of Americans ain't even connecting their kids to it.
Do you think children can get that from their siblings?
No. No.
Well, eventually, and I know I come from a small town where community activities are still a thing, where you go to the skate rink together, or
I miss those days.
The thing about it, from what I've seen, because all of my nieces and nephews were homeschooled for the most part, they always found other kids, at hangout spots or on social media. They always managed to go out and find, where the kids were
and socialize.
They would go do things together, or,
America.
That's how it is everywhere. But
America had a problem with homeschooling at one time. The parents stood up and was like, "This is a problem." Or I want to do this because of the government. Y'all realize the government actually gave every citizen in the United States the ability to homeschool their children. And we got 2 of them that became snipers against the president of the United States. So if you think homeschooling don't create without it, what y'all saying, if these kids aren't connecting with other children, you're going to get that.
Yeah, you've always got positives and negatives. Yeah, there is no
that's
the thing. There is no perfect system.
But would you say when these kids went to C19 in their house, homeschooled, because it's only was them and a teacher in their back room, Did these boys become more emotional? Yes or no? That's just the question. Because that's what homeschool does to a boy.
I
I don't
know
know about women.
isolated.
I
Me too,
think the
Heather.
public schools are squashing their voices. Myself.
No, that's what I'm saying. I agree. But do you think putting a child in a room, homeschooling, like we just did, do you think that made our boys stronger or weaker?
My
parent.
blanket statements. Just because one did, don't mean all are.
How did the stats reel
Because
out?
we also looked at what college he ran to and what college recruits for stuff like that.
But you also said that this was the first time in history, and I'm sure MGTOW can tell you too, that the male deletion rate spiked because they homeschooled their boys. I mean, that came out of your mouth. The deletion rate skyrocketed when boys got homeschooled. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I said when they were isolated with no school, not even homeschool.
No, but they had to go to school. Every 6-year-old boy, 7-year-old boy, you had to sit on that computer in that room. Your mom was over there telling you, go in that room, get homeschooled by the teacher. I understand the woman did it, but take out the teacher and just put mom in there. The boy still would have having an emotional response.
No, there were a lot of moms
you're
that
the
weren't
teacher-
even home to tell them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. But you see what I'm saying? You isolate a boy. I'm not talking about I don't know, but you isolate a boy. This is what they do.
No, you isolate a human and it plays on your psyche. That's just fact.
Yeah. That's
But you know something, I can't put women in there because I'm not one. I have to have a woman explain it.
You have to remember back then they weren't giving them ways out. They couldn't. There was no other activity. They had to stay at home. I mean,
I'm
they
good.
didn't have any other activity.
No, let's flip it then to the females. Females were getting assaulted at a higher rate during COVID and nowhere to go with it. No teacher to tell, no principal, no
fucking feminists.
Nobody at the churches because they weren't allowed to go to church. Like nobody.
Facts, holy.
I'm gonna put it to y'all like this. You know, in the old days, you just didn't have this kind of problem like what he's talking about now. You know, kids were being raised to work on the farm. They had purpose. There was a purpose to why they were home and working and whatnot, doing their schoolwork when they had, the chance. Not everybody in this modern day and age is like what these shooters are,
right?
Because a lot of them, believe it or not, my niece and nephews, all of them, even though they were homeschooled, they had access to social media, and they were always talking to other people, meeting up with them. It's just it's not that cut and dry. I mean, yeah, you're right. If you isolate them, you're going to see probably a spike in the possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I just don't see a lot of kids doing that unless you just completely cage him. Unless
there's too many.
Yeah, unless you completely cage someone and don't let them see the outside world or anybody else. Man, that's just. I don't know.
True.
Like I said, there's benefits. There's positives and negatives to everything. There's a trade-off with everything.
Yeah, that right there was a con for homeschooling. I can agree with that.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, it does leave that open. And again, like I said, the children in general, whether it be female or even just the abuse alone, there was nowhere for them to take it to during COVID. There was no teacher, no preacher,
nobody warned them, Mouse. Nobody warned them what was on the internet. They took and I hate to say they took the pedophile off the school bus and put them right in your fucking router. And the government didn't even tell you. Mm-hmm. That now they don't even need you to go out to the school bus. They just need your IP address. That's what the terrorism isn't happening in Mexico. Terrorism is happening on your Xbox and your PlayStation. You can Google it right now. The CIA and the FBI sent certain soldiers out there because your children are playing Xbox against known people. As y'all say, if your child at 18 can go to college and get switched up, imagine what they can do to your child on your Xbox. Look it up. That's where it's happening at. It is not happening where y'all think. It is happening on social media because the government cannot track people on social media. They can't track TikTok. They can't track all these conversations. You think the CIA and FBI is tapping Xbox Call of Duty games? That's where they're at. You think they're copying Metro? That's where they're at. Do you think they're in these TikTok? That's where they're at. No warning for your children because I think it was one parent, I think it was Mouse, that said she asked her son about what's going on the internet. How many parents do that? How many? Who's telling you this? Where are you getting this information from? Yep.
Yeah. That's the way we learn to play it. That's the way I play. If I take technology out of my kids' hands, I'm putting them behind in the future because now they have to catch up.
And who's going to teach them?
So my best option is to teach them how bad the internet can be.
Yep.
And monitor the things they're into.
You'll teach your don't question about how cybersecurity. You'll teach your child, and I'm sure y'all will teach your child how to monitor a knife, how to use a knife. You will tell them how to use a gun, but you won't let them know how to use the internet. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean the dangers are out there.
Yep.
So the choice is give it to them and put them in harm's way, or keep them away, which is like I said, going to stunt their future with technology that they have to go back and learn. So it is very important that you express to your children on an age appropriate level.
What the fuck is out there?
Yeah, don't give your information out. If he says you're so pretty, send me a pic. Stay away from that weird shit,
Oh, I want to send you something in the mail. What's your address? Bows, all type of shit.
All of it. We have to
put your information on your Cash App. Put your information on. It's a lot of shit we need to teach our kids.
They might run across and how to avoid it. Things that they need to bring to my attention if they come across it. All those things.
Now, as far as social media and allowing them access to it, what exactly are we allowing them to have in order to not be far behind? Because the social interaction with people is just fine. Connecting with people, having their phone numbers on social media, that sort of thing. When you're talking about technology, like the information about different things, like what Google has to say about things, that's where I think it comes into play. You need to, okay, bud, don't just trust anything it says.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just take Google's word for it just because it's on here.
We even had a conversation about ads and not clicking on ads. We went through it all.
Yeah.
Emails from people you don't know, strange looking emails. The whole 9 yards.
Because I'm going to tell you now, where we're getting in trouble is a lot of this information on the internet as far as like politics and, the science of stuff and all that. That's where a lot of the confusion and disconnect comes from, that we really have to watch if that's the way we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Of course, my nephews and nieces, they didn't care nothing about any of that anyway. They just cared about the social part of it, but
Yeah, and my younger one's that way. To me, he doesn't have very much of a social life, and it bothers me. You ask him, and he's like, "Well, sure I do, all day, every day."
Mm-hmm.
And he does. They just may not come knock on the door, but.
Mm-hmm.
And he started out as one of those bratty little kids in y'all's servers, honestly, messing stuff up in, what was it, Minecraft. Yeah. And he evolved through the years. Now he hosts his own servers and remods Minecraft so the kids can come in and play on it in in a safe environment. And it's funny.
Yeah. She got a cybersecurity expert in her house, y'all, with a whole server rack.
He don't even know it. To him, he's being creative and having fun, and learning and exploring.
It really is, though. It really is, though. It's the political stuff and it's the science stuff that you really have to keep an eye on with them on the internet, because that's what's going to fuck them up. When you're listening to all these people that are trying to carry you in one direction or another.
Yeah.
Right? And they're trying to steal the hearts and minds of the youth right now.
Is there a conversation between, like, if I have a child and he come for questions, is there a difference if I ask him, why do you think that way? Like, that's like, why do you think that way? Or why did you, like, it's a different, I think it's a different conversation. I don't ask a child, why is he doing, like, okay, you believe that. I don't question his belief. I ask him, why do he think that way? Like, why did you come to that decision? You see what I'm saying? So I get to learn his, so if he tell me, hey, it was this dude up at school, I want to know how you came up with that.
Yeah.
You know, I want to hear from your mouth. Don't tell me what the law is. From your mouth, how did you come? And to me, that gives a child a chance to think.
Oh, that is parenthood. Like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had 2 waters mouth. 2 waters, girl. 2 of them.
Woo.
Yeah.
$1,000. Wow.
And I would find sometimes it would be something the kids were watching on TikTok. Maybe something they all were hearing in a song. Sometimes it was something they were all seeing on TV. Some kids show that we were not paying attention to, like
exactly.
SpongeBob or
ask a why. You ask a one why with a person, not why do you think. How did you come up with this?
Oh yeah. You got to get creative with those questions.
Yeah, because you need them to think. And when they say, when you're gonna hear it, it's from somebody else. Because me and Mouse had Mouse had a thought in her head, and she wanted to go to Google, and Google was like, no, keep your thought. Fuck what everybody else is thinking. Your thought, either they're gonna confirm it or deny it, but that's your thought. That's what you have to get. Like, why did you come up with this? And a lot of kids can't tell you what Mouse gonna say. Somebody told me this, or I seen it. But that ain't what you believe. That's what you seen. What do you believe? How you were raised matters.
No, exactly. Wholeheartedly.
Woo, that's bad, Wanda.
Yeah.
That's why I believe what Mouse saying, more homeschool moms found out, like, I need to bring kids around other kids. That's why I was like, yeah, I understand why, but I think it was that reason. These kids became so lonely at home.
Well, again, like Wanda's talking about, when we shut down, the amount of abuse that went unnoticed was incredible, because who would notice?
Yeah.
There's no teacher to see bruises. There's nobody for that child to come into contact with to stop anything.
I don't think y'all understand how serious it was during C-19. The words that came out during C-19 was cyberbullying. What YouTube did was they created managing mods, and they told you understand this was happening to your children, and the adults felt it first. Then they made it, okay, now you can't talk about this, and this.
No.
Where do you think they got that from? It's children. Because them was the ones that was going through it. The adults, we good. We'll come up here and cuss each other out all day. That law wasn't for us. Just saying. A managing mod for grown-ups. That shit ain't for us. You see what I'm saying, dog? That ain't for us.
Yeah. Well, YouTube, for years, YouTube has been trying to turn itself into the next big thing of television.
True.
You know, because the television as we know it is fossilized. It's dying out.
True.
You know, it doesn't make no sense these days to have cable when you can buy, you know, internet and just stream what you want to
Okay,
watch.
let's look at it this way. What if YouTube was actually an experiment, a social experiment?
Could be.
What would people share if they were allowed to share anything? How would they behave? Would they behave themselves? Would they behave better? Or would they behave worse?
Hold up. Let's add some stuff in that we live in. We're smart. Let's add in, you know, algorithm.
Mhm.
Now let's add in AI. Let's add in what's at the beginning of the page. All of my YouTube people recommended stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Top video.
Now, what would AI do to this conversation? You see what I'm saying? So put that into how the algorithm and AI act. What you talk about, AI will bring it to you whether you want to or not. So add that in. So if you're getting bullied, they're gonna bring more bullies to you.
Yeah.
AI. If you see what I'm saying, AI. Put that into every conversation you have. What will AI do to this conversation we have?
Aside from all that, what the humans would do. And they have. One of the first thing that is in our human nature is to clump up. If you know, find a group.
Find your tribe.
Find your tribe, however you want to say it. And the algorithm pushed us on that.
Yep.
It gave us road signs. Okay, your people are over here. Keep going over here. You know, what you're talking about is what these people are talking about. There's your tribe over there. But step back and go, wow, I mean, this is the world. The mental issues, the depression, the physical ailments people suffer and how they handle it, what we share about ourselves, how we overshare, how we undershare.
AI will take you right to somebody that has the same problem.
They will.
That means and I'm going to say this out loud, and I'm going to not use the word. If you got raped as a child, the AI will put you with somebody that did that as a child. That's what I want y'all to realize. If you was kidnapped as a child, AI will put you with somebody that kidnapped. So that's AI. If AI will bring gamers that cuss each other out and call them all type of names to the drama sector, imagine what it will do.
And remember, it's not carrying emotions. It's not able to say, hey, I put your abuser in your face. Feel
algorithm.
Good? You know, it was just a key word. Kidnap. Whether it had ER or ED on the end of it, the algorithm stuck it together.
So they're going to give you a positive or AI or algorithm, but they're also going to give you people that disagree with you because they have had that argument. So if you agree with it, well, now you see why you're in rooms that you're like, I don't understand why he feel that and why am I here? Because the algorithm put them in there. It ain't you doing it. Me and Mouser asked this question. How hard is it for you to get out of a sector? You got to damn near start a whole new stream and YouTube channel because it's going to keep giving you what you want, whether you like it or not. Welcome to AI and the algorithm. You ain't running from it. The AI know if you was touched as a child. They know if you was hurt as a child. They know it. And they're going to put you right there next to everybody. That's what people are not thinking about.
And then you add to this whole bully syndrome, you know, the fact that we don't show our faces. You don't know where we're at. We're just these characters on YouTube and the keyboard warrior.
That's abuse, though. You see what I'm saying? At me being a cyber dude knows that anybody that don't walk away from abuse have been abused. That's the algorithm. They're going to put the people that like to abuse people right up against the people that don't like to be abused. That's the algorithm. That's why me and Mal say be careful of how you speak, because what you say, the algorithm going to bring it right to you. If you keep saying you're an abused person, guess what? They're going to bring you right to abused people and people that abuse people. Well, you think they do?
Yeah. That's AI. It's just, it goes off keywords. It is what it is. It groups keywords. ER or ED, you know.
Psychopathic. That's it. Whatever you want, I got it. Be careful of what. Now you see why I talk about so much love and passion and friendship and marriage, and I keep it positive because the minute you say, y'all know YouTube. Listen, we can say one thing and you can wake up tomorrow. It's going to be on your front page. Why do you think that they're listening?
Yeah.
Now you see why I'm talking love and relationship, because I don't want to go where y'all are going. And I'm trying to pull y'all out of it. Because
I agree, Crumb. Don't we? Yes, those are topics we should just, freedom, peace. Let's see what happens. Money.
No, that's right. I like my motherfucking money.
Money. We love money. We hate money. Let's see what the algorithm will do.
Yeah. Music. Y'all see music, man. Now, I was telling these YouTube streets going crazy. I was like, I got to do something.
Now the algorithms looking at me going, no on the music, no on the music.
Yep. But what did I tell y'all? In order to get somebody to look the other way, you got to give them something. But do something. Do something if you want somebody to look the other way.
Holy moly. All them damn beach houses. Yep. Can you believe the beach houses?
Tell you, change our conversations. Happy thoughts will lead you to happy people. I'm telling you. Talk about drama, here they come. I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, that's just human nature, though.
But I do believe go for it, man.
Like, drama is like the bug zapper to humans. And it just draws them in, and they're like, "Oh shit!" Well, yeah.
This is a personal question to everybody. When you press the button to go online and come on YouTube, despite the drama, what are you excited about watching on YouTube? What shows? Not the dramas. Like, okay, when I'm tired of it, what shows do y'all watch?
I'll let them answer first.
Yeah, this is good.
What do you watch, Hairback? Outlaw?
I don't really watch TV anymore, to be honest.
When you click YouTube, YouTube. Like what entertains you on YouTube? Yeah.
If I go back and I find like an older movie or just kind of all over the place, really. Car reviews, stuff like that. Urban exploration type stuff. NASCAR stuff. It's kind of all over the place.
Because they said what distracts you is what your content should be. Because that's what you're excited about. That's what interests you. Just saying. Lady G, search. Yeah, most people. Yeah. Most people get their movies, entertainment, and conversation from social media. I like the First Amendment auditors. That's so exciting to me, man. Seeing them cops. I love that shit. Hey, John, if you hear me, I'm still want that damn First Amendment show with you. Cooking. Music.
I search more than I watch. I know, Lady G, huh? I come on to find out what's going on in the community, what everybody's into.
If you want the truth, more, Mouse, you're about the only one I go into.
Damn.
Serious.
Is that good or bad? Is that good? Like y'all content creators, is that good or bad?
In my opinion, in my mind, it's a good thing. I ain't got to worry about everybody else's BS.
But you don't think going out and finding new friends or new spaces and like new places to go is Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That right there, MGTOW, going out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then you find out that the friends you thought you had may not be the friends you thought you had. And it makes you take a step back. And that's what I've done.
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know. Like I said, I get on to see what all of y'all are doing. I like the fact that our community is so packed with all different kinds of talent
Yeah.
that you get on here and like there's a new song that AV's put out, or there's a new wrestling match outline them are doing. Gigi's got the most recent,
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what everybody's got going on today.
Lady G, what's your point?
Oh,
She hear that blues and light one up. I know I need to do more late night blues shows. I know. I gotta remember I told Hairbag I need supervision. I can't do this by myself. I'm gonna go crazy.
Those late night ones, though, they hurt. I'm old. I
like late night.
At my 39 years, I didn't care for sleep when I was younger. I kind of like it now. It's pretty cool.
There's a stat. I don't know if it's true. They say 78% of men log on to YouTube at 10 o'clock at night. So all the men in the world in the United States log on at 10 because most men work.
Right.
And
They've got
Oh shit, Gigi scared me. I got my gun again.
Yeah, that's when they've come in. They've done dinner. They've done whatever household chores need done. Showered, sat down, and just before bed if they can't sleep. It's about 10 o'clock. I'll agree with that.
I think that's when men want to be challenged with topics. I think it changed to being in the daytime. Men don't really care. But I think at night, if you can get a topic, or you will grab a bunch of men, which will grab women too, but I think men at night are more subjective to critical thinking more than coffee. Like in the morning, I think at night men are more relaxed and able to have deeper conversation. So I think it's
Yeah, because they're half drunk.
yeah. See,
Oh my God!
we gotta add some alcohol to this
I
now.
will agree that the conversations are different at night
Yes.
than during the day.
I might explore it.
The topics are different. The crowd is different.
Yep.
And it's funny because I don't know why the whole community is like that. We can come out
It's
during the day
different.
and we can all behave ourselves with all of our manners and everything, and then get a same group of people together at night, and then our filters come off.
That's what I'm saying.
I forget what's
Exactly.
day and night, so you can't hold me.
I think that Marvin broke your
Accountable.
filters. He likes it that way. He
Pause.
just wants your filters back.
Oh gosh, no. I think he'd like to use duct tape as my filter.
Then again, maybe Dizzy broke it off and buried it. Who knows?
Right now, he's looking for an oil filter for my generator on my RV.
Wow, have y'all put that many miles on it?
Well, I don't think that the generator on it, I don't think the oil on it has been changed. Like, I don't think the last guy did, because they didn't put many hours on the generator. They always had it plugged up to landline. So, they didn't really use it except to just start it. So it doesn't have that many hours on it, but the oil needs to be changed.
Yeah.
It's been driving Marvin nuts. So
Well, it's always a good thing to do anyway when you get something like that.
yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. It gives him something to do. The doctor said he should go back to full power. Back to work. Do it all. She said she'd even send him back to work now. I'm like, you bitch.
It's okay.
This is what happened last time is they sent him back to work too early and it fucked up that hernia. The last hernia surgery she did. So then a
Right.
year later they're back doing it again and they went, "Oh, let's just do both sides." And now he's like, "Oh, I got one side that keeps, messing. It's not really healing like it should." So she's like, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you don't do anything or if you do," because that's what he told her. So you might as well just go back to work. I said, "Fine, go ahead. I'm going camping, fucker. Go ahead, go back to work. Make me money. I need to go camping."
Right. The sooner you get back to work, the sooner I go camping. Like,
That's right. You getting him away.
Yeah.
Glad you're healed up. Get the hell on out of here.
Yes.
Pull some
Skedoodle,
overtime.
skedoodle.
No, I really wanted him to take the time off and hang with me, but
Right.
I think he's sick of me. I can't imagine after 6 weeks straight.
I'm trying to do a psychological breakdown on Gigi so she can argue with herself. So this question gonna be hard.
Oh,
Trying
that's
to find
easy.
one.
That's
Oh, I
easy.
can argue with myself all the time. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell men why women love fighting. Because Gigi a doctor, so this is, I mean, she in a medical.
Y'all love it. Y'all just love it.
Not women love it. No, women love it. It's a reason why, and I'm trying to make sure I get it. That Gigi will be like, yeah, and no. I want to hear her argue with herself.
You guys can deny it all you want. I know
Okay.
it's fact. It's fact.
Okay, here you go. In a woman's mind, yes or no, is sex the same as fighting in response? Cardiovascular, biological. Fighting and sex is the same thing to a woman. Same
No.
Yeah.
No, I get worked up way more when I'm pissed off than having sex
No, I
nowadays.
hate fighting. I love that.
Okay, here we go. Now I got him.
No.
I gotta go check on my grandson on that.
I know she's gonna go read. They're gonna go read. You cheating their ass off, man. Oh,
Where's my
Hey, you should
Yeah.
ask that question to a feminist.
no, you have to ask it to a doctor. Yeah, because the psychological difference is like when a woman breathes when she's having sex, it's the same when she's arguing with a man. Hold up. The adrenaline rush when a woman gets into it with a man is the same adrenaline rush she has.
No.
I'm not saying you.
no,
I'm not
big
saying you.
No.
I'm saying majority of women, if you look it up, it will tell you something that you're shocked. But it is true. It is definitely true. Look it up.
No, it's the difference between fear and pleasure, and they are not anything.
I never said fear and
alike.
pleasure. I said the emotional response
Uh-huh.
is the same as a woman arguing with a man. It's the
Right.
same thing. Not saying that you see what I'm saying? Your heart rate go up, your adrenaline.
Oh, you
the
don't
same
see
thing.
what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying going to the booty and the shaking. I'm dodging it. I know. Okay, y'all think I'm playing. When I talk to couples that argue a lot, I'll be like,
No.
Okay, I know you don't.
You
believe
remember
it.
how I told you, like, when, about fighting, like, it's if you're not mad and somebody comes and wants to fight you, you don't fight as well. But when you're mad and you go seek that person out to fight, you're probably going to win.
Is that statement true? What I just put in chat.
Psychological sequel? What? To sex, to fighting are similar. Increased respiration and cardio.
Is it true or no? So it's not true.
Absolutely not the same endorphins.
Oh.
At all.
Hmm. They're doing
So
it. Mhm. Hmm. Hmm.
and some people don't like to argue, and that's not a good feeling. I don't like to
But
argue.
remember, we're not saying all, and we're talking about emotional responses.
That's what
We're
I'm
not.
saying. No.
Remember, I'm not generalizing anyone. We're not saying these women or these men. We're saying the emotional response. Like having sex with different people give you different response. Some people like it, some people don't. You see what I'm saying? Your emotional response to sex. I'm giving everything on your emotional response. It's the same. That's why a lot of aggressive women love having aggressive sex because there you go.
Okay, well, that's aggressive women.
I know I'm trying not to get into this. I'm
Like,
talking about no
that is-
booty.
That is the whole praying mantis syndrome. You know, I don't know about that, but like, I don't want to rip his head off and eat him. You know, it's
Yeah, but
not the same. It's not gratifying.
Lies.
Oh shit, she scared the shit out of me. I'm gonna shoot the fucking voice box. Gigi, I'm shooting my shooting yard. I'm shooting all of it, man. I'm shooting windows. The other computer. I swear, Gigi, now y'all scared the
Mouse
shit out of
over
me.
here lying.
I know.
Did you hear her? What is she saying? I don't know.
Wanda,
Eat it.
you gotta ask.
Come on, girls, stick together. Like,
No, this is the difference between aggressive women and shy women. Aggressive women like, gee, like, no, I'm finna take what the fuck I want. Most shy don't operate that. It's different. Emotional response. How many times Gigi came up here and said, we finna get this happening now, and Mouse just went on mute. How many times is gonna happen, Gigi?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I go on mute. I'm
I gotta start some stuff, Wanda. You gotta start. Thank you, girl. I gotta start the party.
Holy.
Holy, yeah, pretty much. Hey, you gotta stir the coffee, man. You gotta stir the coffee. I know these aggressive women will kick that door down. They hold up now. I'm gonna tell him to get on that bed whether he want to or not. And there's some women that won't do that. I know. Pause.
Yeah, but
stop.
your boys ain't showing up for you all of a sudden, are they? Hello.
Nah.
Hello.
Yeah, they're smarter than me, Holy. They're way smarter than me. I get my
Now,
foot stuck.
they ain't dumb enough to back that.
Now with Gigi right here, they were Gigi waiting. She locked me loaded. Pause. Let him say something crazy.
I don't know, man.
The Army vet, just all women are so aggressive.
No, the women that want their men are aggressive. They know what they want. They're gonna go get it. That's right. I mean, am I wrong? Like, which one would you want a woman to tell you she wants you, or would you want to court a woman? You want to walk up to you and be like, I want you. That'd be
How
like, oh,
long
shit.
are you going to stand there and argue with her because you think she's getting off on this somehow? You're just going to keep her angry, and you have no idea you are starting a fire. Like,
I don't get it. I'm lost. What am I stepping into? Did I say anything wrong? What? She want what? Sex?
It was the same. Endorphins, all that between sex and arguing.
Yeah, that's why women love to argue.
Do they?
Yeah. Women love to argue. Men love to fight. We don't argue because we know it's going to lead to a fight. Women love to fight because it triggers pleasure syndromes. That's why so many women bully other women.
I only like to argue if I know I'm right.
Told you. Thank you. I will bow for the victory. Thank you. I walked out of this one. Yeah.
And then if I'm right, get on your knees, boy.
Welcome to aggressive women.
Okay, see? I told you.
There you go. Your 50-50 relationship. Get down. Yep. Get to work.
All women are aggressive and love to argue.
You thought Pretty Woman was
And
about.
she's arguing with him, and he thinks he's like, she is loving this. I'm giving her a good time, and he's just keeping her arguing. Little does he know, he's arguing, getting angry. She's gonna burn his house down. Because he's oh, she's loving this. Endorphins, yeah.
No. There's some people you can get up. Then there's some crazy people that you be like, I need to block her. You don't even play with them. You don't play with them. You don't play with them.
Women are the same endorphins when it's arguing.
They get off.
No,
Women.
not all women.
Okay. Have you seen? We're not talking about all, but we know me and Mousy. We know who I'm finna talk about, but I ain't gonna say her name. Do you think women that we know on the internet get off by trying to break men?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
No, how I hate a blanket statement. You know how
I know. But if you know there are women that take pleasure
What
and
do you
get
mean?
off,
What do you mean? What do you mean? Break by bucking? Yes.
what happened?
Here we go.
No, women that like okay. Women that go after men that they call like beta men or they perceive weak, and they'll go after these men out of pleasure. No other reason, just it makes them feel good. Is there more women that do it online or more men? They get pleasure from what we're saying. Of course, it's more women. Because women get off on that shit.
I don't know.
Why do women do it on the internet so much, if not for pleasure?
Why do men do it on the internet so much?
Not many men do it. When a man does it, other men look at that as weird as fuck. If a man is acting emotional on the internet, every woman, man, and child be like, look at him. If a woman does the exact same thing, then you just look over it.
I see men on the internet all the time.
Yes.
Lying and
I see women falling for it all the time.
Okay.
And then I see other crazy bitches, mean as hell.
Give me your opinion then. Out of the men and women on the internet that we have known, are there more strong women or strong men? Your opinion, just everybody's opinion. It's just an opinion.
Well, I usually hang out with strong men because I usually pussy men usually run from me. So usually they got to be stronger than me at least. I mean, come on.
Oilers didn't stay long ago. Where did you go?
but what I'm saying is, but with the women that y'all know, are they stronger than the men that you know? Y'all have to make a decision, and they need to hear it.
I don't know. I haven't counted.
Y'all know. Okay. I know.
Okay.
It's more strong women than men. Y'all know this. But there are also more women that support that weak ass man. A strong man ain't gonna support a weak woman or a weak man, but a strong woman will support a weak man. Make that sense?
Then what do weak men support in that scenario?
The weak man. A strong man will see through them flaws and be like, ain't no way I'm even sitting up here with you. A weak man will. That's what I'm saying. But also a woman will see a weak man and think she can change him. That's what I'm saying. And will support him and knowing he's a piece of shit.
So you're saying, okay, I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
Okay.
There have been a lot of definitions into weak.
Okay. As a man, the only way I will get better as a man is if another man hold me accountable. But what is happening is weak women and strong women are supporting weak men, and they don't have to change.
Yeah, I don't have enough patience for weak men.
Exactly. You see, that's what I'm saying. You got to walk away from it. So in order for a weak man to survive, that means somebody is making it the weak. There you go. If you don't change, society will make you change as a man. If you're doing something out of pocket, society will tell you either you change or you will not become successful. Women, money, society will define who you are as a man if you're a piece of shit. The only way you will continue to be a piece of shit as a man is if women under you telling you it'll be okay, baby. Because it's what Gigi said, I ain't even gonna be around you. I ain't even gonna be near you. Get the fuck away from me. That's what strong people do. That's why weak men has to change. But a weak man is not gonna change if you pacify him, meaning pat his ass on the head and tell him it's gonna be all right.
Well,
But
and
we
if
don't
you're
have to do
handing
that.
them everything
Thank
from
you.
knowledge to everything, I mean, they're
Thank
not.
you.
It's remember what I said about the
Mhm.
whole cycle of weak men create.
Weak society, yeah, something. I know what quote you're talking
Okay,
about.
that's changing, and that's because of AI specifically. That's because it is going, because all that stuff's going to be done for them, and there's going to be no reason to even lift your own fucking arm to give yourself a drink of water because there'll be somebody there to do it for them.
I said it once. Women have the ability to have children. They are born with the fact that I could have a child that I need to be responsible for. The only way a man will understand responsibility in that form and fashion is the day that he has a baby or be responsible for a child and put something other than you in front of you.
No, I don't.
Women knows this because it's
No,
normal for
We
y'all.
don't grow up knowing. We grow up with might, could, possibly. But no, that whole maturity thing, that's the same for a woman. A
But
woman,
you have the ability.
never had to put a man or a baby before herself will never understand that is a responsibility. They'll see that as a choice.
Yes.
One they don't want to make.
But understand, only 30% of men have children. Only 30% of the human men have children. So only 30% of these 100% of men understand what you're talking about responsibility of a child, meaning a child and a wife being more important. So you're talking to people that has never had a child to convince them, they don't understand what you're saying because they don't have a child.
Of course, that's what I said.
But how can they ever empathize with you? I understand the difference between a single man and why he would never put anybody before him.
You can't understand it until you become a parent, what that level of responsibility means. But same for getting married, because you now have a responsibility to your spouse.
But do you understand what MGTOW was saying earlier, how he would never put a woman or a child in front of him but a man like me, children and it's a responsibility, but you have to have that baby. And most men, and you have to convince single men, hey, this is why it matters. That's why I love married women, but I love hearing y'all talk to say, put this above, but not many women sound like y'all out there.
You done chased me off. Oh my goodness. Look what you did.
Good. I know, agreeing with her kicked her off. Ain't that something?
She'll probably be back. You've actually got the grandson running around.
I love it. No, I love it.
No, men are really simple.
Yes. Sex, sandwich, and silence.
They want 3 things. They want food.
Sex.
They want playtime.
Sex.
What? They want to be told what? Oh, you're such a good boy.
I don't need none of that. Just be quiet. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Pause.
Past that, y'all. That's it. That's really what y'all want. And it doesn't matter who gives you those 3, I guess, but I just want a woman to give you all 3, right?
What do you women want us men to give you?
We might as well go on mute now. Harry, it's gonna take a while.
We want food and safety and then to be told, oh, that's a good girl. That's a good girl.
That's deep. Y'all might have me make a song, Mouse.
See, Chrome Dumpsters, I require or scratches behind the ears.
I like the words.
What?
Loyalty and honesty. I like, for some reason, words are popping out on my screen. I like them.
Now, holy moly, that's great. But they want to talk about if she grew up with a father, what her, what her fucking tax bracket is.
Loyalty and honesty.
What?
I'm just writing them 2 words down. I like them 2 words. I could be messy with it. I'll make a funny one. That's what I'm thinking about how to do it. I like them.
It's still, yeah, like we just want our good little puppy. That's what we want. Loyal, honest. She says they're most important to me in any relationship.
I'm exploring it. I'm writing as really talking. Honesty.
Is that a hard one for you?
Mm-mm.
Why are you stuck on it?
I don't know. It means something. Because in my core, I don't believe women can handle honesty from a man.
No, I don't either.
Maybe it's in the delivery of the honesty that could be worked on. We
Well,
enjoy honesty.
Honesty.
It's the delivery we have problems with.
If you have to watch your words, being honest, what is that?
AD, give up. You got to be a philosopher to be able to do it.
Everybody, you put yourself right in the middle of this, dog. You just came out kicking.
No, I think that the hairband's one side down.
Nah, he's saying ain't nowhere in the world you're going to get a woman. I think he's saying it. I don't know. I'm going to let him do it this. You're going to stick your foot in this one.
I'm just saying the way they want it done, if it's the way you delivered, you got to be a philosopher to be able to do it right.
I see what he's saying.
Truth.
He's saying that if you be honest, they can't take it. So you have to come up with words and ideas on the fly because you don't want to offend her with your honesty. So you got to be a philosopher to get her to even. I see what he's saying. I see. It's a good one, Hairbag. It's a good
No,
joke.
y'all just, like y'all went the wide way around to be kind. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's the word? What you just said? It isn't your honesty; it's your delivery.
yeah.
And then Hairbag said, "Yeah, you have to be a poet or a philosopher." So, what is that you can't be honest, telling the truth? You got to change your speech. That's why I was like, "What is that?" That's what I was working on, a song, and it was encompassing what Hairbag.
A person would feel that way if they were up against a person who didn't receive criticism well. They would be scared to tell, I guess.
That's why that word was sticking with me.
That's a good point too, Holy. If you're being honest with someone and they can't handle it, you might be with the wrong person.
Indeed, that requires each side having both those things within them to begin. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it though?
Trust.
It's not trust. Because most men will tell you they can't be honest with their because they know she'll get mad. You see what I'm saying? So what is that?
Oh, those are now little white lies. Little white lies.
But they're still lies, they say.
But you're not lying to lie to her, is what Mal said. You're lying because you don't want to hurt her feelings.
Well, yeah, but to them, it's still a lie.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. You have to lie to protect you can't be honest because you have to lie, because if you be honest, you can hurt her feel. What is that? I'm trying to write a song to it, y'all. I know it. That's why that hit me, man. So I need to write a song to that word, honesty.
You know what you should name your song?
Selfish. Ooh,
man, we just can't win.
Selfish person. Ooh, I love these words.
Be careful the caliber of people you surround yourself with.
Selfish. If someone's selfish, this is the name of a song that I just thought. If somebody is selfish and they withheld hurting you by telling you a lie, what is that?
A lie.
Deceit.
Deceit, yes.
But you're doing it for protection.
No, you're not.
No, I'm saying in the context of this conversation, I will not tell you, like, let's just say you cheated on a girl. Right in the song, you cheated on her. And the girl asks you, do you love her? And you say no, but you do. What is the lie? Why wouldn't you tell her the truth? Because you're going to hurt her. But what is that? That's what I'm trying to find. And it's in honesty.
I don't know.
But the lie is that, ooh, y'all got me. I'm going to write a hit now. Chrome, good one, Lady G. Stop. Disassembling. Oh, good one, the Chrome.
Making the change without compromising the integrity of intent.
What about the integrity of the relationship? Could you lie for integrity of your relationship? Like women, and I'm asking women this because this is going to be the sex, this is going to be the female. There have been men that hit on you. You not coming home telling your husband somebody hit on you is for the benefit of your relationship and him. What is that? That's an honesty too. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's something I'm missing in these words. And that's why I'm gearing on honesty. What is that?
Okay, wait a minute. Why do you need to tell me that?
Exactly. But there's some people that like, why wouldn't you tell? Like, if you're like, there's some men that will come home, so and so have flirted with me and hit it on me and hit. But then there's some women that be like, I will never tell my man I'm at work and this dude is flirting with me and this, because I know his reaction. And for his protection, I'm not gonna. What is that? I know it's for his protection, but I'm hunting for lyrics and work, and I can't find that emotion. I ain't gonna say coochie, Lady G. Can't say that in the algorithm. They're gonna block us.
I don't know. If he comes home and tells me that somebody flirted with him, like at the grocery store or something, I'm like, why? Like, why are you telling me this? Is it supposed to move me in some way? Like,
isn't that being honest? See?
I I don't know.
This is gonna be an interesting
Now,
song,
you
y'all.
know me, it's not what you're saying, it's why you felt the need to say it to me.
Yes.
And so I'm like, so why did you feel the need to say that to me? Are
Honesty.
you being honest, or do you want to see if I'll react to that?
So now, wouldn't if you question him this time he was honest, what would make him come back the second time? That's where I'm putting this song at, with honesty. I was honest, I tell that, but yeah, that's where I'm gonna go. Ooh, this is good.
Well, I mean, but that's, I guess, maybe that's just us in an inside joke. I guess that's always been a joke.
This is a good song. Integrity.
Because I will tease my
Perspective.
husband. If I catch somebody flirting with my husband, I will tease him. And he will do the same.
Yeah, but y'all belt that up. How many years now? How many do you think most people only was in relationship for more than 5 years, man? You got about 30 on people.
I don't know. That's just always how he handled it. He's like, oh, look. Oh, he's trying to get too attention. The way he's saying, is he better than me? I don't know. We will tease each other.
I told you that honesty word can make a whole blues song down. Boy, this is gonna be one hell of a blues song, y'all. Somebody gonna start crying and want to kill. Pause. Yeah, boy, I'm finna. Now, if you know me, I'm a writer. Y'all, this will be released.
Oh, no.
This will be released. This
Just
gonna be
storming
good,
creases.
y'all.
Oh, God, I got to get back in the lab. I got to get back in there.
It's a crack in the foundation. Ain't that a name of a title of a song? Boy, hey, y'all country music artists out there, I tell people to go to the chat, you get all the stuff you need for a song.
Well, it's funny, no matter how we put it in there, yours comes out with one genre and mine comes out with a different. It's just,
but you know, I also write my own too. On lyric, you know, I started getting a paper book of quotes that I've came along. But anytime that I want, like that song, what's that woman abuse song that we wrote together? I forgot the name of it. Raindrops and something.
pain is inevitable.
That one and the other one.
Oh, I'm bad.
Yeah.
Hey,
now how
that
the
was a good
song?
one, Holy Moly.
Yeah. Now how the song came out was very emotional.
Yeah.
I was told Mouse, forget that. This was me and Mouse. I was like, forget that, Mouse. We ain't writing nothing about no homosexual shit. I was like, this is what we feel. I was like, I need to know how it feels when a man leaves a woman. You tell me every emotion. And she was like, I was like, don't use these words that everybody use the words that people. Y'all ever come back there? You got to bring up raw emotions to write shit. You just can't beep. No, it ain't like that. She told y'all before y'all hear this, it's a lot that go into this.
Later, holy moly.
Have a good one, Holy Moly. Thank you for stopping by today. It's so good to see you. So
this is
guys,
what y'all.
If you other creators out here in the coffee club community and in our community want to get in on this,
come on.
Yeah, bring it. We're using what? Suno?
Yeah. We'll meet up in a StreamYard. We'll tell you how to load in, load that, write songs, what songs you want, what type of songs, intros, outros, change beat. Yeah, come back. Come on.
Even on the free version, guys, you can write up to 5 songs a day. I think is what it is. You get 50 credits, and each song is 10 credits. But yeah, play with it. If you don't like, you can delete it. It'll give your credits back. I think that's how it was working the other day.
And it's a good outlet. Like if you want to get something off your chest, write a song about it.
Oh yeah, definitely climb in on this write-off that we're doing. We're having a lot of fun with it.
And I've been telling Mouse we should do it live, write a song live, and see how y'all would take it.
Yeah, we should do that. We should definitely do that and let them help us write it.
Put all their names and everything because I'm good.
Yeah, let them put some of the words in it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We don't like that.
I ain't gonna show my writing styles, but we can show y'all some finished products.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
So we have a lot of fun. It's a distraction, definitely. And man, the intros and outros that we can make with this, guys, and the copyrights we can avoid, think about it. And then when we get some written, we put AV back in the lab to mash up our songs.
Think if I do a mashup with y'all music with other AI artists, like say Mouse's father's song get mashed up with somebody's mother's song, different beats and stuff. Yeah, I can do it. Make that an intro. All this Cash Apps can be the hook or anything. We can do anything. But we're kind of busy, y'all. Got a lot going on. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that is true.
A lot.
They can indulge in real life and schedules and all that around.
Yeah. That's why it's cool to come in, check in with y'all, see what y'all like. I didn't know y'all would like the blues, but my next step is singing them. So start streaming just then. So it's interesting.
I think we're just that age group that nobody ever says I like the blues when they say their favorite music, but we were raised with it. It's heartfelt, it's motivational, it's a lot of feeling with the blues. And it just matches you. You like a lot of the older artists, Aretha, you like what is her name? Rehab.
But most people don't know, but I went to the School of New Orleans, school where everybody went. Everybody. So I am that talented. Don't ever get that twisted. I went there.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying you're really good with it. Winehouse, that was her name.
Oh, Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, he's remixed some of her stuff, and man, it's good. I love it. I still listen to it.
I don't like it.
You don't like it, really?
Well, on that other social media platform, only probably and probably like two other people. I spit out music. Now a lot.
Yeah.
They haven't even touched it. You see what I'm saying? So it's complete. They have no idea.
Well, then they don't have any taste.
No. I'm saying if you go to the other side, I get a completely different response than I do on YouTube. Even different songs are promoted different over there.
Yeah, and the platforms are different. The terms of service are different. The copyright. I've never dealt with copyright like YouTube. Oh my goodness.
But let's just say you like a song, or I put out a song over there. They reach out that second and want to collab with you on their channels. Right that second. Like, come over here and let's write a song. That quick. Where in YouTube, it's, I don't know if I want it over there. It's like, come to my YouTube channel, come to my Twitch page, come here. Yeah. It's different out. And that's what I'm saying. Go out, y'all. Explore these different avenues.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. You will be surprised. It took me forever to get Mouse over there. It took me forever, y'all. But she over there and she see the possibilities. That's why I'm loving her writing.
Yeah.
It's possibilities. Next.
Now, I don't want y'all to stay in one spot. I want y'all to be all over YouTube, finding all kinds of cool stuff. That's the fun of YouTube. Enjoy it.
Right.
Learn how to enjoy it, but enjoy it.
Now, if you do need friends to surf the internet with, give us a hit. Give everybody a call.
That's what Coffee Club's about.
I do have an idea for you, AV.
Go for it, big dog.
Do that after the live.
Okay, gotcha. You got my paper and pencil. All right. I'm just gonna take a hit. We just chill. I know. I need to start. I'm gonna start singing.
Yeah,
That's gonna convince me.
because if you decide to do it, it's something that I think you're going to want to put out without anybody knowing what it is.
Gotcha.
I think it's myself. I think it's going to go over very well if you do it.
Mm. Herbert, you got that deep baritone voice. You can sing too. I don't be getting into this mouse. I can't sing. I ain't hearing it from her either.
What?
You can't sing. I don't want you enjoy yourself.
I shouldn't. I do, but I shouldn't.
I was surprised.
I was gonna get Outlaw. Hey, Outlaw. I need you to drop the wrestling channel for tonight. We got wrestling tonight. He's not gonna answer.
Mike. I don't see that.
I don't know if they're doing wrestling tonight or not. Usually they do it on Thursday nights.
I still think we need a gaming server.
I don't game.
All the men do.
Okay, y'all game. Ooh, game.
Lady G games. It was somebody else that say they game. GG games. Yeah. Well, Lady G is country. I love your little country accent. You should come up on Pound. Stop being scared. I'll talk to you in Discord. Stop being scared. Stop being scared, girl. I like your country. Hey, gang.
We be walking around going, oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Oh, bless your heart. Oh, bless your heart.
I think I do need to do more nighttime streams. I do.
Yeah. And if you need anything, holler at me. I'll come help. Until it's a certain hour, and then I'm like Cinderella. I gotta go before I turn into a pumpkin.
But I think a lot of people want me to start streaming at 10 o'clock to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Ooh, have fun. I'll put you on the headset.
No, I lock myself out, Lady G. I lock myself out like once a month. I got to log back in. I only can get into my Discord through my Xbox. I have to find out my password and username. That's why I ain't been in there.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we're going to change the subject. Up at Fort Liberty, which is Fort Bragg, is where they house a lot of snipers. Well, the conversation that I wanted to interview with was a counter sniper and a FBI agent. And the discussion was about when Trump was getting pew-pewed at on Mardi Gras Lago. You remember that situation?
Yeah.
What do y'all know about the situation? Give me, y'all as Americans, what y'all know about that situation.
Just what they told us was that there was somebody in the bushes. A guard went by, seen him move,
and what happened?
Arrested him.
Now, I remember Ukrainian being discussed, but I don't remember if that was the right one.
Was any shots fired?
Not that I remember. I know he had a high-powered rifle with a scope on it.
Y'all need to. What was said happened, and I love how media blinds Americans, was that they seen him in the bushes. Secret Service agent seen the barrel rifle stick out, and the Secret Service agent fired into the bushes. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he hit anything? Why? You see what I'm saying? These are the questions that media don't ask because Americans don't ask them that. Ask that question. Why did that Secret Service agent that is trained to kill somebody from a mile away miss 5 yards in front of him? Explain how that happens. I'll wait for your answer. Because we're not talking about regular you and me. We're talking about a Secret Service agent.
Well, we've already been down this road, though. The Secret Service at the time was, oh my God, really?
Once again, why didn't the media or American people ask, why did he miss?
Because somebody had a hit out on him.
Why did that secret surgeon agent unload a whole clip into the bushes and miss and got arrested? Why?
I don't know why.
Because they didn't want him dead.
How do a secret service agent supposed to be protecting the United States of the free world miss a target in some bushes
I
with
don't
a
know.
handgun? Something going on.
Of course.
Do you understand how dangerous that is?
Yeah.
Would you allow that imagine that same team going over there to Pakistan?
Oh, God.
Now you see why the military and everybody else that's behind the scenes are saying, why aren't anybody asking these questions?
Well, the media's not going to ask that. Of course not.
No, they gave you the information. If y'all go back and y'all research what happened during that attempt, they're gonna tell you the Secret Service agent walked by, seen the rifle there, and it emptied this clip into the bushes and missed all the targets. But not the media question: who is this person, man or woman? Was this? How could you miss this close? Would you send that person back to the range? That person should have never fucking left the range. You see what I'm saying? What
about that guy either?
There you go. What happened? What happened? That's all you got to say. But as military, this is what thinkers saying, whoa. Why did he even leave in the range and he can't even hit that? What? It is trained killers around the president of the United States. Trained. You don't miss. Your job is not to miss, basically. Right. That's your job. Something, Chrome. You don't miss.
No.
And nobody ever questioned it, and they just swept it under the rug. But as military, and we're trained to defend our brothers, and how you didn't delete this dude that was the same thing that I was talking about, the dude that was on side of the Trump Tower. How this dude climbed up and you didn't take his head off? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. Bunch of paid actors.
No, they're Democrats. Allegedly.
Would that scare the shit out of you if you was Trump? If you was his family?
I don't know.
That you knew somebody with his PTSD? Yeah.
I mean, it's unsettling, of course. But it's not like they weren't expecting things to go like this. We knew this going in. We knew they'd pull this. We knew that. And they did.
At some point, the American people are going to have to figure out who is picking his team. And they're going to have to start asking hard questions.
Oh, they have. Don't get me wrong. The FBI has begun to turn the Secret Service inside out. As it should. But we all know why the Secret Service that he had back then was in place like it was. I mean, at the rally, she couldn't even get her gun back into the holster. Come on. Really?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, Her 4'2". And don't get me wrong, I'm not cutting a sword joke. I'm just saying I would have no business standing in front of the president. I'm not tall enough to protect him from anything. Maybe a hip shot, you know what I mean? But which means what kind of safety would I be to the president?
I bet you, and we need to do this. If you look at Trump now, and I bet you do a 4 year from now picture, I bet you won't even believe the stress that this man is under.
Oh, I believe you. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But it would absolutely take nerves of steel to be in his position.
Is politics a death sentence now in 2025? If you go overseas, Mouse? Let's just do a what if.
Everybody's in like, sure, every leader is in danger. They always are and always will be.
Allegedly, Mouse. Allegedly. The reason why you're not seeing candidates is because if you put your name out there, you become a hit. Allegedly. So you're not going to see any. Right now, saying you want to be president is equal to, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But, even saying that, it opens the entire world up into digging every aspect about you out.
Yeah, exactly.
And in doing so, yeah, your rhythms, your patterns, your routines are duly noted.
From what Intel said, that it was just a warning shot for 2028 to tell people we can get to him, we can get to you. So it's supposed to be a deterrent, and it's working. It's working.
Well,
this is the first time we have never seen nothing like this with our political leaders, Mouse, that nobody wants to be president. Nobody wants to be president. Let's be honest about it. You haven't seen one person raise their hand and say me.
No. But at this age, we understand it more. Like, that's a big responsibility. Big.
Yeah, it is.
Think of how, Mouse, you gave me a rundown of how many Republicans ran for president last year, and you said it was a whole stadium full of Republicans that have to go through the gauntlet. Where are they at now?
Oh, back in their perspective seats where they come from, of course.
Now, y'all know with incumbent presidents, there should be somebody out there. And me and Mouse waiting, like we're in back chats, like political strategists. We waiting to see who's gonna raise their hand and say me, and it's nobody.
Not from the Democratic side, especially. And
Nobody.
you would think that they would be hard at work on it already. I still think it might be Bezos. We'll see.
I don't think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a billionaire, like you said. But I think it's just gonna be watered down. I think we ain't gonna get the best of the best. No. Nah.
I just think Bezos is making some moves that look quite political. He handed over his CEO position at Amazon. He stepped away from it. And then we've got this whole space Katy Perry thing he just did. I think that they're in, just like the Super Bowl, we're learning now there was all kinds of symbolism in that one little weird trip, right? But the blue suit is what screamed to me.
I thought you was gonna pick it out. I'll go ahead and tell you. P. Diddy probably have connection with the Democratic Party and what they've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
but the Epstein's files has got more Republicans and the Republican donors, the kings and queens overseas, who actually went to that damn island. So they're holding this against a lot of politics and politicians. Just saying, that's also what's happening. Yeah, I dare you to run. I dare you to step out there because we got this and P. Diddy trial. Remember, the mayor got indicted over him. Just saying.
Well, of course, you know, they've got to purify one, can they? You know, can they?
Well, if he can get a mayor indicted, he runs New York. New York runs the Democratic Party in the East Coast, right or wrong. Imagine what they got their hands into.
It's so gross. I can't.
Just imagine, though.
Nope.
That's why you're not seeing a lot of these politicians out. They're waiting for the shoe to. That's why I think it's coming. That's why I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the shoe
You
to
think
drop.
maybe that's why they fast tracked this real fast to get it over with?
Pretty much. You see Democrats ain't keeping their head down, mouse. Like, is this a war going on? You don't see none of them out in the streets. None of them. Even Oprah, they went on the damn satellite to get off of this P. Diddy trial. Believe me, they don't want what's coming out.
Right. I agree.
And what did you tell me? Army vet, how can we cover this trial when they're not letting any video out? I was like, that's why. That's exactly why. You have to read all of that.
I am shocked at
Shit.
just hearing who is sitting around the courtroom, honestly.
Yep.
I mean, they walked right in and sat down in this courtroom, and it just, wow. Your interest in it is funny.
Makes you wonder, don't it?
Do y'all remember that video? Let me show y'all something. Y'all remember that video of P. Diddy going down the hallway, hitting that little girl?
Yep.
Who do y'all blame?
Him?
Nope.
No. There's no excuse for hitting a woman.
But guess who she sued?
I
Guess
don't.
who the
There's no excuse.
No. I get what you're saying. Everything is him. I got you. But do you realize she called for help on that security camera and they just ignored her? Y'all didn't realize that, huh?
Yeah, he did. She did. I mean,
for help.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
I don't know if it went through. I don't know.
It went through. It went through. And but guess what? As soon as you pick that phone up, what happens? Why you think they seen it? Why you think it followed up? They seen exactly what happened. Who is at more fault? The security guard in that thing for not reacting, or P. Diddy? Who do you put? That's the case. That was the case.
Hold on just a minute. I got a phone call.
Imagine Hairbag if she asked for help. He's hitting me. Look at your security camera, and they didn't come.
Yeah, I know.
Now he's evil, no doubt. But don't you think they're a little bit more evil, Hairbag, for not even coming to help her?
That's, you see, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Said it.
Fucking
That's
asshole.
why I just got done saying then both of them are as guilty as the other.
That's why I hated Hairbag. The fact that she picked that phone up and that hotel security said, fuck that.
Man.
There you see, that's what's coming out in the trial too.
I was traveling with a carnival one time, right? And there was this guy beating up his girlfriend. And you know what the guys told, or I heard him say the next morning? All we were doing was waiting to hear the word help. If we'd have heard the word help, he'd have been dead.
Yeah. I get it, but all of this stuff that's coming out is about how all these women were around bad men and the other men did nothing. Everybody, like the lack of these were that was an assault that they witnessed, and the only way it came out That it's just wild to me, man. He's bad, but that's what I said about bad men. If you put bad men around people that don't do the right thing, that's what they become. So he's always been evil, Hairbag, but if he had people around him that when he did it the first time stood up, this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when you hear that phone call at the FBI and they ain't gonna give it to you, but she was asking for help, Hairbag. Like, look at your cameras, see her, and they totally ignored her. Totally fucking ignored her. So we agree. He should get slid on. That's why he in protective custody, Hairbag, because men gonna slide on him. But it's all
sorry that I did that.
yeah.
I acted improper. Yeah, you stupid asshole.
You know what we're gonna do.
An ass shot.
Pause. Allegedly, man. I can't go that way either.
No, myself, I still blame Diddy at the end of it. He's the perpetrator. Whether or not someone helped is, bad that they didn't. But
they perpetuated it.
Sure.
That's what we're saying. Like,
but it wouldn't have mattered had he not done it.
That's true.
Yeah, but think about it. If them officers would have answered that phone, seen the video, and actually helped, he would have been arrested right then because they had video proof of what he was doing. The fact that you ignored her and hid the video till she had to sue for it, then sue him, you specifically did that to help him.
Who was paying the guards?
Exactly.
That's it. That's exactly it.
He still paid them not to. Either way you go, it was still his actions.
I don't want to stress, but here's a question, and it's a question for women because I want to tiptoe lightly. Is the question why she stayed a question that should be answered and understood? Okay, I'm just asking women.
I'll give context on this. It'll come out because she refers back a lot to and stresses the 10-year relationship. I mean, she falls back on it.
Yeah.
When she was asked, why did you go back? Her answer grossly was, we've been together 10 years.
Why? But I asked, why do abused women go back to abusers? We've had this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Because they isolate you and they think you're the only one. Imagine what isolation he did.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure. Does she think she went back? Probably. Is that the truth? Chances are it was some manipulation that got her back.
Okay, I'll say this, and I don't want to be harsh because I don't study this trial. I just know it's more women hate this conversation. If he did what he did in the hallway, which he did, if she comes back, what should you do?
No. Because, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many times she came back. Not once did he ever have the right to put his hands back on her.
That's it.
But how many times do you save her?
As many as it takes before she dummies up.
You can ask me what question I'm asking.
And that's just, that's the hard part, though.
Yep.
It's just like an addict. You can't get through to them till they're ready to listen.
That's it.
Yep.
And the sad part is, honestly, we really have no idea how much is really voluntary on her part and how much was manipulation that she was left to feel like it was her choice, you know.
Sure. Yeah, the abuse can change a woman. Yeah, I get. I know that. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about.
And the whole time he's manipulating her to come back.
Yeah.
And she thinks it was her choice.
No, she thinks there's no better choice than you. But in your mind, like, girl, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Men go through it. Like, why would you think that dude, how he talk to you and treat you is that? But it's what you said. Until they get it, they just don't get it. That they deserve more. That they're worth more.
It's being stuck in a cycle that no matter how bad it gets, those times of good that are few and far between are still worth hanging on to. That's the insanity of it. That's their view of it. The good times, although they're very limited, few and far between, are still so great that I'll put up with all of the rest of it for that part.
Yeah.
That's the insanity of it.
I think the question what they're asking, it was all that money as a millionaire, like what they're saying, as a millionaire woman, you have ability to run away, live somewhere, protection, security, family. Why would you go back?
That was also how he would find you.
But we're not talking about regular people. She's a millionaire too. She can get her own security and everything, just like he. So that's the question they're asking. Because if a woman with that much money, like she's saying, like the question that women are asking, I have to live with this, and I've had this conversation. Women say I have to live with that asshole. I have to take it. But if I had $1 million and could run away from him tomorrow and take my family and my majority of women, I'm out the door.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That's what they're asking. She was a millionaire artist. All she had to do was turn the TV. You see what I'm saying? They're saying you have all the opportunities, and they're saying if you didn't have any opportunities, you. So I understand what women are saying. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, because those good times were that good in her head, and that in her mind were that good. They were worth hanging on to. That she would go through anything, just for.
Yeah, she didn't know what love was. A little
bit of the good, yeah.
Yeah, she didn't know what love was. And I talked to a lot of women that did that. If they never experienced it from their father, they don't know. Some women believe hitting me and this is love because I got you. And once, I mean.
Oh, that was actually brought up.
Ooh.
That was actually brought up in the fact that she was raised without a father.
Here we go.
And what that meant for her, and to the point that he at some point in the grooming of her had made her say what her grandfather's name was, because that was the closest male figure to her, and demanded that she call him by her grandfather's name.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's sick shit.
Yeah, I know that's some sick as whoa.
That's part of the grooming process.
No. That's for a man. Me and her back talking as men. Wow, that's psychotic. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
You see how me and her reacted?
He's doing is demanding she replace in her mind her top man, her top father with him and him alone. Make it him, not the grandfather you.
I look at it more as a God complex.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow. That's scary. I didn't know that. That's fucking scary. Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that some crazy? Wow.
Shit. Excuse my French.
Wow.
How do y'all hear the same articles that I hear, but I pick out different weird stuff in it?
Because I tell Mouse this all the time, Airbag. Men and women think different, but dads think completely different than. I say you ask a father a question, he gonna give you an answer. It ain't gonna be what you want to hear, but it's gonna be an answer. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
and she did it.
Apparently, yeah, she testified to it. Because there are people sitting in the courtroom writing down and able to, I think they're sending like X messages and social media. They're typing it out as it occurs, and there is a sketch artist in the courtroom, but that's like the whole of the media allowed in the courtroom.
One question I would have for her is why would you call him by your grandfather's name?
Maybe because he beat the shit out of her if he didn't, or she didn't.
But why?
No, I mean, part of the grooming is they've got to be willing to please you. They've got to want to please you.
I've raised daughters. Me and Hairbag understand what he's telling that little girl to do.
Yeah.
And it's deep.
Oh, it's more than deep.
Yeah. You see, it's another level that me and Hab has. Like when you, that's almost close to the P word.
Yeah.
Really.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting that serious. It's that's why our reaction was what it was. It's crazy. Wow. Psychological wise. That's crazy.
So, yes, they did ask her, why did you, after all that, after he beat you in the hallway, why did you get up and go back?
I know why.
And her response was, we've been together for 10 years. That's all the explanation she gave.
Because the question should be, what kind of relationship did you and your grandfather have? And I bet you it started when he was young. Bet you.
I'm not going to go that deep. I'm not going to say that. I have no inkling that something like that happened. It still is taking the most respected man in her life
that we know,
demanding that she replace him with you.
That's true.
He receives all the respect instead of
that's true.
That is the God complex.
That's him. That's him. Why aren't you understanding her? Why normal women, men, Hairbag, as men, we know that is disgusting for a woman to hear. Why did she accept it? He can tell her the world is green. Why did she do it? Because most women wouldn't do it. So why? That's why we said, and she did it. Oh shit, that tells me a lot. That means he told her something. Because if you ask a woman that in a relationship, what's her first inkling is, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And to even ask that question,
man,
no man. That's why, man. What? This freaked me out, Habit. This shit scared me. What that just then? This actually scared the shit out of me. Wow.
What a piece of crap. Wow is right. And that's all I can come up with. It's more of a shock comment than anything else.
I agree, Habit. I am totally wow. Because if he gets away with that, the abuse makes sense. How he talked to her makes sense. See what I'm saying? Wow, that poor girl went through hell.
Yeah. Yep.
Damn, man. Boy, yeah, I see why he in solitary confinement. I see why now. Wow.
He's got more than one screw loose. My God.
That blew my mind right there. Now you got me set off on that one. I did not know that. Where are the other women at? I ain't getting in that case. I'm gonna get mad here, man. Mouth set me up. I'm gonna get mad.
Well, I'll tell you what, AB.
I'm gonna get mad, dog.
No, dude, it ain't that. I'm already there. That hisses me off.
Mm. I didn't know that.
That rotten snake. What the hell?
Mm. No, yeah, that got me off kilter right there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hold on, let me see. Since mouse done took off. I know she got a phone call.
Yeah, she'll be
Okay.
back.
Let me tell you what's going on in this world. I had one breaking news already. Hope they're gonna let me do it. Oh, I was finna ask you to tell you what music it was, but you'll tell me later.
Yeah,
Supreme Court.
I think you'll be interested. At least I hope you will be. If not, then we can mention it. But
Music?
yeah,
Oh, I'm interested.
Sorry about that.
no problem, Mouse. Everything okay?
Yeah, I got unplugged because of a saw. Like,
Plea deal collapse. Fallout between Hunter Biden and IRS.
oh yeah, I bet there is.
So I was coming across my. Do you see all my breaking news? I just turned everything on.
Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
Diddy trial. Here's the update. Cassie says she brought a burner phone for a Kid Cudi relationship while she was dating P. Diddy. That's what's coming across right now.
Say that again.
She had a burner phone so she can talk to Kid Cudi. He was cheating with Kid Cudi as he was dating P. Diddy. She. Casey was. Yeah, they got phone calls between them two.
Okay, all right.
You know how the Combs. Remember what they call? Well, y'all. The mess started in the P. Diddy trial early. P. Diddy lawyers called the government a 6-pack of white women. I told Mouse that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
Y'all had a 6-pack of white women going against this black man. That shit was hilarious.
But guys, I think we pretty much wore everybody out for today.
Yeah. We got to talk in about. Oh, it's 6 hours, Mouse. God damn it!
Already, yeah. I think that flew.
Hey, Greg. I got a new subscriber. How you doing, player?
Hey, yes, everybody subscribe up.
Make sure you hit that thumbs up.
Yeah, that's it. Subscribe, share us out.
Yeah, feminist Republican Gigi should have a show tomorrow. All my male MGTOW, please show up and show her some support. For sure.
And
all my feminist women, y'all welcome too. It's a whole conglomerate we got going on.
But we have opinions. Sure, we do. We're loud.
You too, Lady G. You have a good evening too.
I'm gonna try to log into my Discord this evening.
All right. Well, guys, I'm going to wrap this one up. You gentlemen are welcome to stay here for a second, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, guys. Thank you, everybody, for showing up today. It was a great coffee club. Y'all go out and get some sunshine if you got it, because summer's coming and it's time to get out and about. With that, we'll see you on the next one.
I was going to say, yeah, if you got the nice weather, do it.
Do it while you can.